the spirit of reconciliation, PAX acknowledges the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea and community. We pay our respect to their elders past and present, as it is their knowledge and experience that holds the key to the success of future generations. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples today.
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. Played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Gliese 667cc, In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds. As well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet, In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. With detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
The next chapter in Firefly's classic real-time strategy series, Stronghold Warlords is the latest in a line of unique castle sim games. Developed by Firefly Studios, creators of the original Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader, Stronghold Warlords introduces new RTS mechanics, classic Stronghold units, and 4 unique regions. In Stronghold Warlords, players must first design, build, and manage a fully realised castle economy, before taking the fight to rival opponents lifted from the pages of history. But you won't be alone in the fights, with the addition of a completely new way to play Stronghold in the Warlord system. Players will besiege Great Khans, Imperial leaders, Shogun commanders and more as they grow their castle economy and construct new gunpowder-fueled siege weapons. Taking players from the jungles of Vietnam and the Mongolian steppe to the warring states of China and finally feudal Japan, this new setting is built into each aspect of our castle sim gameplay. Popularity with your subjects is influenced by a wider variety of factors than ever before. A granary full of rice, meat and vegetables might keep your peasants from revolting, but in order to raise taxes, an army, and get the most from your workers, they'll need more than just full bellies. Quality clothing and housing, temples, tea houses, medieval entertainment, and even torture devices all have a role to play in the continued happiness and obedience of your peasant population. Fail to stay on their good side and peasants will abandon the player, leaving you without farmers, blacksmiths, diplomats, and indeed soldiers with which to defend your keep. Introducing new cultures, mechanics, and historical detail to the series for the first time, Warlords is built around the central Warlord system, a grand strategy mechanic that allows players to recruit, upgrade, and command 8 unique warlords across the battlefield. Once under your command, either through force or diplomacy,
I serve a new master. My army is ready.
each warlord boosts your strategic prowess with unique perks, characteristics, and upgradable abilities. Early on, players can boost their diplomacy and gold reserves with the help of the Crane Warlord, who also has a unique perk that boosts popularity within the castle. Later in the game, we might turn to more military-focused warlords, like the Tiger and Dragon. These more aggressive warlords can do everything from increasing melee damage and offering spiritual guidance, to growing your army with special units and even launching a full siege attack on the enemy. Utilize each warlord to boost your industry, fortify borders, forge weapons or launch a pincer attack, and you'll dominate the battlefield in no time. Each mission and multiplayer battle means a fresh set of warlords to command and new dynamics for every castle built.
With all the warlords in this region, we have the numbers to launch a single great assault on the castle.
To defend their castles, players will take command of Mongol hordes, Imperial warriors, and samurai clansmen, as they prepare to besiege everything from Japanese castles to fortified Chinese cities. In addition to classic weapons like the trebuchet and mighty siege tower, Warlords also introduces gunpowder to the series for the first time.
Hi, I'm Joel from Generosity. Generosity is a charity marathon that happens biannually. We call it a guerrilla charity marathon because we pop up, we run from a physical space for 48 hours to 96 hours, and then we pack it all down and we disappear with 100% of all money raised going directly to the charity that we're supporting, with a variety of streamers, content creators, YouTubers, musicians, dancers. It's got everything. A typical Generosity is a physical event that we take over a location, and for 48 hours plus, we have all these content creators, streamers, musicians, dancers coming through the door and doing different segments in this little studio that we built. This Generosity is going to be a little bit different because it's all virtual, it's all online, but it's going to be really good. It is. We're still going to be just as silly. Everyone's just going to do the exact same thing that they've always done. They might not be able to do it in some sweaty little room that we've managed to take over. They can do it from the luxury of their home. They're able to use all of the different antics and gimmicks that they have with their own streaming setups and still raise money for charity and have a lot of fun. It's an entire event of people giving up their time, giving up their skill set, giving up all of their wild ideas that they have to raise money for a good cause. This Generosity, we are raising money for Cure Cancer, which is the same charity that we raised money for last year at PAX 2019. Cure Cancer is an amazing charity. They've been around for 53 years. They've funded over 500 research grants, all with this very meticulous, very focused method where they want to take the money that they raise and spend it the best possible way that they can spend it to essentially cure cancer. They're very good at what they do, and it's why we want to keep supporting them as a charity. If you would like to donate to Cure Cancer, you can head over to generosity.com.au. We've got a donation widget there. It's really simple to use. It's an amazing way to make your donation. If you don't want to donate to Cure Cancer, donate to Cure Cancer. It's a really good charity. What are you doing watching this video and just sitting there being like, I hate cancer? So donate to Cure Cancer. Cure cancer. Cure cancer.
Hi everyone, this is Ollie and Phil from Kaizen Gameworks.
Our first game as a studio is Paradise Killer, first-person, open-world murder mystery set on the bizarre Paradise Island, home to a secret society of dead alien god worshippers.
You play as the investigation freak Lady Love Dies, called out of exile to solve the murder of the ruling council.
The demonically possessed prime suspect was found with the murder weapon outside of a locked-door crime scene. Is the official story correct, or do you suspect a conspiracy centuries in the making is at play?
With Paradise Killer, we want to make you feel like a real investigator. There are no narrative tests to pass. You simply investigate the crime in any order you want and come to your own conclusions.
When you think you've got enough evidence, you can go to the judge and start the trials, accusing anyone you want so long as you've got the evidence to back it up.
We're very excited to be part of PAX. We've been to the show before and had a wonderful time. We hope that one day in the future we can do it again in person.
Paradise Killer is out now on PC and Switch with a special 20% launch discount.
We hope you're ready to breathe life back into paradise.
Welcome to I Speak Giant. I am Zachary. I will be your dungeon master for this evening. But first, before we get into the adventures and the dice rolling and the whatnot, we're going to introduce my lovely cast around me. Luke Lancaster, the criminal of crime, Vinnie Cupcakes. She's got two fists and she knows how to use them. Felicia McIntyre as Desmond Wraithwalker. Short.
Oh, sorry.
Short, knife-wielding, cunning, and murderous. Alyssa Grant, which also describes Frankie Risotto.
Wow.
And last, and somewhat least, he's 2 steps ahead, but a day late. The third, L'Entrée the fourth, playing Joel Rennie.
Yeah. Hey, Mom. This is my new slogan, apparently.
Hey, Mom.
There is excitement in the midst of Anktor, the city of dreams, as long as you don't dream too big. We see a child no more than 5 years old, sprinting, weaving through a busy crowd, trying to get closer to what all of them are gathered there to see. Carriages, modified to be longer and wider, hitched together 5 in a row, but largely made of gleaming steel. It is a wonder of engineering and artificing, an arcane marvel. We, the audience, would recognize this as something like a train. But for the people here, this is the first time they're seeing anything like this, and it's blowing their mind. A whir starts up and the carriages lift off, levitating a few feet from the earth. People whoop and cheer. A few people are scared but laugh it off. Great Foley.
Yeah.
The excitement of the crowd is palpable. Or maybe that's just the arcane runoff. There's a choo-choo from the train as it starts to glide forward. The crowd waves their friends and loved ones off, and we swing into the last passenger carriage, where the barely fortunate party, -1, are taking their seats. Felicia.
What's up?
Would you like to describe your character for us?
She's tall. She's elven. She is dressed in voluminous clothing. Dark clothing, because she's metal as hell. She's probably picking up after L'Entrée. Just as a matter of course. Like...
L'Entrée is not there.
What?
All right, I'll see you
Vinny.
guys later.
Vinny Cupcakes, please describe your character.
Vinnie Cupcakes, 4 foot nothing, gnome with a darker complexion and unruly black hair, slicked back, unearthly, demonic yellow glowing eyes. His ill-fitting, shabby suit is a couple of inches above his buckled boots, bright pink socks poking out. He straightens his tie and pats his jacket down. He doesn't know how he feels about this whole commuter relationship. He's a work-from-home kind of guy.
And Frankie Risotto.
Frankie Cupcakes.
What? Sorry, you said that. I didn't say that. You said that.
Steal more of my shit. I don't care.
Also incredibly short, Frankie Cupcakes is
Frankie Cupcakes.
What? What have you done to me? Frankie Risotto.
I don't see no ring on this finger.
Great not having to pay rent because I'm living rent-free in your head.
So Frankie Risotto has a pale orange tint to her skin. She has scars all over her face, gashes out of her ears. Her ears are lined with just a myriad of different piercings. And she is sitting with her black cloak wrapped around her, playing with her little spider as she gazes out the window and looks back at the spider and gazes back out the window and is like, so does anyone know where Lantre is?
As you say that, you look out the window and you see, like, rushing through the crowd. Lantre, do you want to describe your character for us?
He's a 6 foot tall human, bard, blue eyes, shaggy beard. Probably should have gone to a barber before this live stream. Long hair. He is wearing a mixture of yellow and blue, which is his family crest, family color, his usual performing outfit. And he's running through a crowd, just pushing people indiscriminately.
You see that 5-year-old kid just boom,
kicking right onto the crowd.
Yeah, grabs his ice cream as he does it. And then
you are now running out behind the train. The train is moving faster than you are able to run, though. How are you catching up?
Lantre.
Is there anything we can do on the train to make it more difficult for him?
Do I spot him? Can I see him running?
you spot him like running like pushing through the crowd.
So right as I say, so where's Lantre? I look out the window again and I see Lantre pushing his way through, and I look back at the group and it's like, found him.
Oh, that's a shame.
I feel like I really don't want to bust a spell slot this early in just
have
the
to.
intro montage.
You don't have to.
Surely if I just give up chasing the train, Zach will make it wait for
Yeah,
me.
you can go sit over there while we play.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Try it.
No, that's not worth it.
I have an idea.
Yeah?
So I'm going to get up very slowly and unbothered, and I'm going to walk over to, where like the train is going, and there's the door that you can kind of hang off of.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to kind of poke my head out the door and say, hey, Lantre, prepare yourself. And I'm going to cast a web from the train over Lantre.
Like the 2 anchor points of the train and Lantre.
Yep.
Cast it. Do you try and dodge away? Do you try...
I think as you say that, Luntre's like, what? I can't hear. Oh!
It gets in your mouth.
Also, it came from my mouth because I went, pa!
Yeah, but the ice cream in my hand flips out of my hand, goes in the air, it lands back in the kid's hand. It's like,
I thought you were going to say it right on the kid's face. Web's onto you. You like, for a second, you like kind of like reel back, and then you're like sprung back onto the side of the train. You're like webbed there. As the rest of your companions sit in their seat, you're on the outside, just being like, hey.
Hey guys, what are we doing?
And I actually turn back in and I walk back into the train and sit down. Leave me there.
It's fine out here.
It's getting windy.
Just to stick my head out of the window.
Yeah, how long is Web last?
That's a good question.
Don't tell Joel.
How long does it last?
Long enough, I hope. This is really.
It says here, duration 1
Spell
train
ends
trip.
at the start of your next turn.
What? And then you grab onto the windowsill and like you do that like little like your foot comes like waggling at the train door, and before you like catch yourself and pull yourself in the train. You enter with the rest of your friends just as there's the crackle of speaking stones on each corner of the train carriage. Like, a voice comes over being like, could Vinny Cupcakes, Frankie Risotto, Desdemona Wraithwalker, and Lontre, the third, Lontre the fourth, please make your way to the engineer's cabin. Thank you.
When the
I-
when the announcement happens,
How do I stop this? I got it. Oh, there. Yep. Sorry. Thank you.
when the announcement happens, when we first hear Vinny Cupcakes, I start going, ooh.
Risotto and Des goes, ooh.
Kind of weird they knew we were on the train, but that's okay.
We're probably in a log of some kind. Surely we bought a ticket to be here. Okay.
Oh, yeah, totally. We bought tickets to be on the train.
Why?
It would be weird if I didn't buy a ticket.
Wait, you've got so much money. There's no reason why you wouldn't buy a ticket.
I'm unfamiliar with the concept of trains. That's something you established.
Don't assume our purchasing habits, Zach.
It's true. It's true.
There's a reason I got all this money, because I'm not spending it on train tickets.
Exactly how capitalism works.
Yeah, it's fine. I bought a ticket for Vinny.
So you're in the second to last carriage. The one behind you is the luggage carriage. You get up, you move through this one into the next, which is a little bit nicer. There's closed rooms for people. And then you make your way through that to the next carriage, which is like okay, this is like the first class carriage. There is very few people here. They kind of look a bit snooty at you as you pass through, and then you knock on the door. It's like an iron door. This is like a well kind of fortified door to the what you believe is the engineer's cabin. You can knock and it opens, and the engineer's like, "Oh, hi there. Yeah. Come in. He's like kind of like a soot-faced guy. Yeah, come on in. Meet the crew. You see a number of like large people. There's a half-orcish woman and another human woman, both having like sledgehammers. You see in the middle of the room is a large lux crystal. This is a material that expends heat if you apply kinetic force to it. They've got soft padded mallets that they've been they're striking the train to keep it moving. He's like, hi, thank you so much for joining us. Oh, wow, all of you are here. That's great. So I just want to say, I hope you're having a lovely time aboard the train already. We're gonna this is the first passenger. Sorry, you all have I know about you. You guys you saved the kingdom and so I'm just super happy you're here because I'm just if you could keep an eye out,
For?
Do you want us to give you an autograph? Happy to.
No, I couldn't. Well, the half orcish woman is like, yeah, he definitely does. He's hammering. No, I couldn't ask you to do that. That'd be. I'm trying. I need to drive the train. Oh, sorry. I need to drive. And he runs over and starts fiddling this at the very front of the engineer's cabin. There's dials and knobs and levers and such. And he's like, sorry about it. Sorry. Yes. Autograph. No. Keep an eye out if you would. It's just there's a first passenger train that we've taken from Anktor to the capital. So exciting. To get moving, but also things happen. I'm just worried. I'm a worrier.
You seem like a real panicky kind of guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
You should try.
One of the human woman is like, they're both there's this rhythmic kind of pounding sound. But I don't want to put you under any much trouble. You guys have done so much for.
What's your name? Yeah.
Bronkton. Bronkton. My name's Bronkton. I didn't make that up.
NPC we meet and you didn't even name him before you got here.
Things happen.
Bronkton.
Yeah, I didn't.
Ink, that's forever.
I didn't name him just then. I looked at my notes and that's what my name.
Yeah, you didn't hold eye contact from you with the entire time.
Yeah, because it's on his name tag, so it obviously didn't just materialize at the moment that you.
You just asked that he has a name tag.
Yeah, he has a name tag. It says Bronkton.
Straight at him.
Did you just say Brompton?
I asked Zach right before this morning if you were ready for date, and you were like, sure.
Got all the names.
So So Brompton is your real name?
Bronkton, just with the K.
So it's Brompton, two names?
Yeah, Bronkton.
Brompton.
Yep.
LLC.
That's me. Head
So-
engineer.
So, head engineer, sir, we will give you our autographs.
Thank you.
It's fine. No, it's good.
For
Yeah,
the kids,
great.
I've got kids at home.
Yeah, the
That-
kids. Yep. Definitely not for you. Totally understand.
What are your kids' names?
and Brankton.
Bralpton and George. He's the black sheep of the family.
Right. So, is there anything that specifically made you worried, or did you
It's
just
just a maiden voyage of a thing always goes poorly.
It seems like a whole thing. Wait, what?
What? Just the maiden, like, when there's like the first voyage of a ship, or like,
Name one time in the history of
one time
this world where that has been the case.
I can't. It's just a more of a vibe. Look, you're right. I'm
No,
worrying.
I'm just saying, we were all the way at the back of the train, and you called us on the intercom, and we
saw your
walked past a
names.
lot of people to get here.
Did you just want to meet
What?
us? Is that what this is?
No. I just want to.
I'm gonna look sideways at the half orc lady.
Yeah.
All right, give me your arm. Lantre just starts signing his arm, like,
carving into it.
it.
For my kids, you understand. Thank you. No, I just, it. But like in general, if you could. But it's mostly, I'm
you
good
generally
now.
Keep an
So
eye out anyway. Just
cool.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, I
Yep.
bet you do. Bet you guys are always eagle-eyed. Right?
Yeah, not really. I spend most of my time.
Oh yeah. Classic
Oh, luck.
Lantre. Classic Lantre. Yeah, right.
It's classic him.
All
Hey,
right, this has
Lantre,
been a
you
lot
should
of
do
fun.
the thing. Do the thing. He's a fan.
Yeah, he's a fan. Do the thing.
Lantre starts to like take unbutton.
No.
his shirt. What's my thing? Pretty sure my thing is being naked.
This has been great. This has been great. They say never meet your heroes, and I don't disagree. Anyway, thank you for joining me in the engineer's carriage. You find your seats. You have a lovely ride. We'll be there a few hours.
No problem. Just let me know if you ever want me to punch you. Totally fine.
Sure, I think I would actually die if you did that. Just one would kill me. So
Oh, I thought you were being flattering, as in like, oh, I would die.
no, you'd
I mean,
break
yeah,
my
you
jaw off,
probably would. Yeah.
and I would die.
Yep.
So don't, please.
Okay.
Dez's punches
Not
don't
just a
hurt
little
that much. Okay.
She punches Lantre.
He just crumbles into the corner.
You guys take your leave of the engineering carriage, make your way winding back.
As we leave, I put my hand on his shoulder. I'm like, never meet your heroes.
It's like, thank you. Who are you? So you make your way back to your seats. Again, it's about an hour. There were a couple hours that the trip was going to take, so you kind of muck about. You've gotten a pretty good sense of the carriage now. About halfway through your journey, the speaking stones crackle again. However, this time they're accompanied by a full illusion of a seemingly human man. He's got grayed hair. He has an eye patch covering a scarred mess of a socket.
It's pirate. Pirate?
He's wearing more like road leathers. He looks around as if he can see his surroundings, and he zeroes in on you, Vinny. He's like,
Vinny's doing a crossword. Hey, you got a 6-letter word for high-speed method of conveyance?
I had a whole.
Oh no, sorry. You do your thing first.
Yeah, I will. Long time no see, Vinny.
Is that a joke about the eye patch?
What? No. Hey. Rude.
Do I recognize this man? I'm sorry. We meet so many people. Lantre, do you know who this is?
course.
Oh, hold on 1 second. And Lontre takes out his arm and starts signing it. There you go.
It's an illusion. You just pass right through it. No.
Oh no! It's we met earlier, Brompton, right? You were the guy up front.
Who's Brompton?
The guy up the front of the train.
The engineer? No,
That's
I'm not.
not you. We
I'm
met
your
like an hour
nemesis. Remember the eye?
Oh my god, you have a nemesis? I'm a nemesis.
You want this one?
Hey, I'm right here.
I'm not up for grabs.
I'm right here.
Yeah, like Frankie's here. We got a whole there's a tense professional rivalry.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Frankie?
You know
Nemesis is
Frankie.
here.
Yeah, I know
We go
Frankie.
way back.
Sorry?
Look, look. I had a whole thing prepared, and now you're getting right under my
I'm
skin.
sorry. That was rude. That was rude. Do your thing. Well, hang on. Oh, spooky hologram man. What's he
No,
gonna
because
say?
now you're putting it on, all right? Now you're putting it on. You're all... Really? None of you? None of you.
Wait,
He took my eye. You're all just like...
Are we there?
Yes, you were there!
Oh, I know who it was. I know who it was.
Who?
Edward.
No!
You know what? I think I understand what you're feeling right now. I'm feeling a little blindsided as well.
Oh.
That was unnecessary.
That was good.
That was unnecessary. He did that to me. Vinny did that to me,
I
so...
feel like I would remember if I did that to someone.
And
We were on top of a cliff face. It was raining.
No,
there was a
guys.
lightning strike.
He was there. He was a mage. Did some
Not
magic.
a mage.
Vinny isn't one for drama. Drama. Look. I
He struck me in
stabbed...
the eye with the spell, and I fell from the cliff.
What spell?
Elwood.
One of them.
Oh,
Elwood?
Elgin?
No.
Elgin.
No.
Svetla?
No,
No.
Svetlar's cool.
No, I actually thought it was Elgin. So
I'm gonna. I had a whole thing, and he like
Mark.
pulls out a piece
It's
of note.
Mark.
Mark?
No, it's not Mark.
It's
It's not Mark.
Okay, no, please.
I was gonna. Now it feels. You know what? Yeah, because of that, because of your rudeness. All right, how about this? Pop quiz, hotshot. There's a bomb on this train. If the train goes under 50 miles per hour, the bomb blows up.
Yeah, we know. The bomb is the thing
Sorry,
driving the
what-
train.
And now,
Hour.
because of Vinny's rudeness, the driver and the crew have been murdered.
Is this an algebra test?
Did you kill Brompkin?
What do you do? And then he disappears.
He killed Brompkin?
Is this supposed to be in summary form?
Brompkin?
Is this multiple
Brompkin?
choice?
What was his name?
I feel like if he just led
You
with that before we cut him
Feel
off, that would
the
have been really
train
impressive.
start to slow.
No!
Oh, this is speed.
It's speed, for sure.
He literally did the speech from Speed.
I just straight up stole it. Like I didn't even. Like the pop quiz asshole bit, like nothing really.
I haven't seen it in like a decade. Excuse you.
What are you doing? Train's starting to slow.
Oh, so, what if I go outside and run real fast behind it? Just to get back up to speed.
I mean, you couldn't push the whole thing.
Could try.
You could try.
You could
and
roll.
It's currently moving faster than you can run.
I think we should get back up to the engine room
it
pretty
might-
quick.
Yeah, the engine room seems to be like a.
And I know he did that whole thing. There's a bomb on this train, but like, there's a bomb propelling this train.
We should delegate this. I feel like someone else could handle the speed of this.
Train's getting slower.
I'm just
Slow.
gonna walk up to the engine room.
You walking?
Should I dance up to the engine room?
Running might be an option.
Yes, I'll run up to the engine room. How's that sound? I'll do it on the outside of the train. That better?
Yes.
How do you get to the outside of the train?
I go outside the train.
Out a window.
How?
Out a window.
The window that opens, the one that Lontre came in at the start of the
The doors are open in the back. So you run out there, jump on the top of the train. You can see in the distance there's been a track. There's not rail tracks, but it's now they're out here. But there's a path, a road been specifically carved through here. It's leading up to a tunnel and probably like way in the distance. Like so far. It won't come up again. You sprint across the top of the train faster than your companions can move through the train itself, and swing in through the engineers. Well, you swing in through the lead, like the first class carriage, and then the door is locked.
I punch it.
What are the
Sounds
other
amazing.
passengers in first class doing? I imagine they're like shrieking right now.
They don't seem to be bothered.
Someone
Really?
what?
The passengers in your carriage are. The
They're
carriage
not in
at
first
the
class?
No.
You just had a person jump through a window
Oh, that, yeah. I mean, they're a little bothered by
and
that. They're
start
like,
punching a door.
You punch the door and they're like, uncouth. One of them, a monocle drops into one of their glasses of champagne.
I do declare.
I do declare.
You should think about it, in D&D universe in general, like with wizards and mages
Yeah.
and bards and everything and whatnot and monks, probably the tolerance for weird stuff would be
Is really high.
Yeah, like someone
Yeah.
jumping in and punching a door would be like, that just happens every time I catch a train because someone tries to break in. That's why they have a big door and they don't get in. So
So it just makes a really cool bell sound.
You dent it pretty good. You reckon, like, if you another few of these, smack, and the door bursts from its hinges, slams open, and you need to make a Constitution saving throw as a wave of gas comes like spilling out towards you.
Why gas?
because he.
I mean, what? It's the
Find out. Yeah, I mean that's a fair question, but I'm not gonna just answer it.
Who do you think I am?
9.
Yeah, you take.
How much are you gonna take?
9 points of poison damage.
That's fine.
And you are poisoned.
That's fine.
So you have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Oof. Oof.
You wade in through this like toxic green mist as you're kind of like brushing your like putting your hand up to your mouth to like cough and sputter. You see now the screams from the carriage beneath you as people start to like scramble away from the thing. You see the body of the two engineers. They kind of like you can see them kind of like weakly coughing on the ground.
Okay, good.
But like their eyes are like one of them like eyes are bloodshot completely, and they seem to be in a bad way. You kind of you could again, the train is getting slower and slower. You feel at this point you're hearing this like whirring sound. It's different to the sound of the arcane devices laden on the bottom of the train to keep it
I'll
afloat.
just start punching the thing.
What thing?
The Lux Crystal. Keep going.
You start to punch it and you start to pick up a little bit of speed, but you realize you can see as a bit more of the gas clears, the head engineer, who we all remember his name.
Blumpkin.
Brompton.
It's definitely not Blumpkin.
It was 100% Brompton.
Brompton.
Sorry.
Has slumped at the controls, and one of the levers is pushed all the way to the down position.
I
Well,
push
there's
it.
your problem.
Push it all the way to the middle position. Nice.
You run up, you push him over, and you do make an intelligence check to try and sort this out.
Oh, I'm intelligent. That's rude. 13. Look, I'm fast with my fists.
I love that we continue Des is canonically bad at driving things.
Also, that was an ability check, so I mean, that's disadvantage.
Oh yeah, disadvantage. Thanks, Lunchcheck.
Is that?
Yeah, what up? Boom.
3.
You guys,
How do you remember the rules now?
You guys told me I should pay attention and learn how to play. I'm trying.
At this point, the rest of your companions, if you chose to run to the engineering room, you can be there now.
I don't want to. What I want to do as they're running up the train is the sending stone devices. Can I make some kind of check, maybe an Arcana check, to work out if the receiver is on the train or if there is a secondary receiver?
Yes, you can make an Arcana roll.
Or you could just hack into it.
Desdemona, as you get up to this thing, you're like wheezy, your eyes are running.
That's why it didn't work, not because of
You grab the lever, you push it forward. It goes forward and then breaks off.
No.
And you see like a spark from the console. It is in the accelerate position, but that's not changing anytime soon. You realize now that was the problem, that it was deaccelerating. Now it's accelerating, but it doesn't have the power to keep it up. So while it lurched forward for a moment, now the carriage is starting to the train is starting to slow again.
So now if I start punching the crystal, it's fine.
Sure, but you're only one person. and you're a martial artist, but you don't have a lot of strength behind your punches. They're just they're trying to hit. They're just very angry punches. What are the rest of you doing?
17 on my Arcana.
You take one down from the wall. We pan back through the carriages. You take one down from the wall. You realize these are all connected. Yeah, they're hardwired into the carriages from carriage to carriage up to what you assume is the leading carriage. Now that you think about it, you remember that in the lead carriage there was a master speaking stone.
Interesting. So Mark had to be on the train at least at some point, maybe not anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's not Mark.
Especially Mark.
I'll pocket the sending stone, and I will start heading up to the engine room.
Yeah. So, Frankie and Lontre, what are you doing to keep this thing going?
I imagine I would have started to make my way towards the engine room as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't jump up on the roof or anything, so it's by carriage, like from carriage to carriage. And I'm going to ask everyone as I go through. I'm like, "There's no need to panic, but everyone just stay in your seats." I said,
I wasn't
no
panicking before, but now I am.
Very annoying person.
I bought a ticket.
Sorry?
How did
I will get my money's worth. What?
I throw water on her and make it and freeze it so her mouth is frozen.
You make your way into the first class carriage, and here there's a bit more pandemonium breaking out. The vapors have kind of drifted out of the room, and people are backed up. They're kind of sandwiched themselves, they're kind of bottlenecking at the door. And as you open it, people are just kind of spilling through and pushing past you to get back to the
I
carriage.
say, everyone, one at a time. You are supposed to be civilized people. Please make your way calmly to the back of the next carriage.
Make an intimidation check. Or a persuasion check.
Let's do intimidation.
Sure.
Or else I'll do it for you.
There you go.
That is a 14.
Yeah, that'll do it. These people aren't
Oh, that's a
particularly...
19. That's a 20.
Oh, yeah. These people are definitely not particularly strong-spined, and they after being ordered directly to behave, they form a line and get out much quicker, letting you to get in. The front carriage is empty now. You can see that spilling of gases kind of billowing out from the engine room, and you hear Dez's yelling from inside. Lontre, are you there as well?
So are we going to get hit by that gas?
If you charge in there, yeah. What do you want to do?
I think Lantre's going to run up and be use his cantrip, which is produce flame, to see if it does anything to this gas.
You're going to blow me up?
Just test in the waters, just on the edge. Because it would either blow up or the gas would just go away.
Not really.
I mean, I feel like it's 50-50.
Is that how it works?
Sure. Light up your hand.
Yep.
You walk up to the gas, and then you see it go, and spear starts spreading out, flame burning like it does on an oil fire. It's not the gas. It doesn't look like the gas is lighting up, but the edges of it, they're surrounding it. As it does hit the engineering room, fire just spreads through that room, blowing out the windows at the front. And Des, make a dexterity saving throw for me.
No regrets.
Hey, you got rid of the gas.
Dexterity. Oh, that's 21.
21. Okay, since you have evasion, you don't take anything for a...
Correct.
How does Des avoid this explosion?
She's just so angry at Lontre.
Oh my god, I'm so mad. It just radiates off me, and the flames just go around me. And that's what
Yeah.
Andre sees through the
You
doorway.
intimidate the flames. Like the flames are just like, oh.
During this, Des makes prolonged eye contact.
Yeah, as the fire burns away, the last 2 embers you realize are actually just Dez's eyes staring at you.
Yeah, Londre just quickly wipes his flame out of hand. He's like, I don't know.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Two poor people on the floor.
Ooh.
Oh. They'd be fine. This gas is like, you know, this is a beautiful fantasy realm.
Are they dead?
No.
You wanna do a medicine check?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
3, because Brompton was in there as well, wasn't he?
No.
Brompton's definitely dead.
No, he's not.
Brompton's dead.
I didn't think about repercussions.
Oh, did you not?
Medicine check of any kind. That's a 4 and a 5.
Yeah, they're still alive. They're fine.
Yeah.
They might be alive. You just don't know.
Okay, don't worry. I'll give them some good berries. It's gonna be fine.
You rush in there. You see the bodies in front of you. What do you do, Lantre?
I summon some good berries and I put them in their mouths. I'm like,
Is Bronson definitely dead?
no.
No. Well, maybe.
No. You gave him a name and now I'm
You force a berry in each person's mouth, and you see them like you do it once, twice to the two engineers that were like beating the Lux Crystal. You run over to Brompton as he's like slumped in the corner next to the console. Put a berry in his mouth. You sit there waiting. Usually this works faster, and then you hear one of the engineers cough.
Yeah, it's crazy how Des just lit this whole place up.
Lantre?
Make a deception check, Lantre.
Oh, what?
Yeah, make a
Okay,
deception
hold
check
on,
while
hold
Des
on.
punches you.
Is that a disadvantage?
No.
Oh, Jesus, I'm good at deception.
Yeah.
Never use that skill, ever. So that is a 25.
They all look at Des like...
I would never. Lantre, you tell them right now what happened.
It's fine. Des.
Lantre, you tell them right
Brompton
now.
gets up. It's fine, Des.
Lantre,
Mistakes happen.
Okay.
I did not make a mistake. Lantre,
I'm not sure if I'm scared of Des. Or
Lantre?
like, if I'm just gonna do-
There's bigger things to be concerned about right
It's
now.
true, Des.
all right, but you're gonna pay for this later.
The train is starting
No,
to get
we
on
will.
low power.
Lantre Des takes Lantre's head and then smashes it into the crystal and uses that to power the train.
You tell them the truth.
The chain is just jumping each time.
The engineer start going wild for Lantre's like self-sacrifice and powering the train with his forehead.
Yeah.
You're a hero, Lantre.
I don't want to brag.
The half orcish woman like coughs is like, it's gotta be regular. You gotta more force than that. You're gonna kill him if you gotta hit it with the
hammer.
hammers. And you see them like labored breathing.
Yeah. Lantre, could you heal them a bit more? It's the least you could do.
I could, but my head is so sore from being held.
Would you like me to punch you somewhere else then?
The other option is that you could get people from other places in the train.
Yeah, I'll do that. I stick my head out. Does any of the fancy people look like they could wield a hammer? Doubt it. Okay, next.
You charge through what little people remain, like guarding their things from what you assume that they think are going to be bandits to steal their goods.
Sure.
You charge through the second carriage. You size up the 2 biggest people. What do they look like?
One's just straight up a bugbear.
Like
you.
He's shaved his head to look like he just has a mustache.
Oh, bless. Oh,
He's
no,
just
they're
like
connected chops.
Yeah.
They're connected chops.
He's like, why me? I don't know why I would be of any service. I'm just your normal average guy.
You sure aren't, and that's why I need you to help me keep this train going.
Oh, right, okay.
Yes, thank you.
Gets up, lopes into the engine room. Who's the other guy?
The other guy is
a very, very small but built
circus
halfling woman.
Yes. You know those? Okay, but she's dressed in like the the circus performers that have like.
She has a mankini on.
Yeah. And she's like,
Whoa.
those people that are like.
It's covering other areas.
Covers everything.
She's wearing one of those like strongman leotards.
Yeah, that's what.
Right.
So like
It's like a deep. There's like a deep.
And when she
kind of sort of thing.
she's totally into it. She's just like, yeah, I'll use my strength for whatever at whatever time. It's
Yeah,
whatever.
she's like, you need someone strong. She like spits and smashes through out the window.
I like you.
She marches over.
No. She goes, hut, hut, hut. Oh.
She actually just starts to flip towards the engine room.
Can we keep them?
They're gonna make it. They're like gonna make it really difficult to give regular strikes,
regular.
given one is giant with long limbs, the other is tiny. They're doing their best.
It'll be fine.
As you all reconvene, Vinny, what are you doing actually?
I was headed up to the engine. So
Engine
I'm
room.
guessing
So you all convene there. So things you know from a cursory glance. The console at this point is pretty well fried.
I did not punch it.
Not punch it, correct. Pretty well fried. The luck stone, that explosion going through him has damaged it. So you see there's like a crack through it. Vinny, you would know, and Frankie as well, that luck stone, once compromised,
volatile?
It becomes volatile.
Every time they hit it with the hammers, it's just like another.
And once it goes, it will
So-
explode this probably whole train, you think?
That means we need to figure out a way to manually keep this train going. We need to throw the Lux out, and we need to get the rest of the people off of this train.
Probably not in that order.
There's also the case of, well, at least as far as you know from what the announcement said, there is a bomb on this train.
Right, so get the people off and then just let the train blow up. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
You blew up the engine room. The electricity was broke because of you.
Is there? Do we know if there's another station coming up? Like, is there a map of the route?
You do know that this route goes straight from from Anktor to the capital. It was supposed to stop gently at the Capitol building. The outside of the Capitol walls. You were about an hour. You're a decent number of hours into the trip, so this is probably coming up on next 20, 30 minutes maybe.
Okay, and there are
You'll
no
be there.
other stops in between.
No, this was a straight shot.
Straight shot. Okay. Okay, so if we do we know if we remove the luck stone, if we will lose momentum immediately?
It'll be like you won't lose momentum immediately. So two things will happen if you make you can make a investigation check, or you can make an Arcana check. Arcana will tell you more. Investigation will tell you some things.
Would you like me to make this check, since those are two things I'm good at?
Could I make an intelligence check instead, just to straight up?
Straight up intelligence check.
Yep.
Sure.
Oh no, it's the same thing.
Yeah, I would
realized
assume
that. Let's see. That is a 13.
13. If you take this out, you're not sure what'll happen.
This might be another check as well. So, like, obviously the Lux is powering this. You said it gives off heat when it's hit with kinetic force.
Yeah.
So, can I get a sense of how the engine works? Is it just heat propelling this?
Make an Arcana check.
12.
Bard, do you want to do anything?
I would also like to just understand how the machine
Sure, make an
works,
Arcana
how
check.
The machine does the things that
You
it
can also
does.
give Bardic Inspiration, but that's ship has sailed, I guess.
shit, but,
I'll say you could give it to either Vinny or Frankie.
Which
on
one
their
do you
rolls.
want to get ahead?
It's a hard decision. Hold on. I'm giving it to Luke.
Wow, making
Hey,
things
odds are
alive.
evens.
Wow.
It's just odds
Table.
are evens. It's the rule of odds are evens. You gotta blame the dice god.
No, I still blame
I'm
Joel.
sorry. No, I just was
It's
the
2020.
harbinger of.
Tried to
of
take
dice.
yourself out of it. Didn't work.
Is
Didn't
it a
work.
D10?
It does.
Yeah.
D10?
Flip a coin. Yeah.
What did I say before?
13?
Add 3 to it. 16.
16. Okay, you pass 15. You know that, so the Lux crystal is power, like with heat energy, is powering some kind of like arcane battery that is both propelling the train forward as well as keeping the levitation like sigils powered.
Okay,
If this came out, you would both lose forward momentum, start to lose forward momentum, but
and
like
the
lift.
So what I was trying to work out is like, is it just heat, or is there something specific about the Lux crystal?
Lux crystal is giving off heat and whatever mechanical and arcane devices around it, like turning that heat into magical energy.
Oh, okay. So you couldn't just blast it.
Blast it with a fireball and see what happens. Yeah,
you could.
Well, I mean, I could. But, like, this cabin has been set on fire once, so by Dez.
Yeah, I know. Couldn't
As
get
far
any
as anyone
worse
knows.
than that. She pretty much killed the 3 people in the room. You know.
Okay,
Good thing I was here with good berries.
Hey, thank you for saving my life, by
It's
the way,
fine.
Landry.
Tell them the fucking truth right now.
Yes, we don't have time to argue.
Could we animate objects, meaning the train, to make it continue to propel we get rid of the
It'd
Lux?
be too big.
Would it
is
be?
a problem.
What are the limitations of animate objects?
Come on, Joel, you should know this.
One huge creature, one huge sized object you can. So you could, a number of carriages you could. It's probably
Well,
2
technically,
carriages.
it's the front that is giving all of the energy, and everything else is just connected and propelling.
Yeah.
So if we just focus
So
on the
it's
first carriage,
so it's giving energy. Just the front carriage is providing the pull,
Mhm.
and then it is running levitation glyphs on the underside of all the carriages.
Do we know where this bomb is on this train?
That is also a pressing concern.
Could I?
We just get them off that.
Could I make an intelligence check to know the best place to put a bomb on this train?
Yeah, make an intelligence check as to where you would put a bomb on the train.
That's an 18 on the die. Just straight intelligence?
Or
investigation? Okay.
Investigation, yeah.
Investigation takes it to 26.
26. Best place to put it would be somewhere that no one can reach it.
So, underneath the train, likely.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a job for us.
It's a job for Spider Climb.
Yeah.
One.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what I would like to do is Cloak of the Bat.
No.
Whip around, turn into my horrifying regular human head on bat body creature.
As you will want to do.
And quickly just check the underside of the train.
You fly down. Make a perception check for me.
I don't have bat perception handy. I can echolocate though, if that helps.
It does.
Well, that's garbage.
Is that advantage with echolocation?
No.
No, it just gives me blindside.
Yeah.
It's the idea of Vinny like underneath the train going.
That's just a 10.
I'm just
10.
going, Vinny. That's how he does sonar as a bat.
You see a number of things underneath this thing. First of all, you see that all the carriages, the outside of them, are lined with these runic blocks of basalt that provide lift for the train carriages.
Mm-hmm.
You're not sure where, seeing. There's enough stuff down here that one of these things could be it. There is some things that you assume might be the bomb, but you're just not sure.
But nothing looks mechanical, right? It all looks arcane.
Yes.
So I can assume if there is a bomb, it's some kind of magical bomb.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
What's Frankie doing? What's the plan?
I look at Lantre and I say, get everyone to the first 4 carriages. We will focus all of our efforts on the first 4 carriages, and then let the others go, while I go check underneath the carriage, in a way that is much more careful and in a much better way than Vinny would.
Really hope the train doesn't fall on you.
I spider climb out the window.
All right, you spider climb out the window. Lantre, you walk out the back. You are getting to the carriages. You are accosted by an older man who's just like, "I demand to know what is happening here. I paid for my ticket. I deserve to be told what is going on. I paid first class, mind you."
All right,
young man,
everyone.
what's happening? And you see the faces behind them, and not necessarily fully in agreement, but they're definitely scared and they're definitely worried.
Okay. Lantre looks at everyone and he says, "All right, everyone, calm down." And then he pulls out his gun and he aims it at the roof. And he's like, "Everyone move to the front 4 carriages." And he just pulls the trigger.
You mean the back 4 carriages?
Back 4 carriages?
The
Front
front
four.
four.
Front 4?
Yeah.
Like, we'll answer all
I
your
don't know. Roll
questions.
the dice.
Boom.
Work out if it's front or back.
Yeah. I mean, we also have
I
access.
thought it was front.
We also have
You thought it
access
was
to
back.
the intercom system.
Yep. But you walked in there. You shot the gun.
Why are you always trying to intimidate?
I still don't know what this gun is. I still don't know if this is a gun or not. It looks like a gun.
So at first when you pick it out, they're all like, "You've got some kind of what?" And then you fire it. So you've got this like very basic flint. You actually use this luckstone as well in this thing. You fire it. You cause it like an almighty crash, and a hole appears in the roof, and everyone's just like freaking out. And they're like, you just cause more chaos than anything else.
Come
People
on,
like,
everyone.
You
Don't
see
have a lot of time.
some people make an intimidation check for me with advantage because
I really think that you're a pirate now.
Good. Good thing I
Like
got
a trained
advantage
pirate.
on that. Good thing I got advantage on that. It's 18 all up.
you see most people have charged out into the carriage, the first class carriage, and then the motor carriage. As you make your way into the last two carriages, which are the kind of economy, and the one behind that is the luggage carriage, you see a number of people standing by the entrance of the luggage carriage, being like, "No, sir. No, sir. We won't be leaving our stuff. What's going to happen to it?"
Blow up.
Yeah, but probably.
Are you there as well, Des? You can be.
Oh yeah, okay, I'll be there.
Is that what you say?
Blows up? Blows up? Look, I don't know who you think you are.
Desdemona.
Well, I'm Geraldine.
Nice to meet you, Geraldine.
Thank you. And what I say is that I don't want my stuff blowing up.
I don't either. That's why we want everyone to help us.
All right. Well, I'm helping us right now, making sure our stuff don't be blown up by you thugs.
I'm not blowing up anything.
Okay. So, if no one's blowing up anything, then it'll be fine if I stay here.
Do you want to blow up?
No, why is there talk of blowing up?
Because someone threatened the train.
Right? But they didn't threaten my stuff.
No, they threatened the entire train, which includes your stuff, Geraldine.
Make a persuasion check.
You serious? Geraldine's that much of a dipshit?
People in frightening circumstances are not the most rational of people.
Great, good. Good, great. 15.
15. You see, like, one of the people behind him, like, just drops their shoulders and just runs to the front of the train.
Yeah, see?
Nope, fine. But the rest of us are staying right here.
All your stuff's gonna blow up with you. Not because I want it to happen, but because we're trying to keep it from happening, and you're not helping us. So you can stay here and blow up if you want.
If the whole train's gonna blow up, then...
You're almost there. So close.
Then why does me being anywhere in the train matter?
We might be able to release one or two cars. Do you see where I'm going with this? And then those cars will blow up and not us.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
All right, let me just grab some things.
Oh,
and
no.
He opens the garage door in the back. Frankie, what are you doing?
Okay, so I imagine that as I'm climbing out, I see Bad Vinny fly by, and I say, "They're taking care of the other carriages. Make sure they're doing their jobs and take care of the Lux. Bye." And I keep climbing.
I'm not gonna do that.
Do you have any? Have you got any rope? Have you got any chain? Are you just spider climbing?
I imagine I imagine that my first thing is to crawl. When I crawl under the carriage, I'm going to make sure that I am being supported by like the bars underneath, to make sure that if I do fall for whatever reason, I can grab onto something around me.
Okay.
But I would not have tied any rope around me.
You climb over the front side of the carriage and down. As you're climbing down, you notice these like runic blocks around the outside of each carriage. As you go to climb across them, you feel that levitation magic that's pushing the train up and keeping it away from the ground. It catches you. You need to make a strength saving throw.
Ooh. How about Dex?
Nope.
Okay.
That 20,
no.
that 20.
Oh, it's a 9.
As you're reaching across, it like because it's wavering as the power of the thing, power of the train kind of wavers itself. It seems to be fine as you're climbing across, and then it catches you in the midsection, and you get thrown against the ground, and you start to like pinball between the train and the ground. Make a dexterity saving throw to catch onto something. You are going to take some damage in the meantime.
10. I rolled a 2.
Past the first carriage to the second carriage now. You like thumping. So for the first carriage, you take. That's going to be.
Why are you looking at me?
I'm just in shock.
13 points of bludgeoning damage.
That's nothing.
Second carriage now. You feel after that you're pinballing. You hear something crack in your arm, and you're tumbling. You try and grab on somewhere beneath the second carriage, you think. Make another dexterity saving throw.
May I cast a spell?
No.
Well, that is a 26.
26. Grab on with one arm. You want the other arm hanging loosely by your side. You reach up your like kind of goblin like clawed foot and grab onto the other like mechanical bits and pieces around you. Breathing deeply. You manage to stick your hand to the bottom as well.
Vinny swoops. You find the bomb yet, Frankie? How you doing down there?
Doing just fine.
You look great. Hang on tight. Swoops away.
Do I see anything?
On this carriage, in fact, you actually no. So on this carriage, you don't. As you like climb, like maneuver yourself around, look back behind you down the length of the train to the other carriages. Don't seem to see much. But as you look back towards the engineering carriage, something glints. Whereas the rest of the train doesn't. There is like steel, but a lot of it is like caked in dust or dirty or like not polished to a high degree. Something glinting is on the underside of the engineering carriage.
Okay.
You climb back past. You kind of skip over the make an acrobatics check actually to get from the underside of the first class carriage to the underside of the engineering carriage.
That is an 18.
18. One-armed, you spring. The spider climber spell is doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. You only need to like get contact, and then you're okay to pull yourself for the rest of the way. And as you get closer, you see this. It's a strange. It looks completely unlike all the rest of the mechanical bits and pieces that are going on around you. Doesn't look like the runic squares. This looks like almost like a sun. It's like this central glass sphere with a burning orb inside it. Out of that glass sphere, that looks like cables, like interconnected chains attaching itself to all the rest of the outside, the inside ring of the basalt runic blocks that are like compelling the
We're gonna have to
levitation
disarm a
magic.
bomb. So I'm going to stabilize myself. I know that my broken arm's kind of making me less flexible to move around. So I'm going to take my immovable rod and I'm going to kind of wedge it between bars on the train and put myself on top of it.
Are you activating it?
No. Oh, no, don't.
I thought immovable rods can move with...
It's not relative.
Yeah, it's not relative.
No.
Okay, never mind.
Oh my god!
I would say Frankie would definitely know that.
So it's not relative motion or movement?
It's not relative
it's
movement.
Okay.
I mean, it's relative to the Earth, like.
Oh, okay.
But it's if you were on a moving platform or any kind of moving thing, it doesn't.
Is it relative to the Earth? Like if you switched one on and due to the Earth's rotation,
it would fall through the crust of the planet.
Yeah, so you'd see it. You're like, you can switch on and go to bed and wake up. It'd just be breaking through stuff.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Okay, so I'm just gonna yell up then. I think I found it. Does anyone here? Could anyone here walk me through how to disarm a bomb?
Frankie, did
Is
you
it
find
just
the bomb?
Vinny there, or the others? Yeah, because the others in the luggage
you
car.
there.
Yeah, they're in the back.
After you've ordered the people from the luggage, they're taking their time, but they're slowly getting out. You're all back in the engineering room, and you can talk her through this process.
Well, see, truth be told, Frankie, I'm usually more on the production side of explosives.
So you should know how to put one together, which means that you should know how to dismantle one.
Yeah, that is a logic that would apply to this situation, maybe.
Okay, so this is what it looks like, and I described that it looks like, a little orb, basically like a little sun, and that it has connecting wires to all of the different rooms.
Can I hang down underneath the engineering carriage? Is there like a trapdoor in here?
No. To get under here, you'd have to pass, past one of the, you'd have to get through the same thing that she did, which was get past the levitation magic.
Right.
Which
I imagine my arm is so broken that it's also just kind of hanging down.
Yeah. Occasionally we'll hit something as it goes past, and you're like,
look, Lantre is
well, no, we're dealing with two major parts. There's the payload, which is the thing that's going to go boom, and then there's the trigger, which sets it off, right?
So, please, A, keep the train moving, but get rid of the Lux. And B, keep it moving by taking off some of the load, which means letting go of two of the carriages.
Okay, there is no way to keep the train moving and getting rid of the Lux.
Okay.
No way. It requires heat energy.
Which is technically the kind of magic that you have.
Technically, yes, but fire and heat are different.
Not in this circumstance. If you you have uncontrollable fire, in terms of you have huge explosions. It might be a good time to move into a skill challenge.
Okay.
Where again, so this is less of a usually do these to cover chases, but in this circumstance, you were trying to disarm this bomb. First of all, yeah, like you said, there's the payload, and then there's the trigger. The other part to notice is the Lux engine and what you know to be powering this train and the magic providing lift.
Okay.
How a skill challenge works is if you do a skill you think fits, describe what your action is, what you think makes sense for you to be doing, and make that roll. After you make a certain ability check, you cannot make that roll again. So 3 successes and you will have successfully disarmed this bomb. 3 failures, and we'll see. What do you wish to do? You can provide bardic inspiration. You can also cutting words to lower someone's
self-esteem.
Ability check.
Cutting words, the bomb.
Just one of your friends, make their life harder if you want.
Oh, okay. All right. I would like to give bardic inspiration to Frankie, and then I don't know if this
how does that?
I'm like, Frankie, you really got this.
So you're not rolling a dice, you're just picking her?
You what?
You're not rolling a dice, you're just picking her now, playing favorites, Joel.
You should have seen the way she looked at me when I gave you the I got evil in this out. Frankie, if anyone in our group can disarm a bomb, I know that sounds crazy, when would that come up? But it would be you.
So hear that, Vinny?
But also probably Vinny, right? Des?
You have 1d10 bardic inspiration.
Thank you. I say, thanks, buddy. I could really use it right now. I'm having a bit of a moment. So is my arm. Ow! And I hit another rock.
The rockets flinged back and forth.
You couldn't do worse than,
it's so broken.
Setting this whole engineering area on fire like Des did. So, what's the worst that could happen? Am I right?
Punch you.
Yes.
Does anyone have any checks they want to do first up?
Yes.
I'll say there's definitely things to learn about the bomb that you still don't know about. Arcana checks, investigation checks could do that.
So Mark, mentioned that the train would blow up if it dropped below a certain speed.
Yes.
So I'm guessing the bomb is somehow connected to the engine.
Yes.
can I futz around with the engine control panel to see if it's connected to anything underneath the engine car that looks aftermarket?
Yes. Make an investigation check.
I will also say we do have the resources of the engineers at our disposal.
Yeah, so you can use that for advantage.
Oh.
Just one.
But you get advantage.
Why do I get advantage?
I was literally
okay.
saying. You are very lucky.
No, not you. You're in the sin bin. Well, that's a little better. That takes me to a 15.
15. From what you can tell, there doesn't seem to be any kind of connection between the console and the bomb. If it had been, your basic assumption is if it had been, the console is dead. Like, all these things are so messed up that if there was, it probably would have gone off by now. You assume that it's connected more to the engine rather than the console. So whatever
Right, okay.
it like. And from what Frankie has explained about the bomb, there's these like silver chains running from that glass orb out to the inside ring of the basalt runic blocks that are keeping this thing levitating. So you assume that if these levitation blocks stop and the front carriage, which is also providing the pull as well as the lift.
Right, okay.
If that stops, if those things die, then that's what'll trigger the bomb. And
okay.
And it is those connections, those silver wires, chains. You can see tiny engraved like glyphs and stuff on them. That is what is feeding that information magically to the payload.
I yell, is there some kind of sequence we can find that allows us to understand which ones we need to cut? Is there someone on this train that might know this information?
Is there a doctor on board?
This is you. Make an Arcana check.
Is it me?
I mean,
what about the engineer?
They can't see what you're seeing.
Okay.
my
You
God.
could explain it to them. Bronkton could. I say Bronkton can give you advantage on this check if you're explaining it to him. He's relaying what might be happening.
Okay. Ooh, so that's a 16 and a 4. So 16.
16.
Yeah.
Also, yeah. You find out that there is 6 of these things. He describes that from what he knows, from the way that this would work, is that should any one of them go like the way that this would fail, like the way that the train would fail when it slows down, is that it would start to go off one by one, right? So they are timed to explode the payload if one of them goes dead. So if all of them went dead, that is the dead man switch, he thinks. Like, not the dead man switch, but the way to disarm it. You have to get all 6 out at the same time.
Okay.
How are these basalt blocks affixed to the carriage?
They are on they're like kind of welded to the they're on they're like screwed into a metal plate that is then welded onto the bottom.
Okay.
What were you hoping for?
I don't know. Getting information, Zachary.
They're on like they're all on a platform that like slides into the bottom of the train.
Okay. So theoretically, we could just slide the train off the basalt blocks somehow.
And crash and die.
Well,
remember the lead carriage is the one that's
is the
pulling
one that's lifting everything. No, I'm aware.
But you could slide it out somewhat so that you could get another person inside.
Also said that Lontre could animate objects on a carriage as well.
Yes.
I can also use Wall of Force.
No,
Turns out you can turn
can't.
into a ramp.
Why would you do that?
Look, good to know, though.
Good
to
I
know.
mean, you can just to see how it goes. You can.
The most chaotic person.
I'm trying to.
What is the final check that you want to make to this?
Object?
To kind of figure out how you're kind of trying to figure out how to defuse this bomb.
I mean, my other question is, could we cast a spell around this thing that removes it all in one go. Like, imagine the way that I'm envisioning this is like we place an orb around it that will just completely contain it. Do we have any of that kind of magic?
Launcher can do that?
That's what I was trying to say.
All right.
So
No, you said red.
You did say red.
This back.
I can make Wall of Force into a sphere at a point of my choosing, and with a radius of up to 10 feet. This is up to 10 feet?
Yeah, so you can be small.
I can just make a small, I can just be like, doo, and it goes, doop.
All right, so the final check for this skill challenge is not like, once you get down there, it's fine, but you have to get down there.
Could he just see it? So, like, if I were to point to him exactly where it is?
You can't really see, you can't really get eye on it. The like exact nature of the spell is that he has to like make it appear to cut all chains and sever them all at once.
Mm-hmm.
He'd have to be down there to see it.
Okay.
Strength
How
related.
you get it?
Is there any other way than strength related?
Acrobatics.
Oh no, wait, that would be another check. I was gonna say,
Yeah, put a rope on around your waist and then jump out.
Could you turn into anything?
I guess.
Could you turn into anything that would allow you to?
Not do that and cast.
Yeah, that's true. 'Cause that's another check. Okay.
You're gonna tie a rope around me and I just dive under the train and see what
Dude,
happens.
why don't you just
tell them the truth?
That's what I know. I wonder. Are those acrobatics? Acrobatics. Some type of
It's an
acrobatic.
athletics check.
That's the problem.
The problem is that like you can climb down there easily. It's the levitation magic that is pushing you away. You can also try something risky though. You can ask them to slow down the train enough that the levitation magic will like lean off so that it'll be an easier check. However, you're cutting it very close to the wire.
Oh, here's a question.
Yeah.
If he's climbing down, not on the engine carriage, one of the, like the second carriage, the first class carriage, can I dispel magic on one of the blocks so he can get underneath it? Just one of
You
them.
dispel magic on one of the blocks.
Not one of the ones the bomb is connected to, on one of the next carriages.
Right. Okay. So you want to dispel magic on one of them.
So he can like get down under.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Sure.
Let's do it. What I gotta roll?
You cast the spell.
So essentially, like just letting him do this acrobatically as opposed to forcing his way through.
Sure, absolutely. You in bat form, you go land on top of the carriage. Frankie describes which one it is that you have to go. You hit the basalt block with the dispel magic, and you see the glyphs flare and then die out, and then the trains start to list to that side just slightly.
Go quick, Lontre.
All right. Wish me luck, everyone.
Acrobatics check.
Oh no. It's a
Can I
2.
give him? Can I help him? Can I help him, Zach?
Look.
Oh, no, I think we've got a precedent for what happens if someone falls down under the train.
It's a 2, but that means it's a 14 because I got plus 12.
Did I give him my bardic inspiration that I was given?
Mm-mm.
Oh.
Could I have helped him though?
Could you have helped him? I will say, okay, you can help him, but not immediately. Immediately, what happens is that you, as you're like climbing under, your leg gets caught by a like passing rock, and you start to tumble and get thrown down the length of the train. Des, you hear him going, and you sprint to the far end. If he doesn't make his dexterity saving throws, make your first dexterity saving throws, he's going to come out the end. He's going to need someone to grab him.
I tie a rope around my waist and I tie
27.
it to the end of the train.
27.
Look who's all cocky now.
Unlike Frankie, who is small size, you're medium size, which means it's much more difficult for you. You are gonna take, oh my god, 22 points of bludgeoning damage as you tumble down the length of the train. You're trying to grab a handhold, but you can't because like it's so much harder because you don't have spider climb. You don't have the small stature that Frankie does. As you get right to the end, you see a hand grab you, reaching out from the end of the last carriage, grab your hand as you slide out behind. It's Dez's hand holding you as she's hanging from the back. She lifts you up and throws you back under enough force, upward force, to let you grab back onto the bottom of the train.
Tell him the truth.
Can't hear you. Hold on, Des. It's time for me to save everyone on the train.
I should let you go.
I saved everyone one time, and now I'm gonna save them again.
Yeah, you start climbing the length of the train upside down now. It's hard.
Been there.
Yeah. You roll a d4 for me to see which limb breaks.
Oh, great. It's a 3.
Your right leg. Around the calf.
It's not my favorite.
Oh.
And you're mostly using your arms to climb, and it's like it's slow going. But you make your way back up the length of the train. You're breathing, you're sweating. You sit there, breathing, and now it's the point where you're about to cast a spell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tie us together with a piece of rope that I have on me to the train as well, so that we have another point of support.
Okay. Is someone going to grab the payload when it drops? Because when you cast a spell, it's going to... Actually, you wouldn't know this. If you're about to cast a spell, you about to cast a spell?
I am.
Breathe in. You look at all the chains that you need to sever with a spell, and you cast Wall of Force in a circuit, like a sphere, to encompass this.
Mm-hmm.
You see the silver chains go dead. Those glyphs on them like flare for a moment before they go dead. The chains kind of like are starting to rattle and spark next to you, and the sphere starts to drop. Does anyone grab it? Does anyone do anything?
How big is the sphere?
It's a bit smaller than a basketball.
I mean, do we know if it would explode if we held it?
It definitely is not going to explode, but well, you're not sure.
I mean, like, it's in a little, it's in a wall of force for 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
As long as I can keep up concentration.
Yeah.
But that's a gamble. It's Lantry.
Sure.
Yeah, but I feel like if we try to catch it, it's probably worse.
Okay. What is on the other side of the train? Like, is the train in an open field right now?
It's heading through. It's a small indentation. It's mostly open fields.
Okay.
There's some forestry, but you're heading through like green lands.
Okay. If we take this orb and just throw it out the side so that it's away from the train and just long gone.
You need to catch it first. Make a.
Can I just like hit it out midair?
Make a
mage hand it.
Well,
it would be an athletics check.
It wouldn't get
try
through
and
the levitation.
That's
it would
true.
Bounce between them.
Yeah,
I'm
gonna mage hand it. Or is it too heavy?
Make a spellcasting ability check. As this thing drops, you're trying to slap it out of the train.
I grab onto Frankie because Frankie's got one broken arm. And hold onto the train. So Frankie can use the one hand to...
That was 8, but I still have Bardic Inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God. 13.
You slap it, and it gets caught by the levitation and start to ping pong between down the length of the train. You hear that dunk, 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 dunk. Don't hear an explosion.
What? Okay. I mean, that's good.
Yeah.
But
you disarmed the
But
device.
I mean, is it indefinitely bouncing, or
No,
did it go out the end?
It like you would have gone out the back of the train.
Okay, good.
You look down, you don't see it anymore.
I breathe. I go to high five you, but that would mean I would let go. So I just say, "Nice work," and then I grin at you, and my teeth are chipped.
Your teeth are chipped, and you like got this
And
one
bloody.
broken arm. You got a broken arm, like a broken leg.
And you
like,
smile at me, and you all these
Yeah.
cuts on your face.
You take a breath.
We both like have a moment where we're looking at each other,
Like,
deep in each other's eyes, but we're all just so
like eyes bloodshot and just cuts everywhere.
As you make your way out, you like the train is again listing to the left. You make your way out, get up on top, back
Is
into
Mark
the thing.
there? Mark's there.
Mark's not there, but the capital is heading towards you now. Well, you're heading towards the capital. What you were supposed to be doing was there was like a station set up, but because of the list of the train, you're now heading directly for the front doors of the outer wall of the city. What are you doing?
Taking the Lux Crystal out of the engine.
You know that what will happen if you do that is that the levitation will cancel before the momentum necessarily does.
No,
a hard cut will...
More blocks on that side of the train. Knock them off now.
More blocks?
More blocks. Knock them off.
Yay! I get to go punch stuff off the bottom of a train.
Yeah. You are getting within probably now, like you are speeding towards the doors. You're going to hit that before you're able to climb down. Because Des, you come back from the back. Okay, you all gather back in the engineering room. The doors are coming towards you. Des, you're like, what happened to the bomb?
Yeah, what did happen to the bomb?
It's long gone.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Did it explode somewhere else?
Do you know?
Did you?
We've been trade this whole time.
Do we need to have this conversation right now?
Yeah. You didn't see it come out the back.
Guys, it's still on the train somewhere.
I mean, I haven't dropped my concentration, obviously.
Doors are getting closer.
With the
No.
Okay, you turn the train. I'm going up the back, and I will fly up to the back of the train.
Can I turn the train actually? Because it doesn't have a track necessarily.
If you break the levitation blocks that are attached to the bottom of the train, you can start to
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So like, can I? That's what we were saying.
So
I'm gonna go over the intercom and say, everyone, buckle up.
What do you want to turn it to? Because you don't believe that you can turn it directly like out, like the city walls are ahead of you.
Yep.
You don't think you can make a right angle turn, but you're not angling directly towards the doors if you want to smash through.
You said all the pull is coming from the engine, right?
Yeah.
So if we can turn the engine, the train will follow it. That's how trains work.
If you can turn the engine, yes, but it's hard to turn it's not going to turn on a dime, is what I'm saying.
Right.
You can't make a right angle turn with it to avoid the walls of the city.
But can I get it turning enough to where it will side scrape into the walls of the city and not take out everything into the city?
Yes, you can.
Okay. That's what I'll try to do.
All right. I'm going to need you to make firstly an acrobatics check to climb down carefully.
Oh, it's okay. It's 20.
20 points. 20
points.
20 points. 20 points. This is how Dungeons & Dragons works.
3 points.
You get 20. You climb down. You where do you want to be? Do you want to be situated on the side of the carriage?
Yeah.
All right. High down there. You've got a pretty good. You've like hooked your feet into like the kind of the rungs that lead to the top of the carriage, and you bend down like your core, like you just see you like from a horizontal position, just like bend slowly down to where you're in striking range of that.
Strings.
Yeah, striking range of the basalt blocks, and you start like kind of like just slowly and methodically just like hitting them, hitting them until one breaks, and then another. Make it an attack roll for me to see how effective you are in destroying these things.
Several kung fu's. So you want me to do attack rolls?
Yeah.
Multiple?
Mm-hmm.
Key?
Mm-hmm.
Key attack rolls?
Mm-hmm.
Can I borrow a d20?
Wow.
Yeah, that's right.
You can. Just not Zach.
Holy shit.
God damn it. Well, I mean, that's still an 18. That's a 20. That's a 10. That's a 16. So 18, 20, 16.
Okay. You managed to just like you're destroying them one by one, and then you like have to remaneuver to get down further, break them. You realize that you're gonna make this turn, but there's gonna be a little bit of friction.
Right.
So it's like if you stay on, you'll be most likely knocked off.
Right.
So you cling to the thing, cling to the outside of the carriage as this thing starts to list as the levitation blocks start to like smash out from beneath it. Your train gradually turns like painfully slowly as the walls of the city get larger and larger and larger.
Can I run along the ground with it now to try and like, I'm not strong, I get that, but like
Oh, like
Try to-
between the
Yeah.
train and the wall?
Oh, Flintstone style, just like dig your heels in.
Yeah, you can. As you're like pushing it, you jump onto, you climb around to the other side of the train. It's like listing now. You see all the people. You hear like the yells and screams of the passengers as they start to freak out. But you're like running now, like on the edge of the train, and you jump. By flipping your body so that you're running on the side of the wall and like putting your shoulder in as it crushes you.
Great.
You're gonna take some damage,
Yep.
but you're gonna the train is gonna be a little bit better off for it.
Okay. How much crushing damage between a train and a wall?
Like a bad amount, like not a good amount.
You're
more
monk,
than
then.
you'd want.
You're monk.
That's fine.
Yeah,
let's do
counts as fall damage.
It
Right?
counts as fall damage. I can
does
reduce,
not.
I can reduce this.
But as you dig your heels in, the spurs of your boots break off.
Yeah. Oh no. My hee-haws.
They make really cool spin, like they spin so quickly that you can hear them.
On
It's so hot they
3d12,
burn through the-
Yeah.
I rolled maybe the best 3d12 anyone has ever rolled.
So 36.
No. 29 points of bludgeoning damage as it comes and like hits you. You manage to push it off just slightly enough that you the train isn't like destroyed entirely.
Do I break both my arms at this point? Everyone else has broken something.
No, but you feel like it's that your shoulders were like compressed together, so you feel like collarbone snap.
What
you
is with
fall
today's
again. I don't know. It's just I'm in the mood.
It's that bone breaking
The bone
energy.
snapping mood.
Body horror.
You fall back against the train on top of it, and you slide back into the engineering carriage. Vinny.
Yep.
You run to the end of the train, and as the rest of the party in the front end of the train, you notice now you're skimming across the wall. Occasionally, you're like boom, boom. You hear that like sparks kick up as you slide against the stone wall. You are heading for the ocean. You're heading for like this. If you were inside, it'd be the docks, but like this is just it kind of goes out. It's kind of turns into marsh, and then it just turns into water. You're careening towards it. Vinny, you get to the last carriage. How are you getting in there? Are you going in through the like?
Can I go out and then under the back of the train? Because there's no blocks on the back, right?
There's no blocks in the back, but there's no. Oh yeah. So
You can fly,
So you go in through the back, and you notice that there is a trap door set into this.
Oh,
I
there it is.
Definitely go through the trap door.
You come up into a dark room. You see perfectly fine. You've got dark vision. Luggage.
Thank you for preempting that.
You can see the people's luggage around. You're like quickly eyeing out. It's like this train carriage is a little bit larger. You're going through like shelves of people's belongings. You see a light in the back. You can't see exactly where it's coming from, because it's covered by shelves and luggage and the packed train carriage. You hear a voice though. So, this is how it ends. You and me, hand to hand.
Mark.
I mean, if you wanted to.
What? Yeah, obviously I wanted to.
I mean, we could have done this way sooner. You wouldn't have had to do all that stuff with the train.
But
my friends are in real bad shape.
Good. I'm glad. That was the intention. So, it comes to this.
Was this like we count to 10 and turn and draw at high noon, or?
You're saying that as you come around the final corner, and it's just like a magical light, like the light cantrip on the ground, and then you are struck in the back of the head. Make a initiative check.
And then your neck snaps.
But it's all right. I'm already dead. That is a 19.
19. You get you notice him coming for you before he manages to get the jump on you, and you see he swings kind of like a maul, like a one-headed maul at your head. You manage to duck. What do you do?
Zombie him.
If he wants to go hand to hand, I go, okay, you want to do it this way? Let's do it this way. I am going to cast Vampiric Touch on myself and just jump on him.
Vampiric Touch on yourself?
Yeah, so it empowers my attacks.
Oh, okay. You see on under one arm, he is holding a covered sphere. You can only assume is the bomb.
Oh, hang on, no. If he's doing that,
yeah.
Can I grab him and Dimension Door us both off the train?
He has to be willing.
Yeah. Okay, then I just fuck him up.
Also, am I protecting the sphere still? Isn't that 10-minute window?
Yeah.
So he's holding it, waiting for that to drop so he can make it explode.
I tell a lie. I'm going to Armor of Agathis instead of Vampiric Touch.
Okay.
So there's just like my suit kind of glistens for a second and then hardens, and it's got like frost rime on the lapels and on the shoulders.
Yeah.
And I'll just square off. Okay, come on, Mark. I still don't know your name.
It's...
and he 18 to hit.
Oh yeah.
Hits you for minimum damage, 5 points of damage.
Okay, he can take 25 back then.
Oh my god! Good old buddy. He takes that. He reels backwards, and you see him like,
come on, I'll give you another one for free.
He coughs blood as like shards of ice are like slowly like melting. He's like perforated, and he uses a bonus action to Misty Step up through. There is like you can see like slats in the roof, letting a little bit of light through. He's Misty Steps up. You can hear him like chunk 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 on the top of the train. What do you do?
It's dark under here, so I'll bat form and fly back out onto the top.
Yeah. At this point, Des, you were on the top of the train, right?
Yes.
Oh, did you select? You were back in the cab.
I went back into the engineering room.
Yeah. The rest of the people in the engineering room, Vinny should be back by now.
That's nice. We're all broken.
I'm annoyingly worried. Like I am annoyed at myself for being worried.
The Lux crystal is getting more and more cracked.
I look at
the
is Des and Lantre currently here, right? With
yeah.
me? I say, can you two just figure out the situation? I'll be right back. And I'm going to run to the caboose.
All right. You run into the caboose. Do you run through the train?
I'll just spider climb all the way to the end.
From on the top?
Yeah.
So as soon as you get on top, you see who you believe is Mark running across the top of the carriages, jumping between. You see Vinny's bat form come flying out behind him. Lantre and Des, your problem now is that the Lux crystal is getting more and more explosive.
Des, I'm still
you're
focusing
careening
on
towards the
bomb in a thing.
Yeah, you're careening towards the ocean. You're going at a speed now that if you just like took the crystal out, you would likely crash. You could crash into the water. You're not sure how hydro safe this landing is going to be.
All right, Des, I think I need to drop this one, new one, ramp, and we just see what happens.
No.
Lantre, you can do what you want. you're
I should have used my movable rod.
Still can.
To stop the train.
I mean, ramp. What about a curve? Curve half pipe. Curve half pipe?
Not half pipe. Not half pipe. Curve.
Like.
But also, maybe don't drop it. Because I didn't see the bomb leave the train.
Okay, all right.
However, I don't know how to fix this because I can only punch things.
What are you doing?
I just got to keep my concentration up on the protecting this thing.
All right. Frankie and Vinny, what are you doing in the back?
Okay, so I want to try to slow the train down, but also get rid of Mark. So the way that I think I'm going to do this, and I don't know if this will work with slowing down the momentum at all, but I want to open up the immovable rod at the end of one of the carriages so that it takes the entire top off of all of the remaining carriages.
Okay.
Wow.
Would that slow the momentum at all?
It won't. So it'll like tin can like remove the top layer of the train.
Yeah.
Also, like we're rolling, so everyone in the train is gonna like fall the fuck out.
You're not necessarily like you are. butting into the wall of the train, the wall of the cities.
All I would say is, like, if there's one tall person on this train, it's not great.
It's true.
It's tall enough that you're not going to decapitate anyone. And the last, like, the luggage carriage, you know that they got people out of.
Yeah.
So he's running on top of that. You run, put the immovable rod down, press it, like flick him off or whatever you're gonna do, and the entire thing starts to like tear. There's like the screeching sound of metal that you, Des and Lantre hear even from the front of the carriage. You hear screams as well as the whole like front of the the top of the last carriage comes like tearing off. Like you see his face turn to terror as he gets pulled back. He's like, "My name!" And then you don't hear anything as he comes flying off. You see his like body get flipped end over end over end. The momentum's still carrying him, but he's so high up that he like.
And then he explodes.
Can we say, like, as he's running down this train, Vinny's got him like squared off with his finger gun.
Yeah.
And then he gets torn away and flies, and then Vinny rolls on his back and finger guns in the air.
I wanted to kill him.
Meanwhile, I'm in the carriage. I hear the screeching. I hear Vinny yelling, "I wanted to kill him." All this stuff is going on, and I just get distracted, and I just let down my concentration of like that.
And then you see there's like his body come flying down into like swamplands. You hear like a thump, and then you just see this bloom of an explosion as the train goes careening into the water. You see like skids once, like skips like a stone, all the carriages once, twice before they like come to a like frothy like rest in the shores of this swamp like area around the capital city. As you are basked in the glow of a enormous explosion.
Just another day.
Yeah. You have to variably do it one-handed or one leg as you recover from your grievous injuries.
Man, who was that guy?
And I say, poor Mark, little does he know that there is more to life than simply increasing its speed.
Thank you so much for joining us. This has been I Speak Giant. Thank you to my lovely players. You can catch our podcast every Tuesday on whatever podcasting What's a McDangle you have. But thank you so much for joining. Stick around for the amazing thing that is following us, I'm sure. But for now, you are loved.
Uh-huh.
Don't die to
speed.
Some guy.
Yeah.
Die to
Some
speed.
guy. Don't die to some guy.
Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
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 Love you back. Fuck Lantre.
This is 22 Racing Series. It's a future physics racer who can drive at 1,000 plus kilometers per hour. We're using all simulated physics to create downforce that sticks you onto the track. It's a new genre of real-time strategy racing where you compete for sectors to get resources they can either spend on boost, use to upgrade your car mid-race, or use as on-track abilities that can help your team and hamper your opponents. It's a racing game where the outcome of a race is determined more by strategy and adaptation rather than just muscle memory and repetition. Where falling behind on lap 1 doesn't mean a sure loss. Where there's more than one way to play and more than one way to win. We've taken it to game shows over the last 5 years, getting feedback from thousands of players. We captured some first impressions from PAX Oz to give you an idea.
Nuts.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's out of control.
That looks amazing.
I
a lot more in depth than I thought it would be to start, so yeah, really fun.
This was absolutely amazing. I really enjoyed the speed of my heart.
When you're going around that circle at 1,000 k's just spinning, it's nuts. It's nuts, but it's really fun. Really fun.
It's really competitive. It's quick. It's fast paced. Everything I love. Yeah.
You can find out more over at 22racingseries.com. Check out our socials, and you can get directly into the game right now over at pavilionhub.com, where we have some special access PAX Online events running where you can win prize money.
We announced Broken Roads at PAX Australia in 2019, and we're excited now that almost a year later, we're able to bring you an update on what we've been doing here at PAX Online. Broken Roads is a narrative-driven RPG, bringing exploration, strategic turn-based combat, and meaningful philosophical choices to an all-new Australian post-apocalyptic setting. We've spent a lot of time recreating areas of Western Australia as accurately as possible. Buildings, towns, landmarks, and many of the game's various locations are all authentic. And we're really happy to bring post-apoc back to Australia, all in the beautiful hand-painted style that the art team have produced. One area of the game we focused on extensively is the moral compass, our unique take on alignment and morality. We wanted to make a move away from the light side, dark side binary, that good and evil split you see so often in video games, and come up with a system that far better captures the nuance and complexity of the moral quandaries one could face in a desolated world. We wanted something that incentivized and rewarded consistent character role-playing without restricting players, and the moral compass is the result. Together with 4 origin stories, a classless character building system, and a wide range of skills and talents on offer, Broken Roads presents a unique blend of traditional, old-school role-playing with some truly original mechanics. The game is in development for PC, PS4, Switch and Xbox, and is due for launch in late 2021. Community and media reaction so far has been overwhelmingly positive, and we can't wait for you to experience the content-rich, densely crafted world we're creating. From all of us at Drop Bear Bites, thanks for taking the time to check out Broken Roads.
Hello there! I would like to introduce to you a cooperative, friendly, fast-paced and fun-filled game by the name of Camped Out. The first title from Inca Studios from Melbourne, Australia. Camped Out is a couch co-op game for friends and families where up to 4 players work together to set up their campsite before nightfall. Work together as a team to complete campsites and unlock further areas in the game world. Throw into the mix some hazards from natural environments such as bears, critters, ghosts, and spike traps, and things are sure to get out of hand quickly. Oh, there's a bear now! A hearty offering of fish! And the bear is on its way. Be sure to share the tools, as there's only 1 tool per job. A hatchet to chop down the trees, a pickaxe to harvest the rocks, a fishing rod for fish, and a mallet to finish off the job. Each level is a race against the clock, where players are required to build tents, construct a campfire, cook enough food, and get into bed before darkness falls. To achieve these objectives, players must harvest resources scattered around the level and satisfy the building requirements while avoiding hazards, navigating the landscape efficiently, and work cooperatively to complete the objectives as quickly as possible. Oh, that's 1 tent complete! Now, 2 tents complete. 3 tents finished, 1 to go. last tent is finished. Well done, campers! A straggler! Quick, get to bed before nightfall! Ha-ha! Success! I hope you enjoyed this gameplay demonstration. You can wishlist Camped Out now on Steam. See you at the campsite!
Hi, and welcome to our developer introduction for Guile and Glory Firstborn, a turn-based tactical RPG where the battlefield is your only weapon. Here at Elston Studios, we set out to create a strategic experience that focuses on tactical unit placement and clever use of the environment. In Guile and Glory, your foes cannot be harmed by normal weapons. Instead, your heroes use their abilities to push, pull, and maneuver foes into deadly hazards around the battlefield. Not everything you face will fall so easily. From undead sorcerers to mighty dragons, we've dotted the drowned lands with fearsome bosses to challenge even the greatest of heroes. Though your foes will be powerful, you will have plenty of tools to balance the odds. As you play, your heroes will amass the blessings of ancient deities, each providing new sets of skills and abilities. Mix and match these boons of divinity to create your own unique playstyle as you challenge the legions of the Firstborn. From the team at Elston Studios, thank you so much for your attention, and may your adventures in the Drowned Lands be glorious.
And the battles they fought in will not be forgotten. Once more, the Firstborn are bound. And with guile and glory, I will tell their story. May the three be forever renowned.
Genesis Noir is an adventure game set before, during, and after the Big Bang. A cosmic gunshot aimed at the heart of a god rockets the universe into existence and must be undone. Explore the expanding universe to discover clues on how you might destroy the Big Bang and prevent this tragedy. You'll stumble through seedy speakeasies, transform energy into matter, create far-out jazz duets, discover what's inside a gas giant, track animals through primeval woods, watch stars die in this film noir creation myth. Learn more at genesisnoirgame.com and help destroy the universe.
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble.
Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character in the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area, and loop back up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will have to chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and when caught, becomes a ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can then aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches. Making matches sends orbs at the opponent's board, filling up a meter that adds a line when full, pushing the opponent's board downward. If a player's board hits the center line, they lose. The platforming and puzzles themselves are rather straightforward, so I'll skip to the fun part, swapping. In Hamster Scramble, making matches isn't the only way to attack your opponent. Players also have the ability to swap into their opponent's side of the stage for a limited time. While there, you can harass your opponent and disrupt their game plan by throwing balls at their board, stealing their hamsters for yourself, or straight up finishing them off. Players can defend themselves from an invading opponent by attacking them, which will knock their hamsters out of their hands and stun them for a short time. Finding the right times and positions to swap is key to getting the most out of it. Each stage in Hamster Scramble has its own unique look, platform layout, and mechanics, such as slippery ice platforms and bubbles that catch hamsters and carry them upward. Players will have to adjust their strategies depending on which stage they are playing in. In our demo here at PAX Online, up to 4 players can enjoy local and online multiplayer in 4 of the game's stages. There's also the Hamster Village to explore, and a taste of the game's single-player content as well. So please come try out the game, and have a great time at PAX Online!
So, why can't I come with you?
I've told you already, Cape Cuckoo isn't safe for
Henry
you.
Moss and the Wormhole Conspiracy is a coming-of-age adventure set in a goofy galaxy of oddball characters, ridiculous conundrums, and cosmic evil. Wander, ponder, and laugh your way through a heartfelt exploration of independence, family, and growing up. Teen Earthling Henry Moss helps his mother Seren operate Moss Family Supplies, an interstellar delivery business servicing the outer worlds. Henry longs to break free of his domestic duties to seek his fortune and fame amongst the far stars. Together, the Mosses uncover a cosmic conspiracy overseen by the sinister Benedict Wormhole. This sets the Mosses on an interplanetary journey of compassion, exploration, and self-discovery, together fulfilling a secret legacy founded a generation ago.
I've really tried to capture that classic point-and-click adventure experience that so many people love, but bring to it a modern twist. Multiple solutions to problems, a dynamic soundtrack, unique mechanics, and with the family audience in mind the whole way through. It's a story about coming of age and a family relationship, and a modern family at that. This is a game that will really appeal to people that grew up with these games, and if they've got kids of their own, then can hopefully share that joy with them too.
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. Played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Gliese 667cc, In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds. As well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet, In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. With detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
Kung Fu Kickball is a team-based fighting sports game where the best ball kicker wins. You gotta punch, kick, and headbutt your way across the field to smash the ball into your opponent's bell and rack up points. Hi there, my name is Jonah Wallerstein. I'm the designer and main developer for the game. I really wanted to make something that would be fun to play with friends, but also has the depth to be taken seriously at a competitive level. But a lot of getting skilled at Kung Fu Kickball is really understanding the jump. It takes some getting used to, but when you do get that perfect moment of hitting the ball out of the air at just the right angle so it bounces off the wall and into the bell, it feels great. So please look forward to Kung Fu Kickball coming out soon for Steam, Xbox One, PS4, and Switch.
Lethal Lawns is a competitive lawn mowing party game by Aussie devs, Kaiju Stomp. Set in everyday suburban yards, players mow grass for pocket money or can mow each other to steal their opponent's cold hard cash. Battle it out with your mates in teams or free-for-all across different maps and game modes. Supporting bots, custom game settings, online multiplayer and Steam Remote Play, Lethal Lawns is a great game to throw into your Friday night rotation. It's jam-packed for $5 on Steam, so check it out and get mowing.
Nine Witches Family Disruption
is a 2D pixel art action-adventure game set during World War II, where the mysterious Occlude SS division is using an evil curse in a desperate attempt to change the course of the war. As you explore over 60 colorful and beautiful pixel art style locations, you will encounter over 40 characters with a range of entertaining, humorous personalities, which can be crude, sympathetic, gloomy, or sarcastic, but always bizarre. It's a single-player game with dual character control. You'll be able to switch between Professor Krakowitz, who is confined to a wheelchair, but able to commune with the dead, and his Japanese assistant Akiro, who are sent undercover to resolve the supernatural phenomena occurring in the rural Norse town. Akiro collects interesting items to store in the inventory and takes notes about objectives and clues. Professor Krakowitz gets goosebumps and a blue aura around his body when he senses the presence of spirits and is able to enter the astral plane, an invisible world between life and death. There he is able to communicate with lost souls to gather further information that will help solve the case. The game is full of puzzle-solving elements that involve sneaking into enemy territory in disguise, solving riddles, finding clues, and missing keys hidden inside mystical artifacts, and many more well-known adventure game mechanics like Western-style standoffs and gunfights.
Do you own a VR headset and are interested in asymmetric VR games? We at Full Bean Studio have the game for you! Come try out Operation Armstrong! Sneak around our lunar facilities while your friends keep you hidden from enemy robots. Hopefully. Don't own a VR headset? Find a friend with one and then go play Operation Armstrong. You can direct them through the facilities. Tell them to go left, go right, duck, perform a U-turn where safe, or any combination of senseless noise till they pass out from motion sickness.
You gave me those directions, guys!
Then log in with your smartphone or other device and become the hacker you always wanted to be. Open doors, close doors, distract enemies, crack locks, turn off alarms when your clumsy agent inevitably triggers them. Don't have any friends with VR headsets? Check out our community Discord where you can join other community members or us devs while we play Operation Armstrong. Also, feel free to drop by if you just want to talk game dev, VR, or how the weather is in Australia. Don't forget about our Operation Armstrong level editor. Make entirely custom maps to share over your Steam Workshop and screw your friends over. Alright, enough talk. Let's play.
Hello, welcome to this walkthrough of Operation Armstrong. Up here we've got the TV screen, this is where our agent is. We've got a mobile screen where I'll be doing all my hacking, and we've got the VR view where Halen is sneaking about. So let's get right into it. Let's go. Alright. So we're going up to door 4. I'm going to open that, get round behind the obstacle
box?
there. Yep. Okay. Yep. You're good. Keep moving. Go into the vent.
Oh no, he was a fast turner.
What? How do you... Okay, go straight there. Just go into the next vent.
Ooh.
I've got the lockdown. Or I'll mess up the lockdown. That's fine. Okay, I'm gonna open door 10, releasing the crawler into the level. If you want to get round to that next next pillar across. I'm choosing when I open this door. Yep, just stay there. It should kind of just wander right next to you. Why not? Just stay. Just. Okay.
Is he coming around?
Leaving you. Go.
Jesus. Alright. What's the code?
Okay. Door 9 is yellow, blue, red. Oh, don't go yet.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, alright.
Close that door in his face. I'm just gonna open door 10 as well, so the crawler.
Hi everyone, this is Ollie and Phil from Kaizen Gameworks.
Our first game as a studio is Paradise Killer, first-person, open-world murder mystery set on the bizarre Paradise Island, home to a secret society of dead alien god worshippers.
You play as the investigation freak Lady Lovedies, called out of exile to solve the murder of the ruling council.
The demonically possessed prime suspect was found with the murder weapon outside of a locked-door crime scene. Is the official story correct, or do you suspect a conspiracy centuries in the making is at play?
With Paradise Killer, we wanted to make you feel like a real investigator. There are no narrative tests to pass. You simply investigate the crime in any order you want and come to your own conclusions.
When you think you've got enough evidence, you can go to the judge and start the trials, accusing anyone you want so long as you've got the evidence to back it up.
We're very excited to be part of PAX. We've been to the show before and had a wonderful time. We hope that one day in the future we can do it again in person.
Paradise Killer is out now on PC and Switch with a special 20% launch discount.
We hope you're ready to breathe life back into paradise.
Hi, my name is Morgan Cross, co-founder of the video game company Alderaan Games, based in Victoria, Australia. Please join me for a 3-minute pitch on our upcoming game, Path of Titans. Grab a PAX online demo key now at pathoftitans.com/PAX Online. Enter the Mesozoic era and play as one of 18+ species to explore, survive, and thrive in our MMO sandbox world. Path of Titans will be both single-player and multiplayer, weaving together quests and abilities to enrich the interactions with both NPC dinosaurs and live players on our up to 200-player servers. Play on any internet-connected screen at any time with a single unified account that allows seamless transition between Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, iOS, and in the near future, console and cloud gaming services. Now let's jump into the demo and I'll show off our hard work. Here is our character creation screen where you can create multiple dinosaurs for the official MMO questing game mode and additional dinosaurs for private single-player and multiplayer servers. As a private host, you will have the option of hosting your own servers or renting them through our server partners. The PAX Online demo comes with access to 5 unique dinosaurs with 3 different variations per dino and customizable skins with thousands of possible color variations. A total of 30 unique dinosaurs are planned for the full game. You'll enter the world of Pandura, our first full 64 square kilometer map representing the Jurassic Morrison Formation in Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. This world is full of lakes, streams, mountain ranges, caves and other hiding places, natural resources to discover, and in the near future, AI NPC dinosaurs and critters to excite the inner dinosaur fan in us all. Path of Titans is cross-platform, cross-party, and cross-play with both keyboard and mouse and controller support on all platforms. With up to 200 players per server, our extensive emote system and cross-platform voice chat will make socializing with other players a breeze, allowing you to easily join herds and packs to take on quests together. We've also built in our own Waystone mechanic, which allows people to bring their friends to them upon rejoining servers, letting you hop straight into the action. Interactions within the world will fulfill the circle of life, from building a nest and raising offspring to claiming home caves and grouping up for either herbivore migrations or predator hunting packs. The game will extend beyond the terrestrial, with swimming, gliding, and flying species joining the fray in 2021. Path of Titans is a true sandbox, allowing you to freely jump between all 30 species and explore each of their unique abilities, combat maneuvers, and quests. You can also simply enjoy hours of unstructured play as a dinosaur adventures across both the official and modding community maps. For more info and instant access to our demo for our PAX Online virtual booth, head over to pathoftitans.com. You can also find all of our social media links there as well. And a special thanks to Creative Victoria and the PAX team for the support.
So hey, wouldn't it be cool to make a game about shadow puppets?
As in like dim lights, paper cutouts, janky movements with rods kind of shadow puppets?
Yeah, it can be about this little girl getting into trouble with all sorts of interesting characters that she meets.
Oh, and she could visit other legendary shadow puppet stories. Go to really cool places like Indonesia, China, and Turkey.
Right. But she'd also need a cool game mechanic to go with that.
Oh, what kind of mechanic?
Well, as shadow puppets, I was thinking about using a light source.
What, as in to light your way around?
Yeah, but more than that. See, the shadows are physical platforms.
Oh, you mean like I can walk on them and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. The light cast shadows, which are physical platforms which you can use to solve puzzles and traverse the world.
And she would only use this newfound power to do good deeds.
Yeah, not a troublesome child at all.
Well, it sounds cool. I'd like to check it out.
Yeah, me too. I hope other people think this is a cool and unique idea.
When would I get to see it?
It'd be later this month, September 29th.
My name is Ata, I'm 26 years old and I come from Turkey. In 2013, things became problematic in Turkey. First, there was the largest protest the country had ever seen, and then a corruption scandal. After that, dozens of terror attacks, and then in 2016, a coup. So this political instability affected me and all my friends and everybody we knew. We wanted to look at this issue because it affected us so much. We wanted to deep dive on why this is happening. And it's not an issue that is related to a certain country when you look at the broader picture. Throughout time, these events happen. Why do they happen? That is why we created this entertainment product that is a story about politics, but lets the player take a pivotal role in it.
The year is 1954, and you are the newly elected president of Swordland. Embark on the personal journey of Anton Rain. Will your decisions repair the country, or lead it to further ruin? Discover the alternative reality of Suzerain, with different countries, cultures, religions, dotted with more than 40 characters with different goals and ambitions. Execute your own political vision as president of a country. Will you heed the calls for reform and change the constitution of Swordland? Or will you embark on a more security-focused path to ensure stability in your country? Shape the future of your family by making key life decisions about your son, your wife, and your daughter. Try to tackle key subjects like the economy and the ongoing recession, or welfare and the inequality within. There are a slew of societal challenges and issues that face Swordland. Will you be bold and go against the structure to make the changes necessary? Or will you maintain the current order to benefit yourself? Internal subjects are not the only thing to worry about. There's a massive global rivalry happening between United Contana in the east and Arcasia in the west. How will you position Swordland in between these two vying superpowers as they threaten to rip the world apart? Many of the decisions you will make in this game will change your endings, and how Anton's life will continue or end. The question is, how will you lead Swordland? What kind of changes will you make? What type of a leader will you be?
The Invisible Hand is a satire about the high-risk, high-reward casino capitalism in the financial industry. You are a trader, your job is simple. Make money, lots of money. The more you make, the happier your boss is, the richer you become, and the more you have to invest. The question is, how far are you willing to go? Our goal is to show how anything can be turned into a commodity, how these commodities are valued in our society, and what happens when they end up being perceived only through numbers on a computer. We want players to experience the conflict between the sanitized environment of modern workplaces and the hidden human costs of the economy that supports it, to realize the disconnect between the office microcosm and the outer world. We want the player to confront the corporate diffusion of responsibility, letting them choose whether or not to follow orders. They'll have to make this decision with limited information, beyond the promise of retribution, only to realize later what that implies. We've aimed to show the contrast between the contemporary glamorous representation of the financial industry when compared to the reality of the excesses of capitalism. We've also brought our personal experience of disillusion about biased meritocracy and the grey areas of work ethic to this market-driven dystopia. Do you have it in you to keep the cycle going? What's the price of your success? What is the value of your achievements? These are all questions players will be faced with in the Invisible Hand.
G'day, I'm Evan from Chironex Studios, and I'd like to talk to you about our game, This Starry Void. This Starry Void is a science fiction dungeon crawler in which you drive a cute little robot around a series of dark and dingy and cool and flashy spacecraft, fighting off hordes of tentacle beasts, chitinous insectile creatures, and just plain weird stuff. This Starry Void is very heavily influenced by my experiences growing up in the 1980s and 90s and playing RPGs on the computers available at the time, and the sense of real wonder and strangeness that as a child I experienced playing these games. And it's been my goal to imbue some of that sense into this game so that when you play it you can feel that too, and I hope that we've done that. The three pillars that we wanted to focus on with This Starry Void were combat, exploration, and contemplation. Combat is pretty self-explanatory. This little robot is designed primarily for salvaging duties or rescue operations, so initially you'll be equipped with some pretty kind of basic weapons like a disc saw, maybe a blowtorch, and as you progress through the game you can modify this robot, upgrade those to bigger and better versions or more militarized perhaps equipment. Exploration comes in two kinds. There's exploring the physical locations of the ship, from greenhouses to engineering rooms to flight decks and barracks, and then there is a kind of temporal exploration where you are uncovering fragments of a narrative that stretch over a period of time for which you are only coming in at the end of this, and then you are piecing them back together to work out what has happened and how we've come to this point. The third pillar is what I call contemplation, and this is the unspoken questions that are at the heart of This Starry Void. So we want the player to be asking questions of themselves and of the world as they play the game. If that all sounds good to you, then please check out the demo, carve up some tentacle beasts, hopefully save a few people, and maybe think about the nature of existence while you do it. Thanks very much.
Hello, video game lovers worldwide. My name is Josef, and I'm from a small studio called Bitmap Galaxy in the middle of Europe in Bratislava, Slovakia. And I am going to show you just a thing or two from our game called Yes Tomorrow, which will be out very, very soon. So watch and enjoy. The mystical world of Yes Tomorrow was destroyed and plunged into a never-ending night. But all is not lost yet. You play as Yui, a young girl survivor who discovers that she can time travel into the past. Yes Tomorrow is a puzzle platformer set in 2 timelines with vibrant graphics, rich story, various enemies and abundant secrets. Learn new abilities, reveal hidden locations, and discover whether the calamity can be undone.
In Boyfriend Dungeon, you spend a summer in Verona Beach, California, fighting monsters for money. Except the swords you find in the dungeon can also transform into beautiful men, women, and non-binary people you can befriend or date. You try to get as far as you can in the dungeon each time, but dying's okay, because you can level up too. You need to get stronger to go further. To do that, you'll need a closer relationship with your weapon. You spend the game alternating between fighting in the dungeon and hanging out with your weapons around town. I personally get bored if there's only fighting, but also I get restless if there's too much reading, so we wanted to make a mix of the two. Here, I'm dating Sunder the Talwar, and when we spend enough time together, we'll discover new abilities we can use in combat. Each weapon has a different set of upgrades to find, with choices to make along the way. Different weapons have different preferences for where they want to go on dates, how they want to flirt, and what kinds of gifts they want to receive. They might give you a gift too. There's a variety of different kinds of people/weapons to date in Boyfriend Dungeon, so it's up to you who you want to wield and level up your love. But watch out, there's someone out there kidnapping weapons. We're getting closer to finishing Boyfriend Dungeon now, and we hope people will love it as much as we do. If that sounds like your kind of game, wishlist Boyfriend Dungeon on Steam now.
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you. Manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze, or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Plunder through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety, allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new friends and improve your relationship with them to unlock story vignettes and new powers in your dreams. The more you invest in them, the more they'll support you in return. Face off with nightmarish entities that represent some of Cassidy's most negative emotions. Challenging boss fights with representations of fear, isolation, loss, negativity, and more will test your mastery of the dreamscape. You'll need to draw on all your strength to handle ever-changing combinations of powerful enemies. Spell slingers, spectral swordsmen, mysterious wanderers, and hulking bruisers will bar your path. Vanquish those deadly foes to clear the dark miasma surrounding Cassidy. We can't wait to make Dreamscaper even better with your feedback and support over the coming months. Prepare to fall into dreams when Dreamscaper launches on Steam Early Access this summer.
Experience the essence of role-playing by being a game detective in a cyberpunk world.
Hello, my name is Krzysztof Wojdyła and I am a PR specialist at Unsure Studios. I would love to share more details about our game, GameDeck. GameDeck is a single-player, non-combat, cyberpunk isometric RPG based on a book series under the same name, written by Marcin Przybyłek. As a private detective, GameDeck, players are solving crimes committed inside virtual worlds. Every decision player makes will have consequences, alter the character traits, and impacts the game's course. We are currently knee-deep in production, and a lot can change before the game's release. We are using Unreal Engine 4, and the scheduled release window is Q4 2020. We've recently announced the Nintendo Switch version of the game coming in 2021. Game Deck emulates the nature of tabletop RPG by focusing on multiple, choice-dependent character-building scenarios. The game adapts to the player playstyle. We want to celebrate the creativity and individuality of our players and offer them as many options for each quest as possible, as well as use those in-game decisions to engineer the character of the player's avatar. Let's take a quick look at the game setting. Once again, our primary reference is a Game Deck verse, the world created by Marcin Przybyłek in Warsaw City, the 22nd century. The world's natural environment has mutated and become hostile to humanity, and humans are forced to live in the cities fortified from an aggressive ecosystem outside. But in the fight for resources, the trapped population is divided into the haves or have-nots. Many chose to escape into Virtualia, virtual games that enable them to forget the world's horrors and fulfill their fantasies, however dark they may be. The idea of virtual worlds in Game Deck allows us to create various settings for our cases. For example, players will explore the recreation of the Wild West farm stylized as a free-to-play game called Harvest Time, or a dark and kinky world filled with intrigues and not entirely appropriate activities, twisted and perverted. Thanks to our successful Kickstarter campaign, we will add the world based on a 7 The Days Long Gone game made by Fool's Theory and AMGN Pro, or a Cthulhu Virtualium based on Lovecraft's novels. So, how the gameplay look like? As you can see in the video, the player gets a case to solve and heads to virtual reality using couches. Inside the game, the player needs to interact with NPCs and other player characters to interrogate them and gather information. Exploration is a huge part of Game Deck. Clues can be found anywhere in the game world. Access to a dialogue option depends on the player's previous choices and acquired knowledge. The Codex is a holistic map that links NPCs, companies, locations, and other case-relevant objects. It contains a deduction field mechanic where a player can unscramble facts and evidence to conclude a case. An essential part of a deduction in Game Deck is the absence of a fail state. Instead, case revelations present moral dilemmas. Players can base their conclusions on personal ethics, lawful integrity, or a sense of poetic justice. A game deck will remain neutral to their choice. However, the character within it will respond to the player decisions according to their own ethical and personal beliefs. The character will be crafted through a series of questions at the beginning of the game. It will allow the game to choose the most relevant aspects and backgrounds for a character. Those will have an influence on the early steps of your investigations but are not set in stone. Players will be able to choose their own playstyle and further define the detective using aspects and professions. It's entirely up to you how the story will unfold. Remember, you are the sum of your choices.
Incoming. Viewer event incoming. Viewer event incoming. Gladiator versus the Bombardier. Viewer event Spin Doctor. Viewer event incoming. Room complete. Viewer event incoming. Room complete. The boss approaches. Room incoming. Entering the cell block. Trap kill. Room complete. Kill. Room complete. Viewer event incoming. Viewer event incoming. Viewer event Spin Doctor. Room complete. Room complete. Viewer event nuked. Room complete. Room complete. Victory.
Hi, I'm KA, Community Manager at Milky Tea, an indie game development studio based in Liverpool, UK. I'm here to introduce you to our most recent game, Hyper Brawl Tournament. The universe's greatest heroes have been summoned to compete in a showdown for the ages to find the next protector of the universe. Smash, brawl, and score your way to victory in relentless, high adrenaline PvP arena battles from 1 to 4 players. What does all that mean? Let's take a look. Before each match, players must choose their perfect loadout from 12 unique heroes across 3 different hero types, as well as 8 unique weapons that all allow for different tactics and styles of play. Every match plays out in a best of 3, with each round lasting 90 seconds. Your objective is to outscore your opponent, and if there's no clear winner when the time is up, the match goes into sudden death, and the first goal wins. You've got a number of tools to help secure your victory, but it's all about how you use them. Your most basic move is your throw. This is fused with an ability called Hypercurve that gives you complete control over the ball, allowing you to change its course mid-air. You can also pass the ball directly to your player or AI teammate, which allows you to quickly move the ball from one flank to the other. You're also able to perform a dive, which is ideal for intercepting the ball. Next up is combat. Beyond being able to knock out opponents by throwing the ball at full force, you're also able to both punch and kick. The punch allows you to attack in place, which is handy for trying to steal the ball at its current location. The kick, however, allows you to travel across the arena as you dish out the damage. Hyper Brawl is an arena-based sports brawler that you can play either alone or with friends. For new players, we've got 3 different training modes. The Trials teach you the core mechanics, the Advanced Trials test your skills and everything you've learned, and Free Play lets you practice without constraints. In Arcade mode, you can jump into heart-pounding local multiplayer matches for 1 to 4 players. On top of that, the party system allows you to invite your friends into private matches that let you take your rivalries online. If you want to play alone, the single player campaign lets you build your own team to compete in league and cup tournaments to become the greatest team in the universe. If you're looking for a real challenge and want to show off your skills, you can take on the world in the online Blitz mode, where you face off against friends and strangers alike, build your win streak, and brawl to top the worldwide leaderboards. Hypercurve is one of the game's core mechanics, and it lets you control the ball mid-air. Using this ability, every match becomes considerably less predictable and allows you to score a goal from pretty much anywhere in the arena, especially if your opponent didn't see it coming. The Hypercurve can be used anytime you throw the ball and allows you to control the ball's trajectory and around obstacles and players alike. Think of it like a superpower that keeps your opponent on their toes. The more power you add to your throw, the less control you'll have over the Hypercurve itself, so you must carefully consider how and when to use it. At times where the match may not be going your way, you can channel the Hyperforce, which gives your heroes superhuman power and the ability to launch their rivals out of the arena to help ensure a last-minute comeback. To acquire this ability, your heroes need to take damage, either from being attacked by an opponent, hit by a weapon, or knocked out by the ball. Once a hero has taken sufficient damage, they're able to activate the Hyperforce at a time of their choosing. If you would like to learn more, head on over to hyperbrawl.com or check out our social media channels. We'll be sharing additional Hyperbrawl deep dives in the weeks to come, leading up to our launch this fall on Steam, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. See you in the arena.
Enchanted is a co-op adventure where you discover magical potions, serve otherworldly guests, and pacify monsters. Gather your party and journey on a quest to overcome the evil wizard, who just happens to be your landlord. Running a magical inn can keep you busy every day and every night. During the day, work as a team to cook food, brew magical potions, and serve your customers. Just remember to watch out for those pesky monsters, or they'll scare the guests away. At night, make meaningful choices to impact the future of your inn. Do you unlock the secrets of alchemy, or revive the spirits of the land through music? Developed for a simple, accessible pickup and play experience, Enchanted can be played in any style you want. Can you work together and save this magical inn?
Hey there, this is Winston from Samurai Punk, and this is our game, Justice Sucks Recharged. We're thrilled to be a part of the PAX Indie Showcase. Thank you so much for having us, and we're really excited to get our new game into all of your hands from around the world. So before that, let me tell you a little bit about what this game is. So Justice Sucks Recharged is about Rumbo, the sentient robot vacuum cleaner, that is on a quest for revenge through a neo-90s multiverse. So in the game, you'll be visiting a variety of 90s inspired, 90s pop culture inspired worlds, starting with this one called the Cyber Ship, the Cyber Cruise, sorry. And on here, it's a futuristic ship that is run by terrible robots that is being invaded by the Sea Boys, a group of nefarious pop band pirates. So the pirates are on here trying to steal all the goodies and terrorize the passengers of the ship. But you, as a faithful robot vacuum, are not going to stand for that. What you have to do now is hack the gadgets in your environment and use all sorts of everyday objects to fight back against this pirate menace. You see there's all sorts of little robots milling about which have their own behaviors that can help or hinder you in your quest. One thing you may have noticed there, you're just flying into the enemy. Since you're a robot vacuum, you love cleaning. Cleaning is your favorite. As you clean up dirt and blood, it powers up your energy. So you see in the lower left, the red bar is your blood meter. And that will give you access to blood abilities. So I'll explain more when those come up. But yeah, each world in the game has its own sections with their own unique traps and gadgets that you can that you can use against your enemies. See, there's a water puddle, which makes enemies slip, but it can also combine with our elemental system. So what we've endeavored to create here is an action comedy sandbox, inspired by the 90s action movies like Jackie Chan movies that we used to love. Creating a lot of different tools for players to mess around with and find interesting and hilarious combos to take out their enemies. We really want to encourage replayability as well, and ways for people to share their unique, funny moments and creative methods of dispatching their enemies. We're jumping around a little bit. So in this segment here, we've got a lot more enemies that have appeared. We have different enemy types as well. So you'll see here that the escalation of difficulty that comes as you progress further through the waves of enemies, more enemies will appear and there'll be new types as well. And as you continue to munch your enemies, you're gaining more and more power, and in the larger game, we'll have a progression system where you can unlock different abilities as well, but for the demo, we've got 3 abilities for you. So the ram there flies at the enemies and sends off this AoE shockwave, which is great for mobility and crowd control. So we're going to see the chaos escalate a whole bunch here, flipping in the air, it's absolute madness. But that's what this game is all about. It's like crazy, over-the-top action, surviving against all odds as this tiny little robot vacuum with the heart of gold and a strong sense of justice. Here we're going to finish this up. Send this person into another dimension. And, of course, since you're a robot vacuum, you got to clean up after yourself. Once you've dispatched all your enemies, it's very important to clean up. So at the end of each level, you're challenged with cleaning up all of the mess as fast as you can and as thoroughly as you can. But Little Roombo's having the best time here. He could do this all day. Thanks for watching, and please look forward to being able to play the demo during PAX Online. It'll be available on Steam. And please make sure to wishlist Justice Sucks Recharged. Every wishlist helps. Thank you so much. Stay safe, take care, have fun with our game. Much love, and have a great PAX Online.
Hi everyone, this is Parkosaurus, and it is one of the Indie Showcase winners for PAX, which we are very happy to be part of. Wash Bear is made by a two-person team called Wash Bear Studio, and one of those people is me. I'm Chris. Hi. The game itself is a dinosaurs tycoon simulation, where you obviously take care of your dinos and expand your park. So let me give you a quick look into the game. We could do a customized game, but let's go to the world map instead. And I'm going to do one of the missions, which is Toronto, and let's start that up to have a quick look. And the first quest pops up, Dino Appeal. And this is our park. This is the one we're starting with. So this is where we're going to have to do the quest. So the first thing, we need to get 500 Dino Appeal, have 4 dinosaurs, and unlock 2 science. Okay, so various ways we can do all this. The first thing I'm going to do is see what the quest gave me. So I have a hat, and hats can go in your dinos, or your employees, and they have an Ankylosaurus. So I'm going to hire some people to help me first. I'm going to go to the office, and go to resumes. I'm going to get a vet. I'm going to hire a janitor. Looks pretty good. And a scientist, because I will want some science. And a security. And I'm going to, you know what, I'm going to move this over here. Because I want to build my exhibit where this all is. Let's build an exhibit. I'm going to use some concrete walls first. So these are cheaper, they're pretty strong. The only catch is guests can't see through them to see the dinos, which is okay, because we'll add some other fences. And I'm going to make it just this big for now. And why don't I add some wood fence. And these will allow the guests to see in. So I'll just add some path here. And you know what, let's drop our egg while we're at it. And if I fill this up with grass, most of this is already grass, so let me fill the rest with grass. There. So this exhibit now I can click anywhere on the wall or on the ground and it'll pull up the exhibit pane. And there's a lot of interesting information here. And we're trying to get the taiga biome. So you can see we have to add some ruggedness and some wetness. So let's go ahead and add water. And you can see it's transforming, and there we go. We just got over to the rainforest. But we need to get up to taiga, so we wanna add some ruggedness. I'm gonna do that with the train tool. Add a mountain here. There we go. Now, let's hatch our dino. No, let's make a perfect exhibit. So now you can see here we need some bushes, some trees, and some rocks. So I'm going to go ahead and add those. Okay, you can see the meters filling up. I want some bushes that are meant for grass tiles. And you can see biodiversity is filling up. And I want to finish it off with some rocks. So granite. Perfect. Biome looks pretty good. Let's hatch our dino. There we go. This is Olive, our first dino. And people are going to start watching Olive. Pretty cool. And gotta get some donation boxes for them to give money. There's a lot more to do. We have to get food, and a door on the exhibit so the vets can inspect the dino. And yeah, there's lots to do. So, but I just wanted to give you a sneak peek into how this game works, and there you go. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed this, and if you have a chance, check out Parksaurus. You can get it on Steam currently. Yeah. Alright, thanks.
This all you got? all you got?
The next chapter in Firefly's classic real-time strategy series, Stronghold Warlords is the latest in a line of unique castle sim games. Developed by Firefly Studios, creators of the original Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader, Stronghold Warlords introduces new RTS mechanics, classic Stronghold units, and 4 unique regions. In Stronghold Warlords, players must first design, build, and manage a fully realised castle economy, before taking the fight to rival opponents lifted from the pages of history. But you won't be alone in the fights, with the addition of a completely new way to play Stronghold in the Warlord system. Players will besiege Great Khans, Imperial leaders, Shogun commanders and more as they grow their castle economy and construct new gunpowder-fueled siege weapons. Taking players from the jungles of Vietnam and the Mongolian steppe to the warring states of China and finally feudal Japan, this new setting is built into each aspect of our castle sim gameplay. Popularity with your subjects is influenced by a wider variety of factors than ever before. A granary full of rice, meat and vegetables might keep your peasants from revolting, but in order to raise taxes, an army, and get the most from your workers, they'll need more than just full bellies. Quality clothing and housing, temples, tea houses, medieval entertainment, and even torture devices all have a role to play in the continued happiness and obedience of your peasant population. Fail to stay on their good side and peasants will abandon the player, leaving you without farmers, blacksmiths, diplomats, and indeed soldiers with which to defend your keep. Introducing new cultures, mechanics, and historical detail to the series for the first time, Warlords is built around the central Warlord system, a grand strategy mechanic that allows players to recruit, upgrade, and command 8 unique warlords across the battlefield. Once under your command, either through force or diplomacy,
I serve a new master. My army is ready.
Each warlord boosts your strategic prowess with unique perks, characteristics, and upgradable abilities. Early on, players can boost their diplomacy and gold reserves with the help of the Crane Warlord, who also has a unique perk that boosts popularity within the castle. Later in the game, we might turn to more military-focused warlords, like the Tiger and Dragon. These more aggressive warlords can do everything from increasing melee damage and offering spiritual guidance, to growing your army with special units and even launching a full siege attack on the enemy. Utilize each warlord to boost your industry, fortify borders, forge weapons or launch a pincer attack, and you'll dominate the battlefield in no time. Each mission and multiplayer battle means a fresh set of warlords to command and new dynamics for every castle built.
With all the warlords in this region, we have the numbers to launch a single great assault on the castle.
To defend their castles, players will take command of Mongol hordes, Imperial warriors and samurai clansmen, as they prepare to besiege everything from Japanese castles to fortified Chinese cities. In addition to classic weapons like the trebuchet and mighty siege tower, Warlords also introduces gunpowder to the series for the first time. The Korean hwacha, rocket launchers, and fire oxen, inspired by Chinese siege warfare, are all options for players hoping to breach enemy walls and thin out an attacking siege force. When it comes to infantry, players will be able to recruit all new units including fire lancers, disciplined samurai, Mongolian bowmen, and heavily armoured imperial troops. Combine these with your siege weapons of choice and players will have all the tools they need to break enemy lines and defeat the enemy warlord. Whether you become the greatest lord through fear or admiration, military might or careful diplomacy, players will journey from 3rd century BC China and Vietnam all the way through to the rise of the Tokugawa shogunate and the coming of the Mongol Empire.
My name is Ata, I'm 26 years old, and I come from Turkey. In 2013, things became problematic in Turkey. First, there was the largest protest the country had ever seen, and then a corruption scandal. After that, dozens of terror attacks, and then, in 2016, a coup. So this political instability affected me and all my friends and everybody we knew. We wanted to look at this issue because it affected us so much. We wanted to deep dive on why this is happening. And it's not an issue that is related to a certain country when you look at the broader picture. Throughout time, these events happen. Why do they happen? That is why we created this entertainment product that is a story about politics, but lets the player take a pivotal role in it.
The year is 1954, and you are the newly elected president of Swordland. Embark on the personal journey of Anton Rain. Will your decisions repair the country, or lead it to further ruin? Discover the alternative reality of Suzerain, with different countries, cultures, religions, dotted with more than 40 characters with different goals and ambitions. Execute your own political vision as president of a country. Will you heed the calls for reform and change the constitution of Swordland? Or will you embark on a more security-focused path to ensure stability in your country? Shape the future of your family by making key life decisions about your son, your wife, and your daughter. Try to tackle key subjects like the economy and the ongoing recession, or welfare and the inequality within. There are a slew of societal challenges and issues that face Swordland. Will you be bold and go against the structure to make the changes necessary? Or will you maintain the current order to benefit yourself? Internal subjects are not the only thing to worry about. There's a massive global rivalry happening between United Contana in the east and Arcasia in the west. How will you position Swordland in between these two vying superpowers as they threaten to rip the world apart? Many of the decisions you will make in this game will change your endings, and how Anton's life will continue or end. The question is, how will you lead Swordland? What kind of changes will you make? What type of a leader will you be?
Chapter 6.
My name is Ata, I'm 26 years old, and I come from Turkey. In 2013, things became problematic in Turkey. First, there was the largest protest the country had ever seen, and then a corruption scandal. After that, dozens of terror attacks, and then in 2016, a coup. So this political instability affected me and all my friends and everybody we knew. We wanted to look at this issue because it affected us so much. We wanted to deep dive on why this is happening. And it's not an issue that is related to a certain country when you look at the broader picture. Throughout time, these events happen. Why do they happen? That is why we created this entertainment product that is a story about politics, but lets the player take a pivotal role in it.
The year is 1954, and you are the newly elected president of Swordland. Embark on the personal journey of Anton Rain. Will your decisions repair the country, or lead it to further ruin? Discover the alternative reality of Suzerain, with different countries, cultures, religions, dotted with more than 40 characters with different goals and ambitions. Execute your own political vision as president of a country. Will you heed the calls for reform and change the constitution of Swordland? Or will you embark on a more security-focused path to ensure stability in your country? Shape the future of your family by making key life decisions about your son, your wife, and your daughter. Try to tackle key subjects like the economy and the ongoing recession, or welfare and the inequality within. There are a slew of societal challenges and issues that face Swordland. Will you be bold and go against the structure to make the changes necessary? Or will you maintain the current order to benefit yourself? Internal subjects are not the only thing to worry about. There's a massive global rivalry happening between United Contana in the east and Arcasia in the west. How will you position Swordland in between these two vying superpowers as they threaten to rip the world apart? Many of the decisions you will make in this game will change your endings, and how Anton's life will continue or end. The question is, how will you lead Swordland? What kind of changes will you make? What type of a leader will you be?
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to show some of the challenges with modern day cancer treatments and how not all the time can they be successful. So after we decided we wanted to talk about different cancer therapies, we began talking about the different game mechanics. And this is where we came up with the different treatment guns, focusing on chemotherapy, targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. Our plans for Malignancy VR is to expand it into a multi-level game. And we're going to be doing this in conjunction with members of the community. So if this sounds of something of interest to you, head over to malignancyvr.com and sign up to be in touch. Furthermore, we want to take that game and then test it in a randomized clinical trial to robustly assess if virtual reality is an effective way to teach people about cancer, and more importantly, can it change or influence people's behavior and reduce their risk of cancer over a lifetime?
The Invisible Hand is a satire about the high-risk, high-reward casino capitalism in the financial industry. You are a trader, your job is simple. Make money, lots of money. The more you make, the happier your boss is, the richer you become, and the more you have to invest. The question is, how far are you willing to go? Our goal is to show how anything can be turned into a commodity, how these commodities are valued in our society, and what happens when they end up being perceived only through numbers on a computer. We want players to experience the conflict between the sanitized environment of modern workplaces and the hidden human costs of the economy that supports it, to realize the disconnect between the office microcosm and the outer world. We want the player to confront the corporate diffusion of responsibility, letting them choose whether or not to follow orders. They'll have to make this decision with limited information, beyond the promise of retribution, only to realize later what that implies. We've aimed to show the contrast between the contemporary glamorous representation of the financial industry when compared to the reality of the excesses of capitalism. We've also brought our personal experience of disillusion about biased meritocracy and the grey areas of work ethic to this market-driven dystopia. Do you have it in you to keep the cycle going? What's the price of your success? What is the value of your achievements? These are all questions players will be faced with in The Invisible Hand.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody around the world watching PAX Online. We are very, very excited to be bringing you some Street Fighter tonight. My name is Nick Beckwith. I'm going to be one of your hosts tonight.
And I'm James Cowan, and I'll be your co-host.
Now, we want to just start this by mentioning that you guys can jump into the Discord if you do want to play any of the games coming up over the next few days. So we do have an Overwatch tournament tomorrow. We have Rocket League the day after on Thursday, and we do have Call of Duty Modern Warfare on Friday. And obviously tonight, it's all about Street Fighter. We're very excited to get into this. It's been a long time since I've really gotten that sort of arcade feel going into the, what did you do when you were a kid going into these sort of situations?
I think everybody has some familiarity with Street Fighter, at least in terms of whether it was down at the arcade or whether it was at the fish and chip shop being given a few coins to burn some time while you waited for your food. So I think everybody's familiar with Street Fighter. Of course, it's in its 5th iteration right now, Street Fighter 5. It's now in Champions Edition. So there's a lot of cool things that they're adding to the game constantly. And they're revisiting old lores with characters. And we see this game evolve almost monthly, it feels. So I'm really keen to see how these players have adjusted to some of the changes and some of the announced changes as well. Let's just see how it plays out.
Awesome. Now, we'll talk a little bit more about Street Fighter in just a moment, but I am going to mention we do have a show coming up on Saturday and Sunday. If you didn't catch it the weekend just been, it's called Games on the Barbie. It is going to be, basically, they're giving away an awesome swag bag. So I wanted to mention a couple of things that you guys can win from that because it's worth a bit. And this is open to anyone in Australia. So you guys should definitely jump in on the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, get yourself in the draw to win the swag bag. There's heaps of awesome stuff from Capcom, Control Freak, Bethesda, ZQ Racing. ZQ Racing have some socks, a mouse pad to give away. They were lovely enough to give us these chairs to sit in. Otherwise, the show obviously would be a lot more awkward if we were on our knees talking to you guys right now.
A lot less comfortable, that's for sure.
Absolutely. So that's Games on the Barbie, Saturday and Sunday. Make sure you guys get by and go try and win yourself some sweet free swag. Yep. That is like always the best part about PAX, right? Like walking around all the booths, like trying to find out what's for free.
Yeah, I think that's probably everybody's favorite pastime at PAX. If they're not searching for something free, they're looking for something cool to do. And I think everybody, if they're not running away from PAX with arms full of swag,
yeah,
that's probably a bit of an L in my eyes.
Absolutely. You go in there with the biggest backpack you can find, so you can just stock it full of drink bottles and pens and pens and anything else that you can find.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's empty at the start of the day and brim full by the end.
Absolutely. Now, so today we're very, very excited to give you 2 whole rounds of Street Fighter. So we have the second final, which is whoever, so the first game that we watch, the winner of that match is going to be going into the final against Ghost Chips, currently our first finalist. So we're very, very excited to throw over to casters Tom and Nez. Those guys are going to be guiding you through it for the next half an hour to 40 minutes or so. So do you have a go-to character in Street Fighter that's like your one and only?
I think I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with Ryu, just because he's one of the first characters.
Absolutely.
Going back to Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 1 was probably my first run-in with him. But obviously in some of the later iterations of the game, he's just been a little bit more than useless.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, like,
the best way to put it.
I remember playing on a demo version on my PlayStation 1, which was like very limited on what kind of characters you could play. Would play it hours and hours, but you didn't have the opportunity to choose any character you liked. So it was, like Ken and Ryu, and it's like the whole time, those two guys going at it. So those guys are generally like a lot of people's like favorite characters from Street Fighter.
Absolutely. They're the first two that they remember and associate with the entire series. They've been consistent throughout as well. So
I'd almost say that Ryu is probably one of the most iconic video game characters of all time.
Oh, absolutely.
I wonder if we're going to see one of those guys tonight in our second to semi-final, which we are going to throw over to now. Thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the games, everybody.
Hello everybody and welcome to your Telstra Tournament PAX Finals. I am here today with my good friend Nez and we are going to go over some quality Street Fighter 5 action. How you doing today, Nez?
Watch some intense Street Fighter action, and we have a very interesting top 3 here today that we're going to see.
Definitely, man.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this is going to play out. The first match will, of course, be our loser side game between Zed, who is TTTJ, and Budget Evil Ryu. And these two guys play a lot of different characters.
Yeah, I believe Zed went with, or TTTJ went with Nikali all day today, and Budget Evil Ryu was playing Seth, who is new this year. Very, very strong character. And then our little man sitting in the finals right now is none other than New Zealand's own Ghost Chips. So probably the best player from the New Zealand region. So not a surprise to see him on the winner's side of the grand finals. But anyway, without any further ado, I reckon we can get into it and get these guys moving. So if the gentleman was ready up, I reckon we can slide into our first match.
Absolutely.
How do you do? I mean, I haven't really seen much of Nikali versus Seth before, so I'm not quite sure how this matchup plays out, personally.
Oh, no, yeah, me neither. It really depends on, I feel like, what V-skill Nikali is going to use. Is he going to use the new one, or is he going to use the old one? For anyone who's unfamiliar with what a V-skill is, the main system of Street Fighter V is the V system, which is a V trigger and a V skill, which you get to pick between two of each. And they drastically can change how your character plays.
Exactly right. A lot of characters tend to swap between one or two of the other and mix it up in different combinations on each matchup basis, depending on what obviously your opponent has and utilizes. Seth being a very, very interesting iteration of this with his V skill 1, which we see Budget Evil Ryu has gone for, the Tandem Engine. So what the Tandem Engine does is you'll see him do it probably at some point because it's one of his best tools. He does like a sucking sort of motion like that as you're seeing on your screen right now. And he'll pull you in and he steals a move from the other character. So that actually gives Seth a new move dependent on whoever he's playing against. So it'll be interesting to see how Budget Evil Ryu uses that one against Zed here.
Going with the V-Skill 1, which is a lot like a projectile, even though it might not look like one. It's very much a screen control kind of move.
Exactly right. So basically what he does is he pounds down on the ground, and its aim is to lock down or knock down the opponent. Wow, put himself in the corner.
Yeah, might be in trouble here, but he's finding his way out pretty well. Yep.
Yeah, good screen. Oh, missed the DP. That should be dead here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, he did the wrong combo. Takes it out anyway.
Budget Evil Ryu taking round 1. Couple of small places there that both players I think will clean up a little bit here and just. But the first game, Jinners, you are on the PAX stage after all.
That's it.
Big DP.
Yeah. I will say, for anyone unfamiliar with the players, Budget Evil Ryu, also known as Kerr, which we should be calling him, is very much the underdog in this top 3. Zed and Ghost Chips are very established players, but Kerr, an exceptional performance in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Someone who's been entering tournaments for a while, I think, but never had a real breakout performance like today. Which, speaking of, there you go. That is a quick game 1, 2 rounds straight.
Yeah, I can't say I was expecting him to win in such a dominant fashion. He's doing extremely well so far.
Definitely. I mean, Zed is someone who plays a lot of games. He is a multi-game specialist. So it could well be that maybe Zed just isn't that prepared for Seth.
Yeah, Seth is the newest character in the cast, so...
Exactly right. A returning character from Street Fighter 4. Very, very different in this iteration of the game, however, though. If you're a fan of Capcom's older fighting games, Seth is actually really, really cool because a lot of his moves are based off of moves from other characters in older Capcom fighting games, like Darkstalkers.
Yeah.
Wow, the bait! Drop the combo.
Still has a good life lead though. He's doing well here. Optimal damage there.
Oh, straight over the top. Oh, here we go. This is huge. Look at this damage. Nikali is super scary in the corner here because he has a command throw, but didn't even get to use it. Don't worry about it.
Round 2.
Kerr going for the reversal there and taking another round, looking to go up 2-0 here.
This is, man, I want to say it's exactly what he needs, but considering how well he's playing, he doesn't particularly need anything. He's doing so great.
No, 100%. He's just honestly just playing Seth the way that Seth has been designed to be played, playing very aggressive, willing to take risks, using that dive kick there, that move right there, the kick a lot.
Oh yeah. Ooh.
Street
Street Fighter 5, very aggressive Street Fighter compared to a lot of the older ones. So.
Definitely. The game encourages offense a lot more than other options. Ooh, that was not a safe on block move, but Zed with no punish.
Yeah, maybe you're right about the unfamiliarity.
Ooh.
Oh, great reaction.
Ooh.
That's very hard to react to with the move he did there.
Very, very quick. With the motion inputs obviously that Street Fighter has, you can make that visual reaction, but then you have to have the muscle memory to be able to do the input and execute it under the stress of being in a tournament situation.
Uh-oh.
That's going to be huge damage. With Seth being a particularly strong character, he's also a little bit of a glass cannon, so he hits hard, but he gets hit extremely hard as well.
Yep, he dies very fast. Not every character in this game has the same amount of health, despite the life bars looking the same. Some characters have a lot less, and Seth is equal least health in the game with another character. Ooh. When the Kali has average health.
Exactly right.
But everyone does high damage, like that.
Zed getting his first game on the board.
Yep, and he really needed that one. There's a big difference between being 2 games up against 0 and being 1 against 1.
Exactly right. In a first to 3 set, momentum is so important. And in Street Fighter, in fighting games in general, momentum is huge. So with that quick swing that Zed just made there, I'd like to see Kerr sort of try and slow down a little bit maybe.
Yeah, for sure.
But he's also playing a very high octane character. So, you know, it's hard to sort of, you've got to be able to mix in taking time to mentally cope with the stress of the situation.
Absolutely. Oh. Yeah, Kerr is making a lot of risky plays, but they're paying off a lot.
It's got the install from the Tandon engine now, so look for some extra combo potential here. Next hit could be big.
I see it.
Those dive kicks that you see from Seth, probably his strongest tool and one of the main reasons people think he's so good in this game.
Definitely. It just gives him the ability to control the screen space really, really well. Like, watching this, you can see Zed struggling to figure out how to deal with that air option, as Nikali is also a character who can struggle with anti-air at times as well.
Yeah, even a lot of characters who don't struggle with anti-airs struggle to deal with Seth's dive kick.
Yeah, it's super, super strong. Definitely a character staple, that's for certain.
Yep.
Oh, wow, got clipped there.
Bit of a frame trap there. He left the gap big enough to catch something.
Going for sweep here, interesting choice. Plus frames.
Oh.
Whoa, Zed! Zed's reactions are so good, man.
Oh yeah, one of his greatest attributes.
Definitely.
Plus again.
Oh,
that's it.
Nice conversion.
That will be game number 3 going Kerr's way.
Definitely. And bang, there it is. Great awareness there to hit confirm that special move into the critical art and take the round.
Yeah. He spent all his resources to finish him off there, but of course that doesn't matter when the game's over.
Yeah, it's if you talk to a lot of fighting game players, especially when they talk about Street Fighter 5, they'll talk about making the most of your meter whenever you can, which are the 2 bars obviously just down on the bottom of your screens there, the EX and the V meter. This game is so volatile that you don't want to leave stuff out. If you choose, you know, I'm not going to spend all of my bar this round because I want to save it for the next one. It's very, very easy to swing. Just like this, see how fast this round has gone here, and then you're not going to get to spend any of this bar.
Yeah.
Just like that.
A rule that pretty much every experienced Street Fighter 5 player will tell you is, if you can spend meter to kill, you spend that meter. Do not take the gamble of saving it.
Greed does not pay off in this game. Just because of the nature of how high damage it is.
Big jump there, unanswered. Scared of the dive kicks, of course.
I'd like to see Zed start interrupting the Tatsu kick, that one just there.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
actually a gap there that you can interrupt in. If you don't interrupt it, however, Seth gets an advantage. So I'd like to see Zed try and adjust there and start interrupting that one.
Oh, no.
Huge.
That's not the first time we've seen that happen as well.
Optimal corner carry there.
Oh. This is a big combo.
Yeah. This is scary now. Scary stuff for Kerr here. I like that. I like the use of the V meter there just to create some space.
Oh, no. Yeah, I do definitely agree with that.
Whoa, Zed, man. These reactions.
Oh, that's a combo.
Oh, that's huge. One more hit will win for both players here. Oh, that should do it.
Big mistake there. I feel like he thought that he had V-trigger, where he would have been able to cancel that sweep and been safe, but he just didn't have enough. And 2 apiece, going down to the final game of this set. The loser here will be sent packing.
Yes, this is it. This is for all the marbles. Winner gets on to the grand final stage here and the opportunity to play against Tenga Boys' Zone Ghost Chips. So it's all on the line here. Got to lay it all out. It's a very scrappy set from these two. Yeah, it's clipped. Wow, okay.
Yeah, I can't believe that worked.
Just spent the bar on the Tatsu there and it worked out for him. Okay, plus frames. Gotta hold that.
Oh, no anti-air from Kerr.
That's huge. Zed getting him back in the corner is a huge turnaround here.
Yep.
Ooh, nice.
Just like that, look how far out of the corner he is from that one combo.
Seth has very, very good corner carry. Can take you from one side of the stage to the other in just about one hit.
That's very important in this game.
The corner is super, super deadly here. Whoa, the dash in. Let's go, Zed.
Oh. Could have had it there if he was ready for the anti-air.
Kerr's accepted that they're not going to get their V-trigger this round.
Oh no.
Oh no, that's going to be it. Zed.
Yeah. Big misplay there. I feel like this might be the difference between the experience Zed has in these situations and what Kerr can do, really. He doesn't have so much experience in like a top 3 like this.
Tournament setting, yeah. Could be a little bit of the nerves here between these two. Zed is definitely a seasoned veteran of entering tournaments and competing and stuff like that, so definitely not going to be as affected by the nerves here, and you can see Kerr starting to fall apart a little bit here now.
Yeah. It's high pressure.
I like that he's slowing it down the littlest bit though. Like just taking a little bit of time to try and control himself and control his breathing and make sure he stays on top of things.
Absolutely. I like that he keeps abusing that heavy Tatsu because Zed has shown that he doesn't have an answer for it.
Oh, comeback time. Here we go. Let's see.
I see. Useless.
Zed could almost kill off a hit here.
Useless.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is
jump in.
anyone's.
Ooh, now definitely. Ooh. Oh, that's gonna be it.
Yep.
Zed with the clutch comeback against Kerr takes it out 3-2. Damn.
Yep. Kerr will be going home, but it was definitely a valiant effort. I'm really surprised by his play today. I think he played extremely well, and he almost made it to grand finals. He was one game off.
You can never be sad with a second place, especially in a fighting game. You always got to remember, if 32 people show up, that means that it's going to be 31 losers. So
exactly.
Fighting game tournaments can be grueling, but huge congratulations to Kerr for that great win and run there for the tournament. But now we've got bigger fish to fry. We're on to the grand final. So it's going to be Zed versus Ghost Chips. I get the feeling that these guys will have played each other before.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And Ghost Chips definitely going to be playing Bison. That is his guy. And Bison.
Definitely. And Zed has swapped between Kareen and Nikali over the years, but I believe he's back on the Nikali now.
Hey, he has more characters than that. He's got a very good Akuma.
He does. He has a Cody as well. He played Cody for a song.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been beaten soundly by that Cody.
Damn it, CCH.
Yep.
Buddy. Anyway, quickly, before we jump into these grand finals, to explain how this format works for you guys here. So, Ghost Chips is on the winner's side of the bracket, which means that he currently has not lost a set, whereas Zed has. So basically what Zed has to do is win one first to 3 to send Ghost Chips to the losers bracket, then has to beat him in another first to 3 in order to take the tournament. So, huge road ahead of Zed here. Going to be hard for him to bring this one back, but that's why we've got the best of the best in grand finals. If anybody can do it, it's going to be one of these boys here. So, do you know anything about Nikali Bison at all? Do you know anything about that matchup?
Oh boy. I don't know. I mean, I feel like it has to be. It's definitely not bad for Bison. I know that. It's maybe 5-5, you know, even at worst. But it could be maybe a bit better for Bison, perhaps. I'm trying to think of what kind of interactions would go either way. But it's hard to say with Nikali's new V-skill. I feel like it's very unexplored and it could be a game changer.
Yeah, Nikali's always been a character that's been a little bit slept on, I think.
100%.
He's always been super, super strong.
Absolutely.
It's just a matter of players making the most of those resources, because he is a little bit of an unorthodox character, as he does have both motion inputs and charge inputs. Motion being like your Shoryukens or fireballs that Ryu and Ken does, and your charge inputs being like the scissor kicks that we will, and the Psycho Crushers that we'll see from Ghost Chips in this set here.
Oh yeah.
Although we won't see any Psycho Crushers actually, because Ghost Chips is exclusively a V-Trigger 1 player with Bison. I don't think I've ever seen him pick V-Trigger 2 seriously.
Yeah, and I think that's the right choice. I think he, of all the Bisons I've ever played against, he is by far the most efficient V-Trigger 1 user I've ever seen.
Also probably the most aggressive too.
Absolutely.
And V-Trigger 1 definitely favors a more aggressive playstyle here. So let's see if Chips can take that aggressive playstyle and win in this first set, or whether Zed will bring it back and reverse the sweep and take these 6 games here. So this should be a good one. I'm excited for these two.
Yeah, 2 heavy hitters here.
Definitely. Ghost Chips going with that black Bison color, the one that he always picks. Oh, no conversion. Damn, slides in here. So you're going to see Zed take to the skies a lot against Ghost Chips here, because one of M. Bison's weaknesses in this game is actually that he doesn't have a lot of great anti-air options, which are the ability to stop your opponent from jumping at you in the air. So look for... Oh, okay. Look for Zed to be a bit more aggressive here.
Definitely needs to be, because if you let Bison do his thing, then you're not going to have a good time, to say the least.
Definitely not. Bison is a very oppressive character offensively. Nice jab check on the dashes there, as Zed takes round 1. Good sign for the loser's side player.
Definitely what he needs. Might instill a bit more confidence, make it easier to win the following games. Oof.
Zed trying to create some space a bit, as I say that. Jumps straight back in.
Yeah. Still anyone's game here.
Ooh, that crouching light punch and here there. That's a interesting little quirk of Street Fighter V. A couple characters have some buttons that you'd think wouldn't be able to hit people out of the air particularly well, but one like Bison's crouching light punch there is actually an excellent anti-air tool.
Buttons.
Bison just has a lot of really good long buttons in this game, man.
Oh yeah, and a lot of people think of Bison as a very aggressive character, which he is, but once he's been aggressive and he has this kind of lead on you, he has so much control. Like,
definitely.
Ghost Chips has controlled this entire round.
Damn, but you say that, but here comes Zed.
Yep.
So he's activated his V-Trigger now. Nikali's V-Trigger is actually really cool, personally to me, and unlike any other in the game. Once Nikali gets to activate his V-Trigger, it's installed permanently, which you can see it's denoted by the hair going like Super Saiyan.
Yeah, that's it.
From the big locks to the big plume of fiery hair. So, and he gets a huge amount of buffs to all of his moves, and it makes him a much stronger character.
Yeah, it was a good point you brought up, Tom. It's anyone's game until someone activates V-Trigger.
Yeah.
And then you have an idea of whose game it's likely going to be, until the other person activates at least. V-triggers in this game are very strong.
Yeah, it's the name of the game, and it's the game-defining mechanic, so it's good to have that sort of personality to your game, make it stand out from the rest of the cast.
Yeah. If you're unfamiliar with exactly what a V-trigger is, the best way I can put it is it's a comeback mechanic where it gives you a lot more abilities or enhances your abilities so that it makes it easier for you to come back in the round.
Exactly right. Those red bars in the bottom corners of the screen respectively, once those fill up, they activate, as you can see Zed doing right now, and that gives them those enhanced moves and those abilities. Some are on a timer, some are a one-hit use move, and then Zed's, or Nikali's, is a unique one in that it's a permanent install.
Yeah, as you can see, Nikali been able to really bring it back here.
Definitely.
And he'll be able to close it out as well.
Yeah, Zed taking game one in a very, very tight one. Those life bars were tight.
Yeah, that was very close. But it is exactly what Zed needed here. I mean, you're not going to beat ghost ships for free. it's always going to be very hard fought.
Yeah, definitely right, man. Chips is a storied competitor. How many New Zealand national tournaments has he won in a row now? 3?
Oh.
3 or 4? Something like that. He's a proper prodigy. So one of the younger people in the community as well.
Yeah.
Which is incredible.
Up and comer in terms of age, but he's been at the top of the game for a very long time.
Definitely. From the word go, and he's been playing Bison from the word go as well, even in Season 1.
Yep.
When Bison was a much weaker character. Ooh, that's a big read there.
Once again, Ghost Ship's in control. Very, very firm control, but that V-trigger, here it comes.
Nikali's a very explosive character. So if Zed can get one good hit, then he can go to town. Especially because M. Bison in this game doesn't have great defensive options.
Yeah, that's right.
If he gets knocked down and then Zed attacks and keeps attacking, he can actually keep on top of him. Ooh, that's huge. Look at that damage.
Ghost Ship's right back on him though, evening up the life.
This set is a slugfest, man. Both guys are just pulling punches. That's
Oh yeah. There's heavy buttons out the wazoo.
And here we go.
Look at this damage.
Meaty blast. Wow, he did it again.
Ghost Ships, he just stayed on top really right then. He kept his pressure up. He didn't let Nikali activate his V-trigger. That's one of the best counters to strong V-triggers is you just don't let them activate. You just stay on them, pressure, so that they can't use their strongest mechanics.
Exactly right. And that's the good thing about Nikali's V-trigger as well, is the fact that because it doesn't run out, you can activate, get into their face, and then just keep pressing and pressing and pressing. And a character like M. Bison doesn't have a lot that he can actually do to get away from that pressure. He just has to sort of take it and hope that he guesses right defensively.
Yep, has to make a lot of dangerous guesses where it might not be so dangerous for other characters in the same situation.
Exactly right.
Very back and forth here.
Ooh, wow, this is jump in. Yeah, it's definitely a very backing forward heavy set.
It's very fast, but it's very like your turn, my turn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me at all that this matchup is very momentum heavy. They're both very momentum heavy characters to see. So
absolutely,
they like to take that pace and run with it and control the tempo of the game with the tools and options that they have. Nice, great.
Very smart. Very smart.
So what you saw there was Zed, when you activate your V-trigger, the game will freeze for a split second. So Zed activated to use that little bit of extra time just to sort of denote what's happening. Notice that Chips is in the air, and then use the anti-air option to close out the round.
Yeah, that's it. Because Bison can be very tricky in the air. He can do a lot of different things, but by using that freeze frame, he was able to see exactly what he was doing and use the right answer.
Exactly right, man. Big. Okay, here we go. Zed is looking great right now, man.
But now it's Bison in his V-trigger. Something we haven't talked about as much, but this V-trigger is crazy.
Yeah, so it actually enhances a bunch of Bison's moves. The biggest one, or one of the biggest ones, being his forward dash. So next time M. Bison activates, have a look to see. Ghost Chips will dash at Zed, and M. Bison will just go straight through him. So you can actually go through people with that dash, which can lead to some really sticky situations and mixing up your opponent and having them not sure which side to guess in terms of blocking.
That's it. And Zed, one game away from resetting.
Round 1.
Up 2-1 at the moment. So looking at a long haul set here, guys. Glad to have you here with us, running these grand final sets here, showing off the best Australian Street Fighter has to offer. And Chips turn on the Jets a little bit here.
Yeah, I think that he has the right idea. I feel like that's how he's really done well in previous rounds.
Yeah, definitely. It's a matter of who controls the tempo for these two. Nikali being a character that if he can't activate, which he has just been able to, it can be very hard for Nikali to get his offense started. But as you can see, once he gets that activate and goes Super Saiyan, you can see the difference between the quality of the character and just how much stronger he gets.
Nikali visually very well designed because he looks like a caveman, and when he gets in that V trigger, he acts like a caveman.
Yeah, like a caveman, exactly
That's
right.
the best way to put it.
Very visually distinct too. You can 100% tell exactly what mode Nikali is in as well. Reversal Super!
No luck. Big gamble.
Yeah. So we did say it's a good idea to spend all of your meter in Street Fighter V, but on options like that, probably not the best choice because you've just thrown away all of your bar for the next round.
It's a guessing situation, and he guessed wrong. Had he guessed right though, he would have been in a very, very good position. Might not have killed, but would have been right on top of Bison.
Nice little
Good
jab
punish.
there. Yeah.
And
Nice
oh.
TP. So that is incredibly hard to do, that reversal dragon punch there that Zed did. Because
Absolutely.
Ghost changes sides, it can be a lot harder to do those inputs consistently. Oh, here we go.
Both players in their V triggers.
Oh, that's going to do it! Zed!
Final round.
Looking at taking this first 3-0 and resetting the bracket.
Yeah, just needs one more round. I feel like the story of the matches have been so far is Ghost Ships has been largely in control for most of the match, but once the V-triggers are on the table, Zed has been able to make the comeback almost every time.
Exactly right. It's just the ability to capitalize once he gets that activate going, which is the name of the game with Nikali. Oh, nice dash up there to check the V-skill.
Very well placed aggression by Ghost Ships in this round.
You can see that Chips is playing a little bit more patient here, and it's a little bit slower because he knows that this final game here, or this final round, is very important. Lots of jumping around going on at the moment.
It's a mid-screen, but they're pushing each other every way.
This is a EX Psycho Ball there just to get a bit more screen space. Zed pushing him back to the corner though, spending all that bar.
Here comes V triggers. At least one.
Oh man! Ooh, Zed with the reaction. So ready today. And he'll do it.
And he's done it.
It for your first 3. Zed resetting the bracket. Now he's got to win another one of those to win the tournament. So we're looking at a final first to 3 here between these two. We'll probably go back to the lobby and then reset. Just to get the scores good to go.
Yep, but we should be good to go right into it.
Definitely. So the players will ready up and dive straight back in here.
Yep.
So the thing about being on the winner's side of a tournament bracket is that it gives Ghost Chips this opportunity and a lot of time to gather data and get an understanding of what Zed wants to do. So realistically, if Ghost Chip still wins the tournament, it does not matter at all that he lost that first set there.
No.
And that's the advantage that you get going into grand finals on the winner's side.
That's it. And you have that advantage because you never lost the set leading up to that point, if that makes sense. So now he's lost a set, it's as if they were both in loser's side.
Exactly.
But they're the only 2 people left. So it's an even playing field now. Yeah, I wonder if we'll see any V-trigger or V-skill changes.
Yeah, actually, I don't expect anything from... Nope. Chips the same, and the same for Zed as well. So
Round one.
Yeah, makes sense.
Would have liked to see the Nikali V skill too, though, just because it's
Yep.
really cool. He
Yeah,
does
I
that
agree.
Big, this big burp. He like burps out a projectile.
Yep. But hey,
Pressure tool.
things have been working out well for Zed too. Don't
Yeah.
fix what isn't broken.
Exactly right. I was about to say the exact same thing.
Again, we're starting off with this. A lot of control from ghost ships, but that hasn't ended well a lot of the time.
No, definitely not. Fitting that we're on the 4 King stage as well, the final boss of the final lair of Bison. You can see him back there on the statues there.
He's been pushed back into his lair.
Put him at breaking point. The Zed
Okay.
Nikali is just unreal.
Well, he is in that V-trigger. He's made great comebacks in right here. Yeah, I was not expecting him to make a comeback like that.
No,
Okay.
the further the life deficit gets, the harder it's going to be to make that comeback.
Absolutely.
There is no chip kills in Street Fighter V, so you do have to get a clean hit to finish off your opponent, but one clean hit versus the 5 or 6 that Zed would have needed to win that round is a huge deficit.
Yeah.
Jump out.
Yeah, ghost ships.
Just waking up a little bit here.
Maybe it's the stage. Bringing out all the true psycho power.
Getting powered up. The stage is really cool, man. All the like people just running around and like the ninja on like the block and stuff.
Oh, I've always loved this stage. I love the statues and the colours.
Yeah, it's very well designed. Oh, the mix-up!
Yep.
Oh, the dashes! There we go.
That is Bison V-Trigger 1, and that is what Chips is very well known for. His efficiency with that V-Trigger.
As we were saying, you just use the dashes to just go straight through Zed, and Zed just wasn't ready for the side swap and got clipped, and that's game 1 to Ghost Chips.
Yeah, he's looking different from that first set. I'll say that much.
Definitely
looking a lot better.
Much more confident here.
Round 1.
Stage change must have done something good for him.
Yeah. I mean, you got the lobby time. You got a bit of time to think about, what went wrong, what you can change.
Well, because fighting games are such a momentum-based game that, getting caught up in the set immediately can actually make you play a whole lot worse than you know that you're capable of. So it is good to be able to take that little bit of time and just refresh and just reset and make sure that you're good to go and playing at your best.
Absolutely. Even like a 20-second break can completely change how you're seeing the match that you're playing.
Like Zed could have been doing something in that first set that Chips just wasn't quite aware of, and he just stopped and thought about it for 2 seconds and realized, oh hey, I have this option.
Yeah, that's it.
And that can make or break a tournament.
Zed firmly in control though.
Yeah, this is super well played from Zed here. Uh-oh, I'm gonna say that, and he's put himself in the corner. Any hit will do it for him though. That's why you can see Ghost Chips being a bit more patient here. Ooh, gets the hit. Went for the mix-up. Is he dead? He's dead!
Well, absolutely. Bison, don't make a mistake. Do not make a mistake against Bison.
That damage. Chips once again making the most of that V-trigger. We only get 1 around, so gotta make the most of it.
Yep, and all that bar disappears when you start the next round, so
Exactly right.
there's no saving resources when it comes to V-meter, which is the red one.
Exactly right. With your critical art, you can save it between rounds. So if you if I was Chips at this point and I was at a life deficit, potentially you could be like, I don't want to spend the meter, save it for next round. But right now, I reckon if he gets a clean hit, he might just straight up kill him. Definitely dead off a jump in. Ooh, okay.
Oh, this is make or break time.
There's the activate. Oh, that's gonna do it. Chips.
Ghost Chips.
Bison wins.
First game of this set. This is, of course, another first to 3, so it'll be the first player to win 3 games.
Exactly right. And Chips is up 2-0 now, so he's getting.
Oh
pretty
wait,
close.
2. Man, I
That
messed
first
up.
game flew fast, huh?
Yeah. I remember now. He was playing so good. That's right. He made so many changes.
Fight. A lot of
And
adjustments.
he's one
have been
game.
made here. Now,
This is tournament game.
exactly right. The pressure's on Zed here. He's going to have to make something happen here, or he's going to lose this set. Nice challenge.
Oof,
Zed's staying aggressive.
Very big deficit for Zed here. He needs to win 3 games in a row, and he can't afford to lose any.
No, if you lose a single game, tournament over. Oh man, Ghost Chips is looking ready to go now.
Yeah, I think he's worked something out.
Ooh, those big buttons, man.
Round 2.
Yeah, when Bison's got you like that, it doesn't matter what character you are. You've got to make some decisions that are very hard.
Definitely, man. This is for all the marbles here. Zed's got to stay alive. You can. Oh wow, that delay.
Yep. Ghost Chips is taking control.
Definitely. Great interrupt from Zed there. That could have been do or die. Look for an activate here from Zed. I'd like to see maybe a raw one to create some space. Oh, he got the hit. Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is winnable for both players.
Definitely. If Zed gets a clean hit, he takes this round.
He has that super meter on full, meaning he can do his critical art, which is very high damage. Enough to kill for sure.
Look for Chips to try and find a way to activate here. There it is. Oh, and that is it! Ghost Chips with the throw takes the tournament in an emphatic 3-0, and he is your PAX Online Telstra Tourney Street Fighter V champion. So,
Yeah, great stuff. He had a bit of trouble in that first set, but that second set was extremely dominant.
Definitely, man. That was definitely some quick adjustments there, and became a lot more oppressive with his offense, and just didn't quite give Zed the platform to even be able to enact that offense. He got 1 or 2 small comebacks, but they didn't quite amount to anything in the end, and didn't quite work out for him. But congratulations to Zed for a strong second place. Haven't seen him entering tournament for a little while. So it's good to see him back in the rotation again, getting involved in the community. And of course, shout outs to Ghost Chips. Just add that to the list. Probably got a trophy room at this point. The man's won so many tournaments.
He's probably got a warehouse room somewhere. Maybe an entire warehouse. He wins so much stuff.
Definitely, man. So he can now add that fancy PAX Online medal to his collection. Hang it up on the wall next to all those New Zealand national tournaments. Alrighty. So that is it for us for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure having you all. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you, Nez. So thank you so much for joining us. We are probably going to throw back to our casters particularly soon. We'll send it back to the hub when we're ready, guys. So thank you very much. See you around. Stick around for more PAX action.
Wow. Thank you so much, Tom and Nez, for guiding us through that. That was actually one of the best finals of a Street Fighter match that I've ever watched. Like, I was gunning for Zed so much during that, and then it's almost like Ghost Chips exploded into another whole realm of skill in that second set, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely. He just had the read once, credit to Zed though, bracket reset.
Amazing.
Not easy to do against a player like Bison with Ghost Chips at the helm. So full credit to Zed, but Ghost Chips, he just showed his credentials, why he wins so much. He just had the read, switched it back around, and took huge momentum in that last set.
Yeah, you gave him a bit of a nickname during that match. What did you call him?
He's New Zealand's brightest star.
New Zealand's brightest Street Fighter star. The guy has obviously got some real skill, and I mean, we're playing from Sydney studios here, so he's maybe playing with a little bit of lag on that as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I guess the way that it's set out with the lobbies, it can be difficult to play from New Zealand and against New Zealand, but he manages it so well. So he's also delivered on the local area network as well. So he's quite a proficient player online, quite fearsome, but you could just see there that his pedigree shined through and was able to wrestle control of the match back.
I mean, the skill and strategy involved in versing someone, even just losing a couple of rounds in that first go, and then just sort of learning how to read the other player to the point where you take 3 rounds in a row like that in the second go. Like, it's just actually awesome to see, especially coming out of ANZ.
Absolutely, and I think just showing too that the characters that these guys played were both very momentum heavy characters, and it just makes for awesome very low HP matches. You can just see the matches really did explode towards the end. Both players, it could have gone either way, just mistakes being the defining factor between the two of them. It was awesome for us here as spectators.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably nerve-wracking as competitors.
Yeah.
But awesome Street Fighter all around.
I mean, Bison, the defensive masterpiece versus the berserking, it's like one of those moments where you're both on one little smidgen of health. Bison can take the hit, but if he gets that hit, it's over. So like watching those final little moments of each round and the number of times that Ghost Chips actually managed to swing it in his favor it was just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, both players just unrelenting in the pressure they were putting on one another, just not letting them activate any of their V triggers either. Just trying to stop them from essentially activating that comeback mechanic in the game. It's really dangerous territory to get into, but it's awesome for spectators to watch because it really does ensure that the match really goes down to the final hit point right there. We could see the meters just barely visible on our screens.
Which is just so much more exciting for us. Now, guys, we are going to talk to you a little bit about the hype that we do have going on in the esports scene right now. A way to get involved in all of the awesomeness that is PAX Online and our Telstra tourneys. You're going to go head to the Discord, or you can head to the PAX Online schedule. Make sure that you sign up through Battlefy and take a look at some of the awesome stuff that we have going on.
Yeah, it's really simple to get involved as well, I think.
As you can see, we have a whole lot of awesome stuff coming up this week. As we mentioned at the very beginning, we do have Call of Duty on Friday, Rocket League on Thursday. Tomorrow we have some awesome Overwatch. Is there anything specific that you're looking forward to? Do you play any of these games and you're like, man, I want to watch some finals of this kind of stuff?
Well, I mean, it depends how proficiently you want to. I play all of these games, which is pretty cool. I mean, obviously a big fan of Rocket League.
Awesome.
As well. It's so simple to understand, but it's so difficult to master. That's the beauty of that game. Overwatch, as you said, coming up tomorrow. There's so much going on with Overwatch, so many nuances as well. The heroes just keep evolving, and that game is so fun to play, so quite bright and colourful. And of course, Call of Duty, everybody's staple.
You've got to get it every year, but it's always a really, really solid title.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's only going to continue to grow as well. It's one of those games as well for esports that has sort of bridged the gap between mainstream and competitive esports. So that's a really cool thing to have up your sleeve if you're trying to introduce people to competitive gaming and esports, is a game like Call of Duty.
It's funny because the things that you mentioned that you thought were really, really good about all of the games that we do have upcoming are all kind of present in Street Fighter. Like obviously the bright colors, the sort of easy to get into, hard to master style of competitive games. Like as we mentioned at the beginning, going to like the arcade and just like you don't get like hours of practice. I mean, some people did, but sometimes you literally go to the fish and chip shop, as you said, and you're just like practicing it out with like one of your best mates, but you've only got 5 to 10 minutes before your food's ready, so that's all you get and you're out. Like
yeah, exactly. You either play it until your food's cold or you run out of money. It's one of the two.
Yeah, and obviously I remember going back to Time Zone in New Zealand. One of the most fun I can think of for a birthday party was like on a Saturday morning. You pay like $10 to get in, and you could play any of the arcade style games as much as you like for like 3 hours. And so like you're playing. I mean, most of the time, let's be real, it was Street Fighter, but you did enjoy all of the other classic titles they go along like that same sort of vein. But man, I've got some great memories playing Street Fighter growing up.
Oh, absolutely. I think, as I said before, it's just one of the games that really set that genre up and launched so many other games as well that followed in its footsteps. But I think it's everybody's first love when it comes to fighting games. Everybody is familiar with the series too, and it just shows that now it's in its 5th iteration. Who knows when the 6th is coming up, but it's in the Champions Edition stage, and I think a lot of these players, they're going to continue to show Street Fighter to their children, and it's just going to keep getting passed through generations. It's really awesome to see.
Come Street Fighter 6, what is it that you're kind of maybe hoping for or excited to see? Like obviously the introduction of new characters and and all of that. Are there other sort of additions to the game that would be really, really awesome to have? Or do you think that the game is in a really, really solid place? You don't really want to see too much gameplay difference. You just want to see the updated graphics come, like the new consoles, the PlayStation 5, the Xbox Series X. Like, there's a lot coming out.
There is. And I think the thing that I'm probably looking forward to most is just reintroduction of characters that have maybe been lost along the way.
Yes.
There's a host of characters that have been included in previous versions of Street Fighter that we don't see anymore. So some of your characters from like Third Strike and things like that.
Yeah.
And if they can introduce those and not break the game, which is the balancing act that is every new character introduction in every game ever. I mean, look at G, introduced into Street Fighter. He's still at the top of the tier list for one of the most powerful characters in Street Fighter, and was since he was introduced. So interesting to see how they balance that. I think the gameplay, it's at its core level. Everybody understands it. No need to bring anything new in, but I would like to see some bigger focus on maybe some more competitive side of it, get people competing at that grassroots level.
Cool. And obviously one of the awesome things about like Street Fighter 6 All-Stars or something along the lines of, you could have a host of all the characters, but obviously the hardest thing is balancing it all out.
And then finding the one that you like.
Exactly, yeah, for sure. Now guys, thank you so much for joining us today. Street Fighter Finals were an absolute blast. So from all of us here at PAX Online, we would love you to join us tomorrow for Overwatch. It's going to be a really exciting time. But from us here in the studio, thank you so much and good night.
Chapter 6.
This is 22 Racing Series. It's a future physics racer where you can drive at 1,000 plus kilometers per hour. We're using all simulated physics to create downforce that sticks you onto the track. It's a new genre of real-time strategy racing where you compete for sectors to get resources they can either spend on boost, use to upgrade your car mid-race, or use as on-track abilities that can help your team and hamper your opponents. It's a racing game where the outcome of a race is determined more by strategy and adaptation rather than just muscle memory and repetition. Where falling behind on lap 1 doesn't mean a sure loss. Where there's more than one way to play and more than one way to win. We've taken it to game shows over the last 5 years, getting feedback from thousands of players. We captured some first impressions from PAX Oz to give you an idea.
Nuts!
Yeah?
Yeah, it's out of control.
That looks amazing!
A lot more in depth than I thought it would be to start, so yeah, really fun.
This was absolutely amazing. I really enjoyed the speed of my heart.
When you're going around that circle at 1,000 k's just spinning, it's nuts. It's nuts, but it's really fun, really fun. It's really competitive, it's quick, it's fast paced, everything I love, yeah.
You can find out more over at 22racingseries.com. Check out our socials. And you can get directly into the game right now over at pavilionhub.com, where we have some special access PAX Online events running where you can win prize money.
We announced Broken Roads at PAX Australia in 2019, and we're excited now that almost a year later, we're able to bring you an update on what we've been doing here at PAX Online. Broken Roads is a narrative-driven RPG, bringing exploration, strategic turn-based combat, and meaningful philosophical choices to an all-new Australian post-apocalyptic setting. We've spent a lot of time recreating areas of Western Australia as accurately as possible. Buildings, towns, landmarks, and many of the game's various locations are all authentic. And we're really happy to bring post-apoc back to Australia, all in the beautiful hand-painted style that the art team have produced. One area of the game we focused on extensively is the moral compass, our unique take on alignment and morality. We wanted to make a move away from the light side, dark side binary, that good and evil split you see so often in video games, and come up with a system that far better captures the nuance and complexity of the moral quandaries one could face in a desolated world. We wanted something that incentivized and rewarded consistent character role-playing without restricting players, and the moral compass is the result. Together with 4 origin stories, a classless character building system, and a wide range of skills and talents on offer, Broken Roads presents a unique blend of traditional, old-school role-playing with some truly original mechanics. The game is in development for PC, PS4, Switch and Xbox, and is due for launch in late 2021. Community and media reaction so far has been overwhelmingly positive, and we can't wait for you to experience the content-rich, densely crafted world we're creating. From all of us at Drop Bear Bites, thanks for taking the time to check out Broken Roads.
Hello there! I would like to introduce to you a cooperative, friendly, fast-paced and fun-filled game by the name of Camped Out. The first title from Inca Studios, from Melbourne, Australia. Camped Out is a couch co-op game for friends and families where up to 4 players work together to set up their campsite before nightfall. Work together as a team to complete campsites and unlock further areas in the game world. Throw into the mix some hazards from natural environments, such as bears, critters, ghosts, and spike traps, and things are sure to get out of hand quickly. Oh, there's a bear now! A hearty offering of fish! And the bear is on its way. Be sure to share the tools, as there's only 1 tool per job. A hatchet to chop down the trees, a pickaxe to harvest the rocks, a fishing rod for fish, and a mallet to finish off the job. Each level is a race against the clock, where players are required to build tents, construct a campfire, cook enough food, and get into bed before darkness falls. To achieve these objectives, players must harvest resources scattered around the level and satisfy the building requirements while avoiding hazards, navigating the landscape efficiently, and work cooperatively to complete the objectives as quickly as possible. Oh, that's one tent complete. Now, 2 tents complete. 3 tents finished. 1 to go. The last tent is finished. Well done, campers! A straggler! Quick, get to bed before nightfall! Ha-ha! Success! I hope you enjoyed this gameplay demonstration. You can wishlist Camped Out now on Steam. See you at the campsite!
Hi, and welcome to our developer introduction for Guile and Glory Firstborn, a turn-based tactical RPG where the battlefield is your only weapon. Here at Elston Studios, we set out to create a strategic experience that focuses on tactical unit placement and clever use of the environment. In Guile and Glory, your foes cannot be harmed by normal weapons. Instead, your heroes use their abilities to push, pull, and maneuver foes into deadly hazards around the battlefield. Not everything you face will fall so easily. From undead sorcerers to mighty dragons, we've dotted the drowned lands with fearsome bosses to challenge even the greatest of heroes. Though your foes will be powerful, you will have plenty of tools to balance the odds. As you play, your heroes will amass the blessings of ancient deities, each providing new sets of skills and abilities. Mix and match these boons of divinity to create your own unique playstyle as you challenge the legions of the Firstborn. From the team at Elston Studios, thank you so much for your attention, and may your adventures in the Drowned Lands be glorious.
And the battles they fought in will not be forgotten. Once more, the Firstborn are bound. And with guile and glory, I will tell their story. May the three be forever renowned.
Genesis Noir is an adventure game set before, during, and after the Big Bang. A cosmic gunshot aimed at the heart of a god rockets the universe into existence and must be undone. Explore the expanding universe to discover clues on how you might destroy the Big Bang and prevent this tragedy. You'll stumble through seedy speakeasies, transform energy into matter, create far-out jazz duets, discover what's inside a gas giant, track animals through primeval woods, watch stars die in this film noir creation myth. Learn more at genesisnoirgame.com and help destroy the universe.
Hello everyone,
This is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble. Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character in the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area, and loop back up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will have to chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and when caught, becomes a ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can then aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches. Making matches sends orbs at the opponent's board, filling up a meter that adds a line when full, pushing the opponent's board downward. If a player's board hits a center line, they lose. The platforming and puzzles themselves are rather straightforward, so I'll skip to the fun part, swapping. In Hamster Scramble, making matches isn't the only way to attack your opponent. Players also have the ability to swap into their opponent's side of the stage for a limited time. While there, you can harass your opponent and disrupt their game plan by throwing balls at their board, stealing their hamsters for yourself, or straight up finishing them off. Players can defend themselves from an invading opponent by attacking them, which will knock their hamsters out of their hands and stun them for a short time. Finding the right times and positions to swap is key to getting the most out of it. Each stage in Hamster Scramble has its own unique look, platform layout, and mechanics, such as slippery ice platforms and bubbles that catch hamsters and carry them upward. Players will have to adjust their strategies depending on which stage they are playing in. In our demo here at PAX Online, up to 4 players can enjoy local and online multiplayer in 4 of the game's stages. There's also the Hamster Village to explore, and a taste of the game's single-player content as well. So please come try out the game, and have a great time at PAX Online!
Kung Fu Kickball is a team-based fighting sports game where the best ball kicker wins. You gotta punch, kick, and headbutt your way across the field to smash the ball into your opponent's bell and rack up points. Hi there, my name is Jonah Wallerstein. I'm the designer and main developer for the game. I really wanted to make something that would be fun to play with friends, but also has the depth to be taken seriously at a competitive level. But a lot of getting skilled at Kung Fu Kickball is really understanding the jump. It takes some getting used to, but when you do get that perfect moment of hitting the ball out of the air at just the right angle so it bounces off the wall and into the bell, it feels great. So please look forward to Kung Fu Kickball coming out soon for Steam, Xbox One, PS4, and Switch.
G'day, I'm Evan from Kyronex Studios, and I'd like to talk to you about our game, This Starry Void. This Starry Void is a science fiction dungeon crawler in which you drive a cute little robot around a series of dark and dingy and cool and flashy spacecraft, fighting off hordes of tentacle beasts, chitinous insectile creatures, and just plain weird stuff. This Starry Void is very heavily influenced by my experiences growing up in the 1980s and 90s and playing RPGs on the computers available at the time, and the sense of real wonder and strangeness that as a child I experienced playing these games. And it's been my goal to imbue some of that sense into this game so that when you play it, you can feel that too. And I hope that we've done that. The three pillars that we wanted to focus on with this Starry Void were combat, exploration, and contemplation. Combat is pretty self-explanatory. This little robot is designed primarily for salvaging duties or rescue operations, so initially you'll be equipped with some pretty kind of basic weapons like a disc saw, maybe a blowtorch, and as you progress through the game you can modify this robot, upgrade those to bigger and better versions or more militarized perhaps equipment. Exploration comes in two kinds. There's exploring the physical locations of the ship, from greenhouses to engineering rooms to flight decks and barracks, and then there is a kind of temporal exploration where you are uncovering fragments of a narrative that stretch over a period of time for which you are only coming in at the end of this, and then you are piecing them back together to work out what has happened and how we've come to this point. The third pillar is what I call contemplation, and this is the unspoken questions that are at the heart of this Starry Void. So we want the player to be asking questions of themselves and of the world as they play the game. If that all sounds good to you, then please check out the demo, carve up some tentacle beasts, hopefully save a few people, and maybe think about the nature of existence while you do it. Thanks very much.
Jim Darkmagic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, you know, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be completely useless, but incredibly flashy. I think it does a tiny bit of damage. It's mostly just sparks and showers of fire. It's fun to pretend to have that confidence.
The new and improved Jim Darkmagic, played by Mike Krahulik.
Like the last show at West where I came out in that costume, like I was so nervous. You know, to come out in a wig and everything and makeup and like a leather pants. But Jim has confidence, right? Like he would be able to do that. And so it's fun to pretend to be someone who has that, who can do that.
The Invisible Hand is a satire about the high-risk, high-reward casino capitalism in the financial industry. You are a trader, your job is simple. Make money, lots of money. The more you make, the happier your boss is, the richer you become, and the more you have to invest. The question is, how far are you willing to go? Our goal is to show how anything can be turned into a commodity, how these commodities are valued in our society, and what happens when they end up being perceived only through numbers on a computer. We want players to experience the conflict between the sanitized environment of modern workplaces and the hidden human costs of the economy that supports it, to realize the disconnect between the office microcosm and the outer world. We want the player to confront the corporate diffusion of responsibility, letting them choose whether or not to follow orders. They'll have to make this decision with limited information, beyond the promise of retribution, only to realize later what that implies. We've aimed to show the contrast between the contemporary glamorous representation of the financial industry when compared to the reality of the excesses of capitalism. We've also brought our personal experience of disillusion about biased meritocracy and the grey areas of work ethic to this market-driven dystopia. Do you have it in you to keep the cycle going? What's the price of your success? What is the value of your achievements? These are all questions players will be faced with in The Invisible Hand.
Hi everybody, I'm Rafael Bocamazzo, better known as Dr. B. I'm the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at TakeThis.org. Well, our mission is to educate people on mental health topics, and that's what we're here to do today. We're going to talk about burnout, especially in creative professions. Now, we hear the term burnout all the time, but what is it? We hear about people working too hard and it leads to burnout, so they're exhausted, right? Well, burnout is more than that. If burnout was just about overwork, we could take a vacation and fix it. Yes, exhaustion from overwork is a big part of burnout, but the second part is a sense of ineffectiveness. You're not just overworked. You don't feel like you can do anything about it. You don't feel like you can hit your goals. You don't feel like you can, do really anything right in your job. More than that, there's a sense of cynicism that goes along with burnout. You just don't care anymore. You're not just overworked and don't think you can do anything about it. You don't care about your goals. You don't care about your fans. You don't care about even maybe why you started doing what you do in the first place. Nothing matters anymore. These three things together combine to create a chronic psychological condition that we know as burnout. But what do we do about it? Well, some common strategies are to one, take breaks. We have this myth, especially in creative fields, that if you're not constantly working, you're not going to make it or you're, going to lose your position. But the truth is, taking breaks actually makes your work better. The research is pretty clear on this one that taking breaks allows you to work more effectively. Another one, especially for those of us who are working at home, creating a sense of work-home separation. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Maybe it's only working during certain set hours. Maybe it's not answering emails outside those hours. Maybe it's having a separate workspace. I don't know. Try it out. Get creative for you. Figure out what works for you. A third thing, especially if you are doing what you love for a job, is having new things to do outside of work that have nothing to do with your job. For me, that's cooking. I love to cook, and it has nothing to do with video games, tabletop games, or mental health. I love it. Creating measurable goals can be an effective way of fighting that sense of inefficacy. Maybe you pick 3 things to do that day, and if you can hit those 3 things, everything else is just gravy. Maybe you create weekly goals. I don't know. Again, figure out what works for you. But finally, aligning your goals and your job with your values can help fight that sense of cynicism. If you're doing something that you're morally not aligned with, that can be a really hard thing to do. So change your content to meet what's important to you. If you enjoyed this, please make sure to check out takethis.org for more mental health information, and please enjoy the rest of PAX, everybody.
Hi, and welcome everyone to our presentation on DIY Robot Overlord. I'm Meredith.
I'm Paris.
I'm Tim.
I'm Mars.
And we've got John hiding behind the cameras.
John's out in the field.
So we're from Tasmania, which has better coffee and better internet than Melbourne, which is why we decided not to go to Melbourne this year to present at PAX.
And the only reason.
That's the only reason.
So please note this presentation. It includes depictions of eight-legged creatures. They happen to move in a pretty spidery fashion, so we wanted to let you know in case anyone's afraid of spiders ahead of time, you might want to switch off now.
Apparently the fear only kicks in with our spider when you see it moving, not when it's still. So
true.
Just turn away appropriately. We'll try and give you a warning, but it's the internet, so you can just fast forward.
True.
Okay, so let's begin. We're here to talk about artificial intelligence. Specifically, we're going to be talking a little bit about proximal policy optimization. We're going to be referring to this as PPO from this point onwards. I mean, this is actually a pretty standard gradient descent optimizing sort of algorithm. The main thing I really want to talk about here is epsilon. Epsilon in this case is the hyperparameter. You're probably going to want to set that around, I reckon 0.1, 0.2, somewhere around that.
This is much simpler than they used to.
Yeah, I mean, it's the opening slides. We're going to start slow and then work into the actual problem maths. No, we're just kidding. I mean, the maths that we're going to get about as complicated is our good old-fashioned stonks. Hopefully we can keep it this sort of simple, but we'll work it out.
So here's what to expect in this talk. So we've got giant working robots.
That look like spiders, we're sorry.
Exactly. We have laser guns, which is very cool. We have explosions and numbers and computer science and graphs and graphs.
This is a worldwide audience now. So graphs and graphs.
Take your pick. It's graphs. Only
Tasmanians think it's graphs. Now the Melbournians will know.
Oh,
and the world.
Yeah, but they pronounce things a bit weird. Haven't they said Mal before?
I'm from Melbourne.
Ooh, okay. So, and we also have humanity defeated by the machines and more graphs.
Graphs.
Graphs. So let's get started for real. So what do we think about when we think about AI? Well, you probably you probably think of things like this: robot characters in films, good or bad. They squeak or they beep or they have guns for hands. We think of beloved characters such as Claptrap. Beloved.
Claptrap actually beloved?
Yeah, it's beloved by you.
Yeah, of course he is.
We have the Reapers for Mass Effect. There are lots of places.
Definitely beloved.
Robot characters. On a side, I have a whole rant prepared about how robot characters are usually just like arbitrarily robots and it doesn't have any impact on them except that it gives them particular abilities or it's just a plot point. Like they're very little explored as much as they could be and they're usually very human-like in their abilities and how they act.
Very true.
You also get things like this online where you see like people on Twitter who are like, I made an AI watch Olive Garden commercials for 4,000 hours and make them generate some content. So you'll see these things that are like comically kind of nonsense or, you know, they're playing off something that is proposed to be absolutely random absurdity. But none of these are AI, particularly in the case of the menu thing where most of these have turned out to be completely fake. There are a couple of people who actually do this stuff like Janelle Shane. On Twitter, there are a few people who are complete experts in making generative content, and it's a really interesting field, but most of the ones you stumble upon are fake. So when we think about AI, what we're talking about today, it's usually more like a collection of algorithms that solve a problem.
And graphs.
And graphs. Well, in the way that we make them digestible to a human, they are graphs, yes. But generally, if we thought about this AI, as you would see in Claptrap or something, that would be thousands of these systems as we have them today. They're usually made to solve one problem, like recognize whether that's a bicycle or a person in an image. They can't also tell you on a 3D plane where they are. They're usually very discrete problems, trying to replicate what appears to be a human skill, but they don't have human context. Very closed. They're not as powerful as lots of news headlines would make you believe.
So they're definitely not always reliable, essentially. Cool. So this example is fantastic. I just love it. The pattern of noise was overlaid on this image of a cat. The AI decided that it was actually guacamole.
Because obviously this cat looks a lot like guacamole.
Totally.
This is a really interesting example because it sort of shows how these AI work without actually really explaining how they work. And like that is clearly a picture of a cat. Like we clearly have a cat there. But just by adding a literal noise pattern, like if you actually do a subtractive image, it's a bit annoying to do it. But if you look at it, it's actually just little speckles, like little speckles all over the cat. There's nothing actually there that no longer makes it a cat. But as soon as you do that, suddenly it's guacamole. And the AI can't tell because those weird little dots suddenly make it guacamole.
This is not like a magic
cat.
guidebook where if you squint long enough, you will see the guacamole in the cat.
No. And they only rotated a little bit, right? So,
Yes. If you rotate it just a little bit, you can trick it into thinking one way or the other.
Well, there's lots of examples where you can perturb an image slightly and then AI thinks it's something completely different. It's very, very common because AI is actually really stupid.
Well, it's interesting because the way that it's stupid is it's recognizing edges. So if you feed it a million pictures of cats, it will recognize usually they've got some points, they've got some curves, and they've got some orbs, and that will recognize as a cat.
I think we call them eyes normally, but
it doesn't know what an eye is. So
orbs.
It's quite interesting because you can do the opposite. You can get a neural net that's been taught to recognize something, and you can feed it nonsense data until you can get it. You can kind of brute force it into giving you a result of what it thinks the most cat thing is. And it will just be like a bunch of ears and eyes and stuff that we don't even recognize. But that's what it thinks cat is. And so the thing that it thinks is most guacamole is probably something that's totally nonsense to us.
This is very young.
So, should we move on? We've talked about the guacamole cat enough. You can tweet guacamole cat hashtag if you're interested.
Yes, guacamole cats. Let's talk about how AI in games generally works. The human site that sits there and then writes down the rules for what to do when. You could effectively sit there and read the code and figure out what it's doing.
Just a list of rules.
So you hear an explosion over there, run towards it, the player's probably over there, shoot towards them.
So by contrast, what we're going to be doing today is not just a list of rules. So there's a whole domain of rules-based AI, which is a thing that kind of slowly died out once computer scientists found something new and shiny to play with.
The new and shiny thing to play with is artificial neural networks and the associated domains with them. And this is mostly what production AI, so AI that you'll see deployed in the real world, everywhere from like airport X-ray machines to video games.
Even in the phones you carry have hundreds of
your
AI.
Your photo
in them.
gallery in your phone learns what your cat looks like from using neural networks. And so most real-world production AI, including video games, involves training a neural network to do something. And that's pretty much what we're going to be doing today.
Yeah. So we're going to be talking about artificial neural networks, which are meant to be evocative of how actual neural networks work. They're a little bit different in that they sort of took inspiration from them, but then sort of threw away all of the nuance and made them their own sort of thing. But they, at their core, they're inspired in a similar sort of way. So in your brain, you've got, I believe it's billions, might be trillions of neurons inside your brain. Trillions, there you go. He's got mega brain. He's got big brain energy. I've got small brain energy. So you've got these billions or trillions, in Paris' case, of these neurons all sitting, and they're all interconnected together. So you've got this sort of like lovely little picture of a neuron there, and you got these like little,
Yeah, it's a science. Meshed together like those ships from Guardians of the Galaxy 1.
Yes, meshed together like those ships from Guardians of the Galaxy 1. Thank you, Mars, for that description.
Fabulous.
The one that Peter Serafinowicz is flying and leading.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. Trust me, it is.
Yeah, no, it's Peter
I'm going to be correct on this. You don't have to argue with me.
Maker's bad guy.
Yeah.
Dance battle?
Peter
Lead
Serafinowicz is one of the good guys.
Okay.
Maybe.
So you've got these very large complex neural networks, which is just a giant mesh of interconnected neurons. And basically, at some point, the neurons connect up to various different things. You might have neurons which connect to your eyes and neurons which connect to your hands and so on and so forth. And by feeding certain input, the mesh sort of works it out. The network resolves and it tells you to do things. So by looking at something, you can see how you're going to sort of move over there. You get enough of these neural nets, you make them big enough, and you get a brain. You get something of human intelligence, sort of. We're really sort of going very, very high level and skipping over a lot there because it's not really how neural networks work currently, and we're not biologists, so we don't really want to go into that. It looks foolish. But what we're going to be talking about is we're going to be talking about artificial neural networks and the three main things we really care about there, which is actions, observations, and rewards. So actions are what you can do, i.e. move your arms and legs. Observations is what you know, so you know your eyeballs can, you can hear things. Rewards is what you get when you do the right thing, which as in all things is sweet treats, both for AI and for real life. So basically, observations get to the brain, which gives you actions. Performing the right actions gives you a reward. And what you want when you're an AI is the most reward, just like when you are a human. So the computer, see exactly. The computer then uses that big, long, complex proximal policy optimization formula and other sort of similar ones to sort of crunch it in and give you the right sort of results for that. That's where the maths comes in. We're not going to talk about that at all. So realistically, an AI is this. It's getting a computer to solve a repetitive task with only minimal guidance. We basically just set it up, push it over the cliff, and see if it figures out how to fly.
And we hope it does most of the time.
They're reward maximizers.
This is where you need like confetti cannons. Let's make an AI. We're going to do it here on stage, live right now. It's going to be very cool. We're going to train an AI who is John, out in the field. And we're going to teach him that he should walk forward and reach a goal. The way that we're going to do this is with rewards, like we said before. So we're going to say that if he moves forward, we give him a treat. And if he moves backwards, we take a treat off him.
Might walk forward. Have a minty. Thank you. Ah, brilliant. Oh, I might take a step backwards.
Bless his little robot heart.
Give me that minty back.
Oh.
That's so sad.
Guess I'm walking forward. Have a minty. Yay.
That was incredibly easy, and not at all degrading to John, who was an absolute professional scientist and game developer. We didn't degrade him even slightly.
Not at all.
But it was easy.
It was easy.
It's very easy, actually. Yeah.
Now John can do two directions.
Forward and back.
Except one is bad.
That's a good point, yeah. He'll only ever go forward. But is this not a life lesson?
It is.
Only go forward. Going back is bad.
To go forward.
Yeah, that's great.
Absolutely. So we've done that. So we know how to make a thing move. Sorry, John. Move forward. So let's see if we can make that work in an actual game then.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a few sort of things here. What we're going to do is we're going to sort of recreate that experiment as we just had it out in the field, but we're going to do it on a laptop here. The way we're going to do this is we're going to follow these 4 steps. We're going to make a virtual environment. We're going to be doing that in a game tool. We're going to tell the robot some facts, so the things it knows, i.e. its position, basically. We're then going to make the robot do things based on actions, and then depending on how well it performs those actions, we either reward it or we punish it. So that's basically what we're going to do. Now for that, we're just going to cut straight to a demo, and we'll get cracking here.
So this is our game engine.
So this here is this is our software. Well, this here is Unity, which is a pretty popular, I believe it's still the most popular game development tool. I'm not quite sure the exact numbers. Very popular game development tool. What we're using here is we're using a little bit of software called the Unity ML Agents framework, which is written by Unity specifically for creating machine learning AI. We're not going to be doing anything too fancy here. I just sort of wanted to roughly talk about it so that when we sort of start pointing different things out, you're not like, wow, what the hell's that? So what we've got is we've got our scene here. This is our virtual environment. We've got 2 main elements here. We've got our little robot here.
Which is John in this context.
This is our John equivalent.
John Bot. His name was Little Beepo.
Little Beepo. John Bot, Little Beepo. Is there a difference? There is. John's a lot more complex. And then
John's a computer science. Sorry, John.
How do you know Little Beepo isn't? Wow, way to crush him before he's even got
We've degraded John and the robot.
Yeah, wow, jeez. All right, and then the other thing in our scene here is this little orange cube. And the orange cube is the goal for our robots, because robots, as like humans, the true goal is to reach the orange cube. Yeah, so that is going to be our goal. So much like what we had with John, where he got rewarded when he moved further forward, basically the closer our robot gets towards the orange cube, the more rewards it will be given. Now, if I just run this as is, nothing will actually happen because it hasn't got a brain.
Pretty sure he just freaks out and slowly
So what he's actually doing here is it's basically completely freaking out and going backwards. I'm just going to stop that because it's mean. You know, we don't want to torture the poor little guy.
I'm out.
He's basically going like, nope, life sucks, I'm leaving. I believe he'd actually fall off the edge if he kept going back. And
if you were faced with a giant orange cube that you didn't know where it had come from, you would probably back slowly.
I would back away.
At the very like,
it was glowing.
Yeah, but you got to remember, there's something they're taking away minties as you're doing that.
The new to existence in a featureless void with nothing but the cube. You might intuit that maybe the cube is relevant.
At the very least, you would realize the cube has something to do with it. You'd give it a go anyway.
You have a brain, so it's
yeah,
not
that's true.
Comparison.
So going back to our little robot here. Basically, it doesn't know what to do. It's confused. It's basically making random actions, and purely by chance, the random actions in this case was to go backwards. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a couple of quick little changes here. I'm now going to sort of show how you can actually train one of these. And we're going to be using a tool called TensorFlow to train it. TensorFlow is the
industry standard.
It's the standard for AI. It's got a very silly name. Don't worry about it, TensorFlow.
It's the big Google energy of ML.
Literally made by Google, actually, yes. So it is the big Google energy.
It's a very popular framework that AI developers use to build AI tools in the real world. It's used from everything from video games to the back end on websites to recommend you more things to buy. It's used by everything. It's so popular, it's the de facto standard.
All right, so let's get training. So what I'm going to do is I've got to do a few things here. We do have to do a little bit of stuff in terminal. Don't worry, it's not going to be too much. If you're not really comfortable with ever doing command line stuff and you do want to get into AI, you are going to have to get comfortable with doing command line stuff because there is a lot of command line stuff in AI, but it's not too tricky for the most part. For this, it's pretty straightforward though.
For Unity ML though, like if you were doing like Python or something, that's just you're scaring people. You don't have to do Python.
If you're interested in learning how to do this on a technical level, we will tweet some links out while this presentation is going out during PAX, so you can learn how to do this.
But also Unity ML, I hate when you call it that. The Unity ML Agents Framework is quite new. Toolkit. toolkit is quite new, and with every release they actually pair out more of the manual things that you have to do on the Python side. So pretty soon you'll just be like, I would like this car to drive, please, boop, and it will go. Awesome. Because there's already much less than there was to do on that side 6 months ago, and now you just run.
We're going to go back to a demo now.
Yep, all right, go.
We'll go back to our demo. Okay, here's our lovely command line. I'm going to press enter. This is a big long thing. It goes, hey, basically start training. We wait a brief second because it's gonna, oh, there we go. So this is now waiting for me to press play. I'm just gonna go over here and press play. I did not turn on control.
So because we don't know what we're doing, we're going to change a few things in Unity.
We thought we would go live demo.
Live demo, even though, you know...
This is computer science.
Computer science is lots of like, I forgot to push the button, and now the long running process that just started is completely ruined.
Control.
I just love that one of the longest running issues on the ML Agents framework GitHub repo is one guy who's got his Unity logo in ASCII prints out crooked because he doesn't have a fixed width font. And it's just like Unity employees being like, just change it, man. He's like, but I don't want to have to.
By the way,
moving on.
So cutting back into here, so I'm just going to press play. And what this is now doing is Unity and TensorFlow are talking back and forth to each other. It actually looks really jerky, and it's doing all kinds of weird things. That's because it's actually running at like a gazillion times its normal frame rate. It would normally not be going anywhere near this fast. It's going this fast just because it's easier to train it at hyper speed than it is to train it at sort of human speed. We don't need it to.
Even though this robot and this cube are visualized for you, the visual elements are not necessary for the simulation that is being used to train the AI.
Also, it's worth saying that these little sparks are actually like confetti that happens when it hits the cube, which tells you how fast it's achieving that.
Also, it's worth pointing out, this is really what machine learning is all about these days.
Graphs.
It's looking at your graphs from TensorBoard. Now, if you are sort of interested, we can, talk about this sort of stuff at some point in the future with you. But basically, this is sort of showing how smart the robot is.
Bad.
Yeah, how much of the rewards good, loss bad the robot's getting. Specifically, there's sort of one here which I think is sort of obvious looking, which is basically this cumulative reward one. So it's sort of creaking up here a little bit over time, which really makes sense with what we would expect, because as the robot's sort of learning, initially it's making garbage moves because it doesn't understand anything. It's just sort of going back and forth all over the place. But as it starts getting better, it starts sort of learning very quickly, oh, I should go forward, and then just keep going forward. So it sort of really rapidly learns and then sort of caps out. And that's actually what you would expect to see. You would expect to see the AI suck at first, then suddenly work out, get over some sort of mental robot hurdle, and then crush it straight on through to the edge, because that's how robots work, apparently.
So much like John in The Void, he would have appeared, not knowing what he was supposed to do, stepped forward, gone, okay, I've got a reward, tried to step back, not knowing if that was different. But even then, just because you got a reward once for stepping forward, maybe it was towards something that used to be over there, but now it's not. You don't know that doing it again will do the same thing. So they're quite tentative to begin with.
Because the robot's only goal in life is to be rewarded, and the only place it can get a reward is the cube, what is effectively happening is the robot is spawning into this featureless void. It's rolling a completely random dice as to decide whether it goes forward or backwards, and then it's getting punished if it goes backwards and rewarded if it goes forwards. As it goes forward more often, it slowly removes signs from the dice that tell it to go backwards, basically. So it rolls the dice repeatedly until it's only going forward, and it's learned to successfully do that. That's effectively what the robot is doing. Because a lot of people ask us, is the robot just taking random actions at the beginning? Yes. The actions the robot is taking at the beginning are totally random until it is slowly reducing the pool of actions it can take to only being the ones that get it the reward. Okay, so now that we've trained our little robot to go forward, we're going to take the output of that training, which is basically our brain, and put it into the game engine and turn off the training process and then let the brain just run the robot, which means the robot should basically just go forward every time it spawns.
This here, this little file here is actually the thing that got trained. If you're sort of curious, it's a sort of predefined format inside TensorFlow. You don't really have to worry about it too much.
How many kilobytes is it?
It is 71 kilobytes.
So it's 71 kilobytes of knowledge to go forward.
Yeah. You could probably actually make it a little bit smaller than that with some optimization. But so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this into Unity. Then here I'm just going to sort of make a couple of little tiny changes here. And then I'm going to click play. And now using our lovely pre-trained robot, he drives forward and correctly gets the cube.
Look at him go. He's unstoppable.
Wow.
Great success.
Unstoppable.
So he's basically optimized to go forward and get his little reward.
He's very good at it though. And that was actually trained in real time. So that took, what, about 3 minutes, give or take, I would say, roughly. to sort of train.
Highly recommend learning how to do that yourself, because if you watch it train and if you gave it its brain, you feel very enamored with it. You get very endeared and you're personally invested when it succeeds.
If you're watching this and you have ever made anything with a game engine, even for a couple of moments, even if you spawned a cube and were pleased with yourself, that's fabulous. You have enough knowledge of Unity to be able to do this.
Yes. And when you give something behavior, it feels very much like it's your little baby robot.
Okay, so let's now go back to our slides and talk about what we just saw. Because actually,
demo over.
We could actually have made a better version of this AI using the old rules-based system, which we mentioned earlier, and that rule would basically be hold down the forward key, go forward. We could have saved a lot of time, work, and we could have solved Tim dragging things around in Unity, and just made a program that drives the robot straight forward all the time, and it would have reached the cube and everything would have been fabulous. But we didn't. So we're going to try something slightly more challenging this time, and hopefully expand your mind a little bit. We're going to make John, who is out in the field for us, drink a glass of water. Right?
Revolutionary stuff.
This is actually quite a complex thing.
This is more becoming of a computer scientist.
This is not funny. Drinking a glass of water is complicated. Like human children who have full use of their arms learn to do it quite slowly, actually. It's quite a complicated task.
I was going to say, any animator in the audience would know.
What
do you mean, just drinking a glass of water? It involves fingers!
Drinking a glass of water involves bending the arm, which is comprised of multiple joints. There's multiple pieces of an arm involved. You have to reach a goal. You
can spill it.
You can spill it. It's a lot more complicated. So if we go to the next slide, you've got to see the glass. You've got to observe your environment and find the glass. You have to rotate your shoulder to get your hand in angle with the glass. You've got to check to see if you're closer and then repeat, basically, until you manage to pick the glass up.
Yep.
You also have to do all sorts of things like figuring out how far away you are from the glass, updating the angle of all the joints in your arm, and then achieve the goal of reaching the glass by drinking it, which is the reward in this case.
Rotate shoulder upwards. Pull elbow inwards. Rotate wrist towards face. More.
Okay, so that was possibly a bit harder than we anticipated for poor John. We're going to bring this into our game. He's such a good sport. We're going to bring this into our game engine now and take the idea of bending physical joints and train a robot how to walk.
Okay, so let's train a robot how to walk. What's involved in walking? Let's have a think. So you have to bend your hips, knees, and ankles. And to make that easier than a bipedal structure, we've made a little robot that looks like a spider, and we've given it legs. It does, you'll note, have a forward on its head, so it does face a particular direction, but just having uniform legs makes it slightly easier. They don't have to worry about falling over. They can only flip. But we're going to teach it to walk towards a target object, so it's not just learning to walk forward, we're going to move the thing around so it learns to walk towards that thing and actually has that association. So we're going to go back to our observations, actions, and rewards framework. We're going to give it the observations of it knows the position of each part of each of its legs. It knows the angle and the velocity to the target that it's going for. So it doesn't really see so much as it just sixth senses where the cube is. And it also knows distances to nearby objects, so if there are other things that you can collide with in the way. The only actions that it has is to change an angle of any joint. So that means that, if you did, you can bend your knee, you can bend your ankle. I'm doing it with legs that you can't see, so that was stupid. If you were moving your arm, you can move this joint, you can move this joint, you can move this joint. And then the rewards it gets are if it's facing the target with its little face, and if it's moving towards the target, which means that it would also get rewarded if it was running backwards towards the target or if it was facing it and moving it away, but hopefully it will learn to do both.
It's basically a spider that knows the exact angle of every one of its joints. It has one of those laser measuring things mounted to its head, so it knows exactly where the thing it's trying to get to is, but it can't see anything, and it can get a reward when it faces the target and moves towards the target.
Yes, it's kind of like echolocation, I guess, if it can sense how close something is.
I believe we have something very similar, which we call eyes. I don't know why we're going with such complex examples when we have these things called eyes.
Then you think cameras. It doesn't have cameras.
Sorry, orbs, not eyes. My bad.
It doesn't have cameras, which is what eyes would imply, but also it doesn't have depth. It doesn't have inferred depth information. It has actual depth information. That's why not eyes.
It's just got better eyes.
Anyway, we're going to teach it to walk towards the cube good. Anyway. So training this thing with 8 legs took about 4 hours on John's laptop. It's basically running at 100 times speed here, which is like why it looks a bit blurred. And it starts out making those random motions as we were talking about before, where it would just be like jittering. Spider warning. Eventually it learns how to stand, so it starts flipping itself over. And then over time it will walk, run, eventually turn around, which is a much more complex thing when you've got 8 arms that you need to kind of bend some, like steering a ship. You need to do different actions on both sides. And also eventually you start seeing emergent behavior where it learns to do things like jump, balance on 2 legs if it kind of needs to go around something. And we have seen it do a somersault where we couldn't really tell if it fell over and then managed to save itself really well. It also climbs over objects.
Here it is moving. It's quite spidery. Sorry. This is the training, I think.
Look at it go!
So
cool. Yeah. All right, so back to our tensor board, we can see that as the robot trains, the amount of reward it's getting increases, which means that theoretically it's getting better at doing the things that we gave it to do. And it's just as simple as that. The number is going up over time. This shows about 4 hours. It's
also worth pointing out, it actually follows a very, very similar curve to the earlier robot in that it starts off like it doesn't really know what it's doing, very flat down the bottom. Then it sort of works out a little bit, goes up, then hits sort of a maximum where it goes like, okay, I can't really get any better than this. I've sort of hit a peak of my
So like if it gets any
ability.
better, it's like a one-time occurrence fluke. It's not going to systematically get any better.
It follows a very similar curve to our much simpler robot from before.
Yes. Next demo time.
Next demo.
Yes.
Okay, so we're back in Unity here. We've got a slightly more complex scene here. It's pretty much a similar sort of setup though. We've got our robot. In this case, it's a lovely little spider now. Instead of the, what was he, Beepo? I believe the John Bot 9000.
Spyro.
Spyro. I like Spyro. And it has an orange cube here as well, which it also wants to reach. This is the goal that it's after. So, there we go, orange cube. That is its goal. And it's going to be walking around. It's exactly the same sort of scenario. We have made one small difference here beyond just the obvious one of now multiple legs. And the main difference is now the cube will move around. The reason we're making the cube move around in this one is because if we just put the cube in front of it and it had to learn how to go forward, it would just learn how to walk forward. It would never learn how to turn. It would never learn how to deal with anything else in the way. So we have the cube move around. The cube is just moving randomly. It just sort of, it picks a spot,
respawns every time
goes there,
touched.
moves. Yeah. There's no sort of intelligence to the cube. There's nothing magic there. It literally just picks around a spot and moves. Yeah. There's something I want to point out that's a little bit interesting in here. So I'm just going to zoom out a little bit here. You might notice we've got lots of these here. We actually have 9 of them. The reason we're training 9 of them is purely just because it's a performance thing. If we've got lots of them, computers are pretty powerful. We may as well train 9 of them at once instead of training one of them 9 times, sort of thing, is the main sort of idea. So it just makes it a little bit faster and a little bit easier on us to train it like this. So this is a pre-trained one because, like we said, 4 hours. I mean, this is online, so I guess we could click it and then go get a cup of coffee.
Here's one we prepared earlier.
Here's one we prepared earlier. So I'm just going to click play here now, and we can watch him walk around.
We always call them him, which is very strange of us. But
yeah, because it's like not only is it not a he, it's not even alive. So we can actually sort of see it walking. It's actually, you see, it's chasing the orange cube there. There's a couple of things I want to point out here beyond just its terrifying nature.
It is really just, yeah.
These values, these values up here, the facing and approaching, tell it basically how many rewards it's getting for its facings. This is the minty equivalent. So currently it's getting 1 minty equivalent reward for facing forward, and it's getting about 5 minty reward for charging forward towards it. So we sort of balance the rewards in that respect, so you get more rewards for going closer and closer to the cube, even if you're sort of facing the wrong way. So it can you'll occasionally watch it sort of like bounce side to side instead of just going straight forward, because you get more minties that way. The real reward in life is the orange cube, not to just face to it. So we
always seek the cube too.
We all seek the cube. You want to face the cube
basically hear it.
and move towards it. And you can see it's really quite good at this. Like, I mean, it does a few sort of like weird things that you like. It bunny hops almost a lot. And now, if anyone in the audience has ever played a video game, I don't know if that's the case, you probably bunny hop a lot in the video game as well. And that's because it is actually more efficient, like it's faster. You do actually move a little bit quicker when you're jumping around. That's why it sort of bounces a lot.
Zelda effect.
The Zelda effect. The reason you don't do that in real life is because we have to burn energy to do that. Oh, sorry, your Paris has got the he's got the mega brain, so yeah, he just bounces anyway. Mega brain doesn't use up energy apparently.
I love this when you employ this method to something that is bipedal, which we didn't do here because it's hard to explain. Then just like pick a joint and move it. Even though you do it the exact same way with the same programs, but if you get a little bipedal person-looking thing and you go, learn to run forward, and it gets rewarded for running forward. What it eventually learns to do is it kind of punches its way forward as it runs, does these big windmill punching arms, because it propels itself forward, and it doesn't have any concept of conserving energy, so it's just like, whatever, let's do this.
So I mean, it's worth pointing out, if you really wanted it to feel much more biological in its movement, you could
give it an energy
You could
cost.
give it an energy cost. You'd be like, hey, every time you make a movement, that costs a little bit of energy.
Well, it's like when you
to
make
do
a maze-solving algorithm. You don't just reward it for getting there in the end. You pick the least cost.
The only constraints of this
Much
thing
the same.
are the rewards it's getting for facing and approaching. So if you also gave it 100 energy points and you told it got rewarded for reaching the cube or facing the cube or approaching the cube while having the most of that 100 still remaining, it would try and economise, and it would eventually learn to economise those points and achieve the same goal while not moving as much.
Or it would find a glitch in the physics system where it can just like jitter on the and then warp through the floor, which occasionally happens.
Yeah, if there is a way to cheat, the AI will find it. We're pretty sure we made ours so it can't cheat.
This can get into a state where it rams it into a corner.
Oh, okay.
And it keeps it there because it maximises the rule.
Okay, until eventually the cube resets and then, alright, okay, interesting. Anyway.
Still thinking about that AI that was told to like beat a level of a game, and it learned that the fastest way to do that was to crash the game, so it learned to exploit memory.
If you program the wrong constraints into your AI, it will learn that when the simulation ends, the reward gets total mortality or something. So the quickest way to finish is to end the simulation. If it has access to something that will end it, it will do that. It's not, you're not training it to actually reach the cube. You're training it to get points by reaching the cube.
Oh, we've been calling it stupid till now.
It's not stupid. So that's brilliant, fabulous. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to give it a gun, right? This is PAX, logical, right? Logical. Makes perfect sense.
Logical.
This is PAX, so we figure, this is the video game things. We need to put the video game things into the robot things. It's perfect. So now we're going to go back to Tim, who's going to talk about giving it a gun.
Okay, so it turns out the main thing about killing is it's actually not that tricky. Read into that what you want. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to do it a little bit interestingly. We're going to give the gun its own mini brain. So it's going to actually have two brains working in sync. There's going to be a gun brain and a leg brain, or legs brain. So what does the gun really need to know? The gun doesn't actually need to know too much. It basically just needs to know where the orange cube is. So first of all, we taught it where to go. Now it's just pointing towards the orange cube. It needs to know which way it's currently facing, so it can sort of work out how to aim the various gun bit, and then it's going to get rewarded for shooting, so it needs to be able to shoot. So its observations is basically where it's pointing, its actions is shoot or not shoot, and its rewards is hitting or punish for missing. And that's it.
Just to reiterate, the gun is a totally separate AI in this context. We're going to bolt an AI gun on top of an AI robot. They're two completely separate brains. So it's a gun for the Borderlands universe.
So the gun can't anticipate the spider's movements, and the spider doesn't really know that it's going towards things to shoot. I just had such a good idea that I don't know what we can do now. We should have given the cube a brain and told it to run away.
Oh, next time.
That is a cool idea. Yeah.
Anyway, game time.
Okay, so we've got pretty much the same setup here. All I'm going to do is I've made one small little change to our little spider friend here. I'm just going to sort of zoom in, not out. Zoom in on it. And now there's this little tiny, teeny gun.
Fabulous.
Look at it there. So that's our little gun. It's got its own little brain. Like we said, it's following those rules. It's going to try and aim at the cube, shoot the cube. If the cube gets hit, the cube gets destroyed. The robot gets some more
just to reiterate,
rewards.
the brain on the gun and the brain on the robot are not actually talking to each other.
They have no knowledge. So I'm just
It's
going
like
to play
you
here.
got a really murderous robotic prosthetic arm.
Wasn't that a Simpsons episode?
That was a movie.
A movie, okay, right.
Look at it go.
So as we can see here, so we're still sort of giving it the previous rewards, but if you notice, it's absolutely annihilating these cubes. Like, it is just destroying them really too quickly. So I'm just sort of going to zoom out a little bit here so you can see it a little bit better. I'm just going to change this sort of view a little bit here. There we go. So we'll just watch this one here. And as you can see, it's actually destroying the cubes. It's destroying them sort of within about 3 seconds of the cube reappearing. So cube's popping up, the AI is detecting it, it's moving its gun and destroying it within seconds. Like, it's absolutely terrifyingly fast how quick this thing is just annihilating these cubes. So if you're an orange cube, be very afraid.
Duplicate the robot?
Not horrifying.
It is already
at all.
duplicated.
No, in the one scene.
Because they won't acknowledge each other and then they'll both just fight over murdering the same cube, but they won't know each other exists.
Not really worth trying to figure
They'll
that
just
out.
be like, I want to kill it. No, I want to kill it.
That was, oh god, duplicated the whole platform. Where is there?
Just duplicate the robot.
Yeah, no, there we go.
Come back. So we're just going to duplicate the robot and show you what happens when there's 2 of them, because they have no knowledge of each other, but they have
3 of them now.
3 of them, more of them. They have exactly the same brain feeding into them all, but they're all trying to accomplish the same.
They also can't see each
They
other.
don't know anything about each other at all. So
So
the physics system probably will let them interact.
Just gonna, here
They'll
we go.
just crawl all over each other to murder the cube.
It's going to be great. Yeah.
Look at them go.
Closer, closer.
That's 4.
Oh, yeah.
So
That makes them extra spidery, actually. That's freaky.
Yeah, it's really quite freaky. So you can imagine if you were using this to build like a video game AI, you could make it once and then just duplicate it. That's horrifying.
I think it's alright.
Yeah. Should we return to the slides and continue?
So now that what we've just learned is that robots are just fantastic at murder.
And spiders are still terrifying.
That's right.
The more horrifying than ever, yeah.
More horror, totally disgusting.
That's great.
So they will be the death of us all.
Hopefully.
That's really cheery.
If we
So-
program them well, yes.
That's right, exactly. Unless we can find one gold pilot to turn the tide, we're completely lost.
Yeah, who could that be?
Who could that be?
Oh, it's Meredith!
Yay!
This is not going to end well at all. I apologise.
Demo time!
So we've connected this Xbox controller to a small robot.
So if we jump into Unity here, I'll here's our little robot here.
So it's actually the robot from earlier, little beeper, but with a gun.
Oh, cool.
So as with all things...
So you don't have to learn how to skitter.
Adding more guns. So we've decided to make this so you don't have to walk, because I think it's tricky enough. Poor Meredith's going to have to fight this thing, let alone having to also figure out how
We're
to walk.
also lazy game developers, so we just took one of our existing assets and bolted a gun to it.
Either way, it works in a very similar fashion. It has a gun that can be independently moved of its body and aimed, and then it has a shoot ability. Much like with the robot, if you successfully hit the cube, you will get a point. The robot hits the cube, it will get a point. It's the exact same robot from before. It's a very similar arena to before. The only difference is we've got this lovely little scoreboard.
You'll see we've optimistically made a humans
so
win.
Optimistic.
Yeah.
Very optimistic.
It's the last time I'm going to see that.
That's just because we coded it correctly, you know. Like
So there is a win state for humans in this game, so we did this properly.
Cool.
All right. So
there's even a UI element.
Yeah.
Are you ready, Meredith?
Humanity's off, hope, no pressure.
I'm going to turn on the spider.
Oh.
Go! Alright, so the spider is currently 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, 5-0. Alright, you can do it.
To point.
Whoa!
Oh, the spider's down.
The spider fell over. This is your... Oh, no, it got back up.
Right.
Yep, never mind.
There you go. Okay, no.
Am I shooting forward?
Just
Yeah,
follow
you're
the
shooting
spider.
Good.
Just take the
Oh,
spider.
quick, oh! Never mind. There's still 1 minute and 7 seconds. You can come back from 13 down, I'm sure.
Okay, fire.
Oh, no, 15 down.
Just
It's alright.
keep firing. Fire as fast as you can.
Yes! Humanity has a chance. You've only got to get another 20 more points and make sure it gets 21 more points. And makes 22, 23 more points.
So you can do this.
We believe in you. You are the last hope for humanity. So like...
But you can't shoot the spider.
Yeah, that would be fun.
You could probably run into
Yes.
Oh, the spider!
Oh, flip it over or something.
It's actually worth pointing out the spider actually shot that cube as it was falling over.
It's
very good.
It's very
The
good.
gun
Like,
don't care what the legs are
because the
doing.
gun don't care.
Yes.
You're so close. Come on. It's only up by 33 points, and you got 25 seconds.
Actually, it can't shoot the cube because it will be behind a rock. So that's the trick.
Oh, and the spider fell over again. This is good. This is good for humanity. Oh,
The cube can go through rocks.
you can get it. You can get it. Quick. No. Yeah. Quick. Fire. No. Yes, you got it.
Yes. 3, 2,
Oh, come on.
4. Hey. This probably wasn't fair because
I'm not surprised.
The robot was allowed to use 2 brains.
If the robot had 2 brains, Meredith only has 1.
But the robot's brain is much smaller than Meredith's, so I don't know. Like, both of its brains combined are nothing compared to a human's brain. So something that's very interesting here, and always worth pointing out, I think, is it's worth showing the robot is still just killing. That's because it does not care. The robot has absolutely no understanding of the world around it. All it knows is shoot cube and run towards cube. Which means even though the game has ended and it has won by a phenomenal 35 points over Meredith, it doesn't care. Its sole objective is to keep annihilating those cubes, and it is still keep doing it. So it's something that's really interesting. It doesn't understand anything except kill cube.
You kill cube.
You kill cube.
Oh my God.
You kill cube. It is
So
very good at that,
that was
though.
slightly unfair on Meredith because the robot is just an unstoppable death machine. But none of us except for Tim are very good with a controller, so
That's true.
we did deliberately choose.
Mars
one of
did
us-
pretty well with it.
Well, Mars did okay last time. But
Yeah.
I would have done as badly as Meredith did, to be honest, because I just can't use a controller at all.
The point is, all hail our victorious robot overlords.
That's right.
So
What can we learn from this then?
something, maybe.
Hopefully.
Can we learn something?
Yeah.
So this is basically what's called a Skinner box, something which has been used by animal experimenters to study behaviour conditioning, so training, by teaching a subject animal to perform certain actions. So in this case, like pressing a lever, for example. So in response to specific stimuli, such as light or sound, when the subject correctly performs that behaviour, the chamber mechanism delivers food or some other rule.
A minty. A
in
cube.
this case as well, that's right.
And the little John in the box goes, yay!
This John is a
The John
mouse.
in the Skinner box is a mouse.
I like how we're just continually degrading John further and further and
It's
further.
fine, he's in the field.
That's true, he's out in the field.
We left him in the
We can
park.
say anything we want about John because he's not just over in the corner there.
He's not behind the
yes.
camera.
Not nowhere there.
Hi, John.
Hello.
He's in the field.
Anyway,
So
Skinner box.
Yes.
But really AI isn't that clever. Because AI is just learning by doing, and this is our little punchy man that I was talking about before. It doesn't have any other context about the world. It only knows what it's tried before and been rewarded for. It doesn't have any morality. It does not care if you missed the cube, if the cube was humanity's last hope. It's only learning by doing.
And unlike the Skinner box that Meredith just mentioned, it's perfect. Like a rat can just ignore it and do something else, whereas this is never going to ignore it. It's always going to obey the rules of the Skinner box.
It's as if the world that you give it is its everything, far more so than any biological entity could ever hope to be as obsessed with an orange cube.
Yes.
Yeah. So learning actions to do, guided by observations and then rewards,
Yes.
essentially.
Thanks to John. Yeah.
Thank you, John.
We left him in the
Thank
park.
you, John.
We left him in the park though, so yeah.
So thanks everyone. If you see you later.
Bye.
If you have any questions, you can tweet at us the above handles. We're using the hashtag PAXAI.
Yes. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Bye!
Brilliant.
This is 22 Racing Series. It's a future physics racer where you can drive at 1,000 plus kilometers per hour. We're using all simulated physics to create downforce that sticks you onto the track. It's a new genre of real-time strategy racing where you compete for sectors to get resources they can either spend on boost, use to upgrade your car mid-race, or use as on-track abilities that can help your team and hamper your opponents. It's a racing game where the outcome of a race is determined more by strategy and adaptation rather than just muscle memory and repetition. Where falling behind on lap 1 doesn't mean a sure loss, where there's more than one way to play and more than one way to win. We've taken it to game shows over the last 5 years, getting feedback from thousands of players. We captured some first impressions from PAX Oz to give you an idea.
Nuts.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's out of control.
That looks amazing.
A lot more in depth than I thought it would be to start, so yeah, really fun. This was absolutely amazing. I really enjoyed the speed of my heart.
When you're going around that circle at 1,000 k's just spinning, it's nuts. It's nuts, but it's really fun. Really fun.
It's really competitive, it's quick, it's fast paced, everything I love. Yeah.
You can find out more over at 22racingseries.com. Check out our socials and you can get directly into the game right now over at pavilionhub.com, where we have some special access PAX Online events running where you can win prize money.
We announced Broken Roads at PAX Australia in 2019, and we're excited now that almost a year later, we're able to bring you an update on what we've been doing here at PAX Online. Broken Roads is a narrative-driven RPG, bringing exploration, strategic turn-based combat, and meaningful philosophical choices to an all-new Australian post-apocalyptic setting. We've spent a lot of time recreating areas of Western Australia as accurately as possible. Buildings, towns, landmarks, and many of the game's various locations are all authentic. And we're really happy to bring post-apoc back to Australia, all in the beautiful hand-painted style that the art team have produced. One area of the game we focused on extensively is the moral compass, our unique take on alignment and morality. We wanted to make a move away from the light side, dark side binary, that good and evil split you see so often in video games, and come up with a system that far better captures the nuance and complexity of the moral quandaries one could face in a desolated world. We wanted something that incentivized and rewarded consistent character role-playing without restricting players, and the moral compass is the result. Together with 4 origin stories, a classless character building system, and a wide range of skills and talents on offer, Broken Roads presents a unique blend of traditional, old-school role-playing with some truly original mechanics. The game is in development for PC, PS4, Switch and Xbox, and is due for launch in late 2021. Community and media reaction so far has been overwhelmingly positive, and we can't wait for you to experience the content-rich, densely crafted world we're creating. From all of us at Drop Bear Bites, thanks for taking the time to check out Broken Roads.
Hello there! I would like to introduce to you a cooperative, friendly, fast-paced and fun-filled game by the name of Camped Out, the first title from Inca Studios from Melbourne, Australia. Camped Out is a couch co-op game for friends and families where up to 4 players work together to set up their campsite before nightfall. Work together as a team to complete campsites and unlock further areas in the game world. Throw into the mix some hazards from natural environments, such as bears, critters, ghosts, and spike traps, and things are sure to get out of hand quickly. Oh, there's a bear now! A hearty offering of fish! And the bear is on its way. Be sure to share the tools, as there's only 1 tool per job. A hatchet to chop down the trees, a pickaxe to harvest the rocks, a fishing rod for fish, and a mallet to finish off the job. Each level is a race against the clock, where players are required to build tents, construct a campfire, cook enough food, and get into bed before darkness falls. To achieve these objectives, players must harvest resources scattered around the level and satisfy the building requirements while avoiding hazards, navigating the landscape efficiently, and work cooperatively to complete the objectives as quickly as possible. Oh, that's 1 tent complete! Now, 2 tents complete. 3 tents finished, 1 to go. The last tent is finished. Well done, campers! A straggler! Quick, get to bed before nightfall! Ha ha! Success! I hope you enjoyed this gameplay demonstration. You can wishlist Camped Out now on Steam. See you at the campsite.
Hi, and welcome to our developer introduction for Guile and Glory Firstborn, a turn-based tactical RPG where the battlefield is your only weapon. Here at Elston Studios, we set out to create a strategic experience that focuses on tactical unit placement and clever use of the environment. In Guile and Glory, your foes cannot be harmed by normal weapons. Instead, your heroes use their abilities to push, pull, and maneuver foes into deadly hazards around the battlefield. Not everything you face will fall so easily. From undead sorcerers to mighty dragons, we've dotted the Drownedlands with fearsome bosses to challenge even the greatest of heroes. Though your foes will be powerful, you will have plenty of tools to balance the odds. As you play, your heroes will amass the blessings of ancient deities, each providing new sets of skills and abilities. Mix and match these boons of divinity to create your own unique playstyle as you challenge the legions of the Firstborn. From the team at Elston Studios, thank you so much for your attention, and may your adventures in the Drownedlands be glorious.
And the battles they fought in will not be forgotten. Once more, the Firstborn are bound. And with guile and glory, I will tell their story. May the three be forever renowned.
Genesis Noir is an adventure game set before, during, and after the Big Bang. A cosmic gunshot aimed at the heart of a god rockets the universe into existence and must be undone. Explore the expanding universe to discover clues on how you might destroy the Big Bang and prevent this tragedy. You'll stumble through seedy speakeasies, transform energy into matter, create far-out jazz duets, discover what's inside a gas giant, track animals through primeval woods, watch stars die in this film noir creation myth. Learn more at genesisnoirgame.com and help destroy the universe.
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble. Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character in the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area, and loop back up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will have to chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and when caught, becomes a ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can then aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches. Making matches sends orbs at the opponent's board, filling up a meter that adds a line when full, pushing the opponent's board downward. If a player's board hits the center line, they lose. The platforming and puzzles themselves are rather straightforward, so I'll skip to the fun part, swapping. In Hamster Scramble, making matches isn't the only way to attack your opponent. Players also have the ability to swap into their opponent's side of the stage for a limited time. While there, you can harass your opponent and disrupt their game plan by throwing balls at their board, stealing their hamsters for yourself, or straight up finishing them off. Players can defend themselves from an invading opponent by attacking them, which will knock their hamsters out of their hands and stun them for a short time. Finding the right times and positions to swap is key to getting the most out of it. Each stage in Hamster Scramble has its own unique look, platform layout, and mechanics, such as slippery ice platforms and bubbles that catch hamsters and carry them upward. Players will have to adjust their strategies depending on which stage they are playing in. In our demo here at PAX Online, up to 4 players can enjoy local and online multiplayer in 4 of the game's stages. There's also the Hamster Village to explore, and a taste of the game's single-player content as well. So please come try out the game and have a great time at PAX Online.
So, why can't I come with you?
I've told you already, Cape Cuckoo isn't safe for
Henry
you.
Moss and the Wormhole Conspiracy is a coming-of-age adventure set in a goofy galaxy of oddball characters, ridiculous conundrums, and cosmic evil. Wander, ponder, and laugh your way through a heartfelt exploration of independence, family, and growing up. Teen Earthling Henry Moss helps his mother Seren operate Moss Family Supplies, an interstellar delivery business servicing the outer worlds. Henry longs to break free of his domestic duties to seek his fortune and fame amongst the far stars. Together, the Mosses uncover a cosmic conspiracy overseen by the sinister Benedict Wormhole. This sets the Mosses on an interplanetary journey of compassion, exploration, and self-discovery, together fulfilling a secret legacy founded a generation ago.
I've really tried to capture that classic point-and-click adventure experience that so many people love, but bring to it a modern twist. Multiple solutions to problems, a dynamic soundtrack, unique mechanics, and with the family audience in mind the whole way through. It's a story about coming of age and a family relationship, and a modern family at that. This is a game that will really appeal to people that grew up with these games, and if they've got kids of their own, then can hopefully share that joy with them too.
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. Played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Gliese 667cc, In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds. As well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet, In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. With detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
Kung Fu Kickball is a team-based fighting sports game where the best ball kicker wins. You gotta punch, kick, and headbutt your way across the field to smash the ball into your opponent's bell and rack up points. Hi there, my name is Jonah Wallerstein. I'm the designer and main developer for the game. I really wanted to make something that would be fun to play with friends, but also has the depth to be taken seriously at a competitive level. But a lot of getting skilled at Kung Fu Kickball is really understanding the jump. It takes some getting used to, but when you do get that perfect moment of hitting the ball out of the air at just the right angle so it bounces off the wall and into the bell, it feels great. So please look forward to Kung Fu Kickball coming out soon for Steam, Xbox One, PS4, and Switch.
Lethal Lawns is a competitive lawn mowing party game by Aussie devs Kaiju Stomp. Set in everyday suburban yards, players mow grass for pocket money or can mow each other to steal their opponent's cold hard cash. Battle it out with your mates in teams or free-for-all across different maps and game modes. Supporting bots, custom game settings, online multiplayer and Steam Remote Play, Lethal Lawns is a great game to throw into your Friday night rotation. It's jam-packed for $5 on Steam, so check it out and get mowing.
Nine Witches Family Disruption is a 2D pixel art action-adventure game set during World War II, where the mysterious Occlup SS division is using an evil curse in a desperate attempt to change the course of the war. As you explore over 60 colorful and beautiful pixel art style locations, You will encounter over 40 characters with a range of entertaining, humorous personalities, which can be crude, sympathetic, gloomy, or sarcastic, but always bizarre. It's a single-player game with dual character control. You'll be able to switch between Professor Krakowitz, who is confined to a wheelchair, but able to commune with the dead, and his Japanese assistant Akiro, who are sent undercover to resolve the supernatural phenomena occurring in the rural Norse town. Akiro collects interesting items to store in the inventory and takes notes about objectives and clues. Professor Krakowitz gets goosebumps and a blue aura around his body when he senses the presence of spirits and is able to enter the astral plane, an invisible world between life and death. There he is able to communicate with lost souls to gather further information that will help solve the case. The game is full of puzzle-solving elements that involve sneaking into enemy territory in disguise, solving riddles, finding clues, and missing keys hidden inside mystical artifacts, and many more well-known adventure game mechanics like Western-style standoffs and gunfights.
Do you own a VR headset and are interested in asymmetric VR games? We at Full Bean Studio have the game for you! Come try out Operation Armstrong! Sneak around our lunar facilities while your friends keep you hidden from enemy robots. Hopefully. Don't own a VR headset? Find a friend with one and then go play Operation Armstrong. You can direct them through the facilities. Tell them to go left, go right, duck, perform a U-turn where safe, or any combination of senseless noise till they pass out from motion sickness.
You gave me those directions, guys!
Then log in with your smartphone or other device and become the hacker you always wanted to be. Open doors, close doors, distract enemies, crack locks, turn off alarms when your clumsy agent inevitably triggers them. Don't have any friends with VR headsets? Check out our community Discord where you can join other community members or us devs while we play Operation Armstrong. Also, feel free to drop by if you just want to talk game dev, VR, or how the weather is in Australia. Don't forget about our Operation Armstrong level editor. Make entirely custom maps to share over your Steam workshop and screw your friends over. Alright, enough talk. Let's play.
Hello, welcome to this walkthrough of Operation Armstrong. Up here we've got the TV screen, this is where our agent is. We've got a mobile screen where I'll be doing all my hacking, and we've got the VR view where Halen is sneaking about. So let's get right into it. Let's go. Alright. So we're going up to door 4. I'm going to open that. Get round behind the obstacle there. Yep. Okay. Yep. You're good. Keep moving. Go into the vent.
Oh no. He was a fast turner.
What? How do you... Okay, go straight there. Just go into the next vent. Ooh. I've got the lockdown. Or I'll mess up the lockdown. That's fine. Okay, I'm gonna open door 10, releasing the crawler into the level. If you want to get round to that next next pillar across. I'm choosing when I open this door.
Yep.
Yeah, just stay there. It should kind of just wander right next to you. Why not? Just stay. Just. Okay.
Is he coming
It's
around?
leaving you. Go.
Jesus. Alright. What's the code?
Okay. Door 9 is yellow, blue, red. Oh, don't go yet. Okay.
Oh, alright.
Close that door in his face. I'm just gonna open door 10 as well, so the crawler.
Hi everyone, this is Ollie and Phil from Kaizen Gameworks.
Our first game as a studio is Paradise Killer, first-person, open-world murder mystery set on the bizarre Paradise Island, home to a secret society of dead alien god worshippers.
You play as the investigation freak Lady Lovedeyes, called out of exile to solve the murder of the ruling council.
The demonically possessed prime suspect was found with the murder weapon outside of a locked-door crime scene. Is the official story correct, or do you suspect a conspiracy centuries in the making is at play?
With Paradise Killer, we want to make you feel like a real investigator. There are no narrative tests to pass. You simply investigate the crime in any order you want and come to your own conclusions.
When you think you've got enough evidence, you can go to the judge and start the trials, accusing anyone you want so long as you've got the evidence to back it up.
We're very excited to be part of PAX. We've been to the show before and had a wonderful time. We hope that one day in the future we can do it again in person.
Paradise Killer is out now on PC and Switch with a special 20% launch discount.
We hope you're ready to breathe life back into paradise.
Lethal Lawns is a competitive lawn mowing party game by Aussie devs, Kaiju Stomp. Set in everyday suburban yards, players mow grass for pocket money or can mow each other to steal their opponent's cold hard cash. Battle it out with your mates in teams or free-for-all across different maps and game modes. Supporting bots, custom game settings, online multiplayer and Steam Remote Play, Lethal Lawns is a great game to throw into your Friday night rotation. It's jam-packed for $5 on Steam, so check it out and get mowing.
Chapter 6.
I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try, and then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.